describe hairstyle or facial hair or skin complexion, that kind of stuff.
I know he's a pale fuck.
And especially considering his race of changeling, base appearance can be very important, but also appearance whenever he changes form can be important. So if you would not mind describing your physical appearance to the party.
Okay, so this might help. Sorry this is pixelated, and sorry there's no better changeling stuff. There's like nothing changeling on the internet.
There's a penis on it, I swear to God.
What?
There's a huge dong.
Dead to the world right now.
Great.
Big old donger.
We got
Thank you.
the second eyelids are out.
Well, did you roll
The second
for it?
eyelids are out.
He didn't say it was. He didn't say
Oh,
it
he
was
brought
Japanese
glasses.
though.
Oh yeah.
He's literally drooling all over my hand.
But so I'm gonna show you a picture kind of what kind of his build like on averages. Sometimes when we do get against larger people, he will swell or get bigger kind of thing.
Erect himself.
But I just want to kind of show you what he looks like, and then I'm going to show you a picture of You're going to take the body of this first picture and then replace it with the face of this second picture.
Oh God!
Following.
Is this another Gary Busey thing?
No.
So go ahead.
I love
wanna
this.
This is the closest I could find because I'm in breastplate, not full plate.
Stop
So
licking me.
those you can click on it. So that's a human fighter breastplate.
Yo, you got deltoids for days, bro.
Yeah. So it's gonna be I'm gonna be shoulder jacked because I have a hammer, but my face is gonna be completely pale. I will have the black. Almost looks like I'm going to a Marilyn Manson concert around my eyes, kind of thing. On usual, I do have long white hair. If it's a lot of combat, I will pull up my hair and maybe potentially put it in kind of a ponytail, or it is long enough to go down my shoulders if I take it down. Essentially,
Top picture, Dragon Age.
I don't know. Maybe.
I think so.
It has that
You're
color.
looking
it has
way
that
too much
color
at
I
scheme.
was gonna say it's definitely that color scheme. That's why I was.
Why are you doing this?
Shits and giggles. You'll
You
need
need
them.
to stop.
Okay.
Stop giving me attention. I keep feeding the beast.
That's cool.
No.
Yeah.
Pass around.
So I think you already saw it, but so remember, take the top picture. That's kind of what I look like. So I will be jacked. I'm about 6. I think I have 6'2". Written down.
That's your base height.
Yeah,
But you can
Okay.
increase by 6 or decrease by 6.
Yes.
Depending on the situation.
So first photo is body, second photo is face.
Yeah. So think that about on that person. So the biggest difference is going to be versus that armor. I do have like pauldrons on, like the
Yeah, big shoulder
flaring
plates.
out things. I couldn't find a good. There's literally no picture that had 100% of what I wanted. I could not find.
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
But
so
still,
he's
Okay.
but yeah, so I don't have a lot of like necessarily armor. That's just
So,
law and order.
I was
up
gonna
here,
say, I
so.
never imagined you having anything on your arms. I always just
Yeah.
imagined like a chest type of plate, and then your
Yeah.
arms were free to swing. and
Because
fucking use it.
I have my AC is 16, so I don't have the best AC, but I just squash
Yeah.
people.
The party hasn't seen you actually beyond increasing or decreasing your height. The party hasn't actually seen you change your form, correct?
There's been a couple times when I did the arm wrestling thing and broke the game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that
I
one.
I did get larger, and then
Well,
somebody
no,
made me larger.
I'm
but-
saying beyond like increasing or decreasing your height, or he finally just said, "Fuck it, I'm doing it anyways." Beyond like increasing or decreasing your size, you have not taken on the physical form of another being. You are still maintaining that pale skin, pale hair, pale eyes.
No, he's never changed his appearance. He's
Yeah.
only grown
We
in size.
were going to.
I thought he actually did when he was doing the arm wrestling during the Silver Flame
You
Festival
made him
thing.
look like you made yourself look like the other guy, right?
I'm trying to remember.
Well, I
It's
thought
kind
it
of
was
like
because
a
the Silver Flame approached
cardboard.
him, and they may not have necessarily done that if they knew he was a change.
Correct.
So
I,
he would've
I
had
think
to
I did go
build-
human.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
he
I
would've
did
had
go
to
human.
Okay.
appear
I do
as
remember that
a
now.
Standard race.
Cool.
Yeah. So I was
Outside
human
of
for that.
that.
And then you do know I can change because remember at one point the plan was I was going to try to shrink and pretend to be that elf guy, the informant or whatever. But then we went and just knock on the door instead and try it that way.
I mean,
So
As
you
you
do
did.
know I can. I haven't really done it.
Yeah. Cool beans. All
By
right.
the way, sorry.
No, go
Side
ahead.
note,
Where you
Shannon,
going?
if you want a
Getting
little bit
laptop?
more introspection into
I was gonna ask, like, get some
changeling
more ice
society
in
in
the teeth.
Eberron, I encourage you to look up a Spotify channel called Dragon. Is it Dragon? No, Manifest Zone.
Manifest
And they
Zone.
have a whole hour-long section about change.
Most likely.
And
Changeling
I can
culture,
send it to you
changeling
also.
society,
How to-
changelings
how to
themselves.
play it, like what would changeling like
Player
think about?
tips.
Yeah, player
Yeah.
tips, tactics.
So it's
only-
worth a listen.
It's an hour. I listened to it. I got some pretty great insight onto like what could be useful for Gunter. It's worth checking out. I'll see you all.
I was gonna say I'm sending it to him right now.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and that's the thing for all of you. There are great episodes there, and there's nothing in those episodes that I would consider forbidden knowledge.
Where is this at?
It's on Spotify. It's on.
I mean,
it's, on-
it's anywhere
Don't worry
where you
about
can
it.
listen to a
it's
podcast.
called Manifest Zone.
It's
I got
Keith
you.
Out-
Baker who created
Text it to me,
Eberron
yeah.
and like
Oh, yeah.
3 other of his
Oh, that'll
friends
work,
slash
yeah.
co-writers get together and they talk about different topics on Eberron and it's great.
And each episode's an hour long. It's easy to digest, and each episode focuses on a topic. So they might have one that's focused on Warforged, and then they'll have another episode that's focused on Changelings, and one that's half elves,
Well, I know,
and then they get into one episode that's all about the dragon mark houses, and it's quick and easy to
I listen
digest.
to
Another good one is, unfortunately, it's not an audio recording; it's actual physical reading. On KeithBaker.com, the Dragon Shards articles.
Yes.
He has like hundreds upon hundreds of
Dragon
these.
starts.
They're basically blog posts where Keith, the creator of the setting, sits down and is like,
Just word
"Hey,
vomits.
today I'm going to write about physical, actual dragon shards. I'm going to write about these today." And he will write a massive blog post detailing all of the information about these dragon shards and what makes them unique and all this kind of stuff and possible uses in a game and all this. And then he'll write another one a couple weeks later that's focused entirely on illicit activity in Sharp. And he
That's
just
my
has
favorite.
this massive collection of articles that if you're ever looking for detailed information, please use them. And if you find something cool in there that you want to add to your character, by all means, send me a snippet, send me the link, and like, hey, read this and tell me what you think. All about that kind of stuff. Okay, you're gonna have to get down soon, buddy. Next, I would like to move into the recap area, and I know I discussed this lightly on the group chat. Basically, my goal with this is to have you guys each sort of recap what happened for you in the past couple sessions. Not for your character, but like as a player, what things have stuck out. You know, I want to hear your recap of the past 5 sessions because that gives me an idea of what you guys are latching onto and the details that you're grabbing into. That way, I'm not. If you guys didn't pay attention or didn't care that much about delivering the letter and getting the new one from Lord Rukin, cool, that's fantastic. I'm not going to spend my time and effort writing and developing that storyline if that's not something that interests you guys. You know, this is sort of for me to help gauge where your interests as a group lie. So it's sort of freeform. I'm going to go around and have each person sort of give their little blurb, but feel free as a group to, you know, assist with them building your guys' recap. So let's just go ahead.
Actually, this makes sense. There's one thing I was going to add about my appearance. Is everybody familiar with what Fabio looks like?
Yeah.
So think
Sorry,
of like
that was really loud.
think of like his face, because Gunther's not dumb. He's very foreign and distant from like people and things. So like
Beautiful.
He's got that.
Yeah.
He's got that 1,000-yard stare.
yeah.
Trying to fuck you.
So like that's like if you're trying to think of it as like his facial features, it's not like pointy elf or whatever. It's like Chad face.
Slash.
Yeah.
Flat, but
Like kind of-
chiseled.
Yeah.
Scary face.
You've got a jaw, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Thank you.
You got a jawline that
Harvey
can cut
Face with a scary
diamonds.
face.
Yeah.
He had his
I forgot to add that. I forgot I was going to mention that.
You're fine. So let's just go ahead and start over here with Corey. You give your rendition of what has happened in the past couple episodes, and
I was so
We'll
hoping
just-
you weren't going to pick on me.
we'll just sort of we'll move around the table.
So I only really remember specifically what happened most recently with V, with the episode of the pond. He had the vision with his patron.
Yep.
Patron gave him a vision, which was of, as you guys have realized, so obviously V is the acronym for 6. So he showed him I, which was 1, which is the first Warforged. That Warforged had yellow eyes, which is showing a connection between V and that Warforged. And basically told V to make them all whole again. And then I remember we saw the one ship that we arrived before. The ship that crashed on the floating island that I can't remember the name of.
Yep.
Basically where Shard was, and then we plane hopped for a really long time. I don't remember a ton of what happened in the last episode. I know it was a lot of role playing. I know we hung out. Oh, V of course made Jet disappear.
Prank.
That was the greatest
Prank,
fucking thing
yeah.
ever.
And then of course at the very end, V installed his docent.
Fantastic.
That you got from my buddy.
Jet might have pissed himself.
Over to Zareth.
Okay, so out of everyone in the entire party, I probably have the worst memory here. Not Zareth, but me. So I remember fighting the Mind Flayers, and then after that, plane shifted back through. I remember, no, we didn't plane shift. We went to Road. I remember we learned about what was going on with you. You're looking for your partner. I remember everything about Murder, She Wrote. Then we went to your family's house.
God damn it.
And then, of course, that's the part that I remember.
I know.
I remember going to your house, and then like the bad guy from Legend of Korra showed up and was all like, "I'm gonna talk to you guys," and like floating in the air.
Oh.
And then we knocked a bunch of them down, and they all got arrested.
I don't remember.
We
Say,
didn't.
it
do
wasn't you guys.
the city
you-
guard.
I thought we helped.
They were the blah.
They were the
The
block.
blah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Did we not
I
help?
do remember that.
We
I
I
did
thought
not.
we
Did
started
not
to
help.
fight.
That was
We were
like
by
You were
3 or 4
yeah, you were
sessions ago,
witnesses.
wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought I cast counterspell on one of them.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Knocked them out of the air.
V
Okay.
was going to originally read one of their minds, but
Yeah, I think we talked
I
about
thought
it,
you
but then you didn't.
failed, didn't you?
I did fail, yes.
You failed.
you
You know
attempted-
you got like there were people around, but you couldn't actually
I couldn't
probe
get
any
it.
of
I
the
couldn't
specific
get
minds.
I couldn't get his surface.
You couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it up.
So I remember that, and then
Whiskey dick.
I remember going back to your house,
God
and
damn it.
then I remember Jet and Zareth having a conversation. That was fun. And then I remember us setting out to go somewhere, and then I remember him getting a docent, and then that's
Fantastic.
the majority of what I remember.
Fantastic. All right, Jet.
Oh, I guess where are we starting at? Are you starting back with the Mind Flayers, or are you starting back with started with
Yeah,
Rogue?
from about then.
Okay.
From
so,
about then, because that sort of concluded the
I'm
beginning.
sorry, I thought we were only doing the last couple. 'Cause I remember
It's-
the right
it's-
Well,
place.
I mean, that
That's
was
a
that
different
was
name.
technically
Like
3
five
episodes ago.
Is that really all?
Well,
Yeah,
if
it feels
you
like a
played
lifetime
played
ago,
3
though.
episodes since the episode with the
Man,
Mind
that
Flayers.
feels like last year.
So from about that time, because the whole
I
event
think
with the
it's
Mind
3
Flayers
months.
and the plane shifting island was sort of the conclusion of the opening arc.
Right.
So
I just wanna
I'm
make
sort of
sure
just getting
that's-
your guys' recap on current events.
So this
What is-
actually only
What is
this is the
sticking
third
out in our
section.
brain
Yeah.
and what
Well,
we're
Well, no,
Yeah.
two since
latching
Right.
onto?
Yes,
Okay.
because
Mind
that's what
Flayers
that's
was one.
helped me focus my
Because then we
route.
had
Helped
two
me focus
years
my
just
Rogue.
of the ceremony, the funeral, and then we had
Right.
last
So
week's
there were having
or last
three
month.
episodes.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead.
So, of course, we arrived in Roach, in Vale's detective agency, and we learned a little bit about Vale's partner, who was looking for this individual. While we were headed out, we realized the town was really quiet, and we went to a funeral for some bigwig who I don't recall the name because
Yep.
that doesn't give a fuck. King of Breland was out there like, oh, this was a great dude, and while he was doing that, there was a display of a resistance force known as the Breland Liberation Alliance, I believe. So the
Brelish Liberation.
Brelish, sorry.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough.
And basically they were denouncing the
Tomato.
king. and
They don't have the
that.
brand recognition yet.
Oh, okay. Hey, Jet's not from there.
Partnership
Okay.
with Nike.
Not yet. Not yet.
Getting
Soon
there.
enough.
Hey, first we get the money, then we get the girls.
But anyway, they were floating and making a speech.
Cat's trying to bite the cord. I'm sorry.
Hey, no, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to scare you, but you can't be under there.
No biting
He was-
kids.
he was
Hold
trying
on.
to
He'll be on
find
my
out.
lap in no time.
That was in
He's
his
a
mouth.
squirrel.
I pulled him.
The Brolis guard basically knocked him down, denounced the whole
Yep.
whole thing, and of course we found out later on through a newspaper that basically it was
No, you are.
Being buried.
yeah that was not something that they wanted to share with the rest of the world. We met Bale's family.
Cool family, butler.
Yeah,
Sorry, I should shut up.
and his awesome butler.
Does anyone remember the
can't
butler's
believe I'm
name
sorry.
without checking your notes?
Oh,
I do. Hold
Without
on.
checking your notes?
I do.
Hold on.
God damn, I want to say Matthias. That's
Matthias. Yep.
That
Is
one.
it?
Yep.
Good
Oh
job.
shit!
Good
I was
job.
gonna say you got on the first try. I'm happy.
Good job.
I have the worst memory of this whole group.
Does he get inspiration for that?
Nope.
I already
I just see- I just see-
already
He already
have
has
ins-
it, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I technically have double inspiration. but I
For
have
an
one.
inspiration, though, we're gonna go back a little bit farther. Sorry, you're out of this one.
Mind Flayer.
Who can name Bale's partner?
Foreign.
I was gonna say
That was
George.
quick. All
I was
right.
gonna say George.
I mean, I just looked through my notes before we
Oh, fair
started, so
Okay,
I
this
was
was
like,
not an open book quiz.
Yeah, Trixie.
I was already looking through right when.
Fair enough.
He
That's fair.
started.
You still get the inspiration though.
Woo! I'll take it.
Woohoo! Any more to your recap?
So, we did that.
I feel like I'm gonna get. There's gonna be no point to me talking because he's the same.
But see, I want it from your perspective.
He
I
just
want
wants
to hear it
know
from
what
your
was
perspective
said.
because I
Break
want to
down
know
all
what
that
you
were like,
latch
oh,
on
this
to.
is what I enjoyed. This is what I know.
Yeah.
This is what I remember.
This is what
Okay.
the focus is.
Yeah, we were. I think there was a slight debate on maybe we should look into the law a little bit more, but didn't really come to a conclusion on that. Oh, Jet also got really drunk with V, and well, V didn't get drunk, but with
Yeah.
V and Vale.
We had a good night.
And let V read his mind at one point.
Yep.
Which, speaking of which, I still need to send you one thing about that.
Yep.
But
Or so.
I don't remember even really what the surface memories that I got.
I have to go back and look at my notes because
I remember the interaction of you giving me permission and very
I believe.
apprehensively doing it.
Joe knows.
And then very
Me, like V, apprehensively reading Jet because Jet's always been like, no.
yep. Well, then very quickly shutting you off.
Yeah.
Or should I read Rynny?
There was that. Ren told Jet to talk to Zareth, so they had their conversation in the morning when Jet was not drunk.
But the same conversation you talked about.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to figure out this Lord of the Rings right now.
I have
No.
not started
No.
yet. I need
Pillars
to.
of Eternity.
I really need to.
We'll have to just,
So they had their conversation. We ended up splitting up the group later on during the day to go shopping.
Mhm.
We made contact with Captain Baz. We, as in Gunther, Jet, and Ren. And then Jet doesn't know anything about this, but Vale went shopping and found some nice schematics.
Okay.
Sounds like bad news. to
From
me.
your perspective?
Fuck you.
So
Still good.
as we got to Road,
Pillars of Eternity.
got to figure out like a little bit more about Vale and his family, and I had a hunch that he was better off than he perceived, or was perceived as, or led on to.
Yeah.
Because I think he showed me his dragon mark when we were sitting at that table that one like forever ago.
I'm sure you won't.
Yeah.
Show me yours.
So figured that out. Obviously, I respect anybody in the military, so I mean, still have respect for the funeral and everything.
Twin ounce by Justin Bell.
No, I know that was mentioned.
That's all. That's probably
Didn't
Yeah.
was considering seeing what the blah was about, but doesn't necessarily concern me. I got other priorities and things. It doesn't matter to me as much right now
Yeah,
because of my fight and everything coming up.
I was good. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very, very focused on that. Everybody's talking, doing their things. I'm doing push-ups and other things in the corner. We delivered the letter. It was interesting to see the banished prince, essentially. That was a unique experience for Gutu, who thought that was an interesting concept, kind of seeing behind the scenes, some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Usually just frontline, smashy, hurt people. Usually not the diplomatic or talking type of for that stuff like that. So that was a little new experience for him for sure. So I got to see behind the scenes on some of that stuff. Didn't really do too much like the shopping and things myself, but did go with I did go with them.
You went with Ren and Jet to the airship.
Captain Baz.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because of your history with Captain Baz.
Yeah. So we went there, confirmed that with Baz that everything was cool, that we can continue the journey.
Still have rental tickets.
Yep. Still our tickets were good. We're good to go there.
He was happy he didn't have to report lost passengers.
Yes.
Yes, he
Yes.
was.
Yeah. Doesn't report
Yes, he
lost
was.
people for sure.
Confirm
He
this
was very
property,
happy
so,
about that.
Yeah. He was very happy. I was happy that they didn't like die or anything too. I don't know. We didn't really know what happened after the fact of that.
It's kind of in the dark.
And then, trying to think. I've been just with everything. Like, my goal is not what's going on right now. It's to get to
Yeah.
Sharn.
Your focus is
So yeah, it's cool things are happening, but like that's not Gunter's
I was gonna say,
focus.
if I could amend one thing of mine, like you're asking about things we're interested in, every single time we go to his fight, we somehow get sidetracked, and it just builds up my anxiousness because I want to see what happens with his fight. So me personally, I want to fucking see him fight. Like I've seen him fight, but I want to see him fight.
You want to see him fight with his life and
Yeah.
title on the
I
line.
mean,
Okay.
I've been
You're
getting
just sort
up
of vibing.
early. Yeah.
Trying to get to Sharn, just sort of vibing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is strictly player, but even though it's very obviously we're all character centric, so this is Ren centric as well. Very interested that we finally got our first piece of the Draconic Prophecy. Ren's kind of weirdly connected to it. Not a whole lot of information has been divulged around that.
Satari.
Not Safari.
Yeah.
So-
Browser. browser.
I was gonna say this is not a browser.
Satari, we're with the Conclave, mysterious organization.
Chamber.
Chamber.
Commerce.
I always get those two names mixed up. The Chamber, yes.
Very similar.
Very similar, but not quite.
Different.
Yes.
Same thing, only different.
It's like, what was that? Same in the interview. It's like same but different.
Same, but different.
Same thing.
But yes, so first taste of the Draconic Prophecy. Very interested in. Was hoping the blah would go somewhere, but it kind of got dead ends. I thought it was funny that Ryn had blah leanings before she even learned about the movement.
I think we're gonna probably revisit the
Oh yeah, we put a pin in it. And then there's a whole fuckadiddle-doo of this prince in hiding from the Ondare. That's a whole thing. The queen's disowned son.
Son in exile.
Son in exile.
Prince
thank
in
you.
exile.
Yeah, that was a cool little. What are we gonna do with that information? So I hope that we can continue that missive and continue that plot line because, you know, shit like that doesn't land in our laps every day. Although dude was kind of a douche, not the prince, but the ward.
Lord Rukin.
Lord Rukin, kind of a douche.
Yeah.
A little dismissive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
You played him well.
Thank you.
But yeah, other than that, happy to be back in Captain Baz's presence. And ready to see what the next stage is. This is Rote is the biggest city she's ever been to, so who the fuck knows what's gonna happen in Sharn.
All right, Vale.
All right, everybody has pretty much covered everything. But
Yeah. So if you just want to hit the interest for you.
yeah, I was gonna say everything with Ryn. In the back of my mind, I'm like, so is this prophecy always been about Ryn, or is this specifically because she touched the scroll and that's what created the prophecy about her and all this other stuff? I'm just really curious to see how that whole thing plays out. Obviously, we are back in Rote. This is my place, so I'm really liking all the stuff that's here. I love the shopping episode and all that kind of stuff. But, oh my god, a long rifle, imbued munitions, and a hand cannon. Fuck me. I am so excited for all three of those. We still got to discuss different things.
Desert Eagle, basically.
Dude. That's going to be a little hard, but it's going to be fun. Also, I will say, not necessarily much of a recap, but we haven't gotten together at all in a month to do a roleplay session, so we need to start with that right
That's
off
where-
the bat.
that's
where
Because
we
I was
are.
assuming where that was going to start
So-
tonight.
I left that out.
Now that we've got
What?
we've had all of your guys' recaps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So where we left off in the general scheme of things, the party has completed most of their adventures in the city of Sharn while waiting to secure transport on the next leg of their journey to the large metropolis of Sharn, where Gunther's fight is located, coming up in a couple days. Currently, it is the 1st of Ire. It is Sunday. It's the first day of a new month. Gunther's fight is on the 5th. Yes.
So we got 4 days?
The 5th of Ire, yes. Captain Baz said that the airship was leaving bright and early the next morning. At the end of the session... Sorry, heroin now. At the end of the session, I did say we were going to... And fast forward time to where you guys were leaving on the airship the next morning. But there is some RP that needs to be taken care of. So we are going to backtrack to the night previous, Sunday night.
I'm assuming we're still at the residence of.
Yes. Leading up to this, though, the party did spend some time securing transit, reaffirming with Captain Baz that they are still allowed to be present on the airship on the final leg of the journey to Rote. Again, Captain Baz expressed his utter delight at not having to report missing passengers. But also reaffirmed that you all are more than welcome to continue on your journey that you already started.
No more floating islands.
While the other half of the party went and visited Grinstone Bellows at Helix's Legacy, an old friend of Vale's who was happy to see an old friend, having not seen them for quite some time, and presented some possible upgrades to Vale. Some things that made Vale quite happy and excited, but basically introduced some fetch quests that can be completed at any time, in any order, that will just reward some minor character progression. But the party then found themselves back to the residence of Vale's family on the central island, situated in the middle of the Dagger River, in the city of Rote, on the same island as Broken Blade Castle, where the king himself of Breland resides. We find ourselves in early evening. The city has begun to quiet down from a long, busy day. You all find yourselves, after having dinner with the family, most of you dispersing to your rooms to catch a night's rest because of the requirement to rise early the next morning to catch your airship on the way out of town. So most of you are making your way to bed, but on the way upstairs, Jet requests a sidebar with Vale. And so you find yourselves in an upstairs common room, sort of like a smoking room. Nice tall bookshelves line the wall, tapestries hanging from the ceilings, rather dimly lit, comfortable seating, big plush leather wrapped couches, and not recliners but armchairs. Definitely a cozy, comfy room. You remember from your childhood, your father used to spend a lot of his time here. This is where, after a long day in the office, a long day handling family business, he liked to retire with a book and a glass of a fine liquor and a cigar to
I'm not allowed to smoke in the
and
house.
unwind for the evening.
Bottle of jerky.
And so you two find yourselves in here.
It's a special book.
It's a picture book.
The floor is yours.
Is this actually a smoking room? Like built to smoke in the house?
So here's the thing.
With your passive perception, sure as hell smells like it.
Here's my. Well, okay, yeah.
Do you mind? And Jet pulls out his pipe.
I don't mind, but the only person that my mother allows to smoke in here is my father, and that's because she can't tell him otherwise.
Jesus, you misogynistic dick.
You're not in this room.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're sleeping.
Fair enough. Jet will put it back. Lord Rukin. that letter. Then he holds out his hand. Don't want to be carrying that around
Oh,
out in the open, right?
no.
Bag of holding, I figure would be safer for something like this.
Yeah. This got dark and ominous.
A dragon appears.
I will say, I mean, you tend to be quick to pick stuff up, but he definitely did seem to at least recognize my family from me.
Right.
I honestly don't know what we should do about this letter, but
No harm will come to them? Your family?
to my family, no.
Say if we don't deliver the letter.
Oh, no, not at all. There's no way he would be so brazen as to try to attach something with my family.
Are you positive he's sheltering the banished son of a nation?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what that's all about, and frankly, I'm a little interested, but I think we have more pressing matters at hand that are a little more time restrictive. But I think that gives us a little bit of time to figure out what we should do with this letter.
Well, I'd love to go back and talk to the magistrate about it. I think she owes us a little bit of an explanation, don't you?
I feel like it. I find it a little odd that she never mentioned exactly who it was that we were delivered. I mean, obviously we had a name, but the fact she didn't quite mention exactly who the letter was going to was a little odd, considering like the relation.
I wouldn't have accepted if I knew. I imagine she probably knew that. Also,
That's valid.
if we're caught with it, we can say we don't know who the fuck this is, and there's no way you can torture or read our minds or anything to figure it out.
That's valid, but
Security, it makes perfect sense to me of why she did what she did. However, it was
reckless.
ironic. I got into it with her one evening, so that's a story for another time. But back to the matter at hand. Lord Rukin, what connection does he have to the Silver Flame?
I make a history check. Like knowing, like having grown up in Rhodes, if I had heard any rumors or anything like that, can I make a history check?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be a dirty 20.
Okay. And what was the question again?
What connection Lord Rukin has to the Silver Flame?
If any.
A connection to the Silver Flame? None. He doesn't really have like an explicit connection. He's not a part of the church. He doesn't associate really with the church, but he is known to use Thrain as an example of what a democratic government can be. So Thrain is a theocracy, right? They are still democratically elected, but it is still mostly run by the Church of the Silver Flame. Lord Rukin is known as an outspoken opponent of monarchy as a system of government. He is not the kind of person that sits on a pulpit and screams, "Death to the king, we need to depose this bitch." He's not that kind of person. But he is very quick to say, why should we entrust one person with the welfare of our nation when that one person doesn't represent the views and opinions of the populace? And he uses Thrain very commonly as an example of a non-monarchy form of government that is successful. So it's not that he has an association with the church, it's more of he uses
He has
the
the church on a pedestal.
No, he does not think that a theocracy is the ideal form of government. He just uses the flame and Thrain as an example of a successful form of government that doesn't rely on all the power deriving from a bloodline.
Kind of how like some Americans will use Switzerland to say that a socialist form of government would be successful in America.
Yes.
It is still, he supports a,
Democratically elected leadership.
yes.
Even
Now,
if it's
with a
underneath
dirty
God.
20, it's also, it's pretty well known that King Boronel is getting old. The current idea is that he is going to, when he passes, he is going to pass the crown to his eldest son. His eldest son is not held in the highest regard. His eldest son's a bit of a brat, lazy, lived with a silver spoon in his mouth his entire life. Not really supported by the people. Lord Rukin has made it known that if the king were to croak soon, he is going to push inside of Parliament, because at the end of the day, he is the Prime Minister. He is the head of the actual operational government that oversees the administration of the nation. It's widely known that he's going to push for the removal of the monarchy and the implementation of the Parliament, a people-elected government, as the de facto leader of the nation. Now, what does that mean? If he's the Prime Minister and the Parliament is instituted as the penultimate form of government in the nation,
He becomes
Powerful man.
he becomes the most powerful man in the nation. So there is yes, it sounds all nice and good for him preaching about a people-controlled government, but at the same time,
Selfish.
he still has his own motivations at.
Right.
But that's why he sort of covers it by saying, look at the church. Look at what the church can do in Thrain. They are obviously a successful form of government. They obviously can do it. Why can't we? So that's really his only association with the church. He's by no means is he a member or a supporter of the church itself.
Got it. I've never heard him really mention anything about the Silver Flame outside of the fact of, I mean, he views how they rule Thrain to be like well done, and he highly regards at least their system more than monarchy. But I don't think he has any actual affiliations with the church.
So it's just watching it. You can tell he's analyzing every twitch, every facial movement, anything, trying to detect whether or not you're being honest with him. All right, if I roll an insight.
I was going to say if you want to roll an insight.
10. So yeah.
Either way, it
Right.
seems
I was
like I'm
gonna say.
honest.
He explicitly said, "How did you survive?" Or I don't know how you survived.
I think that was less of a Silver Flame affiliation and more of just as from my history. Like do I have any recollection of him being like an inherently racist individual?
No. Not really. No. He doesn't view any race as better than any other race. It's more so he just thinks he's better. He's selfish.
Valid.
He's a narcissist.
Yeah.
He thinks that he's better. It doesn't matter that he's human and you're an elf. It doesn't matter that he's human and you're a changeling or you're a shifter.
You're just not up to his standard.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what race you are. You're just not as good as him. You're not as cool. You're not as
They're
intelligent.
classes.
You're not as powerful. You're not as,
Not on his level.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, not
I-
really racist. He's
yeah.
just a piece of shit.
I view that as less of a religious outlook with the church and more of just a he's a bit of a dick.
He's being classist.
an elitist.
To be brutally honest, like the way in which he said it, I think it was more of just a trying to see how you would react.
As this conversation's happening, you can just faintly hear one of the trains pull up at the station outside of the city.
Oh my
Why are
god.
the fucking trains running at this time of night?
I can actually hear that.
Another
so
train.
immersed.
I'm so immersed.
I gotta say, 'cause it's gonna kill me if I don't say anything.
Oh my god,
So-
cool.
that is really cool.
There
Where'd you get that?
TJ Maxx. There's other like ones too, but I
Well
don't
done.
have to buy them all.
Yeah, she just texted me. She's like, I'm on the way home. I bought a giant mushroom.
She's like, I need the extra power up. I just have to say I love the book. I
Etsy.
just saw it.
No.
Etsy.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've seen
That is awesome.
those on Etsy.
I did not want to derail this, but it's
No.
like I just saw like 3 seconds ago. I was like, I have to tell him how cool that is.
Ooh, lit flame candle.
How is the candle red?
Blood.
No, I mean, I don't honestly know what you would like to do with the letter. I didn't know if you were wanting to turn it down or go ahead and grab it or whatnot, but to be brutally honest, I just grabbed it to get him to shut up so we can get out of there. Whatever we feel like doing is whatever we feel like doing. If you want to return it, if you want to go talk to the magistrate, I'm up for whatever. It just I wanted the conversation to end, and that's why I just went ahead and grabbed it.
Jet just kind of sighs, kind of sits back and is thinking, so you think he was fucking with me?
More than likely.
That he doesn't know shit.
Since it's after the fact, I'm willing to let you do an insight check with disadvantage.
Oh yeah, that was a 3. Yeah. The other one was a 19 though. Damn it.
Oh,
What does that come out to total?
3, that's 6.
Yeah, he's hard to read.
can I
He's a-
have
he's a
done an
career
insight
politician.
after
He's
the
hard to
fact
read.
at disadvantage?
Sure.
Oh, shit! God damn it!
I'd also like to point out he made disparaging marks pretty much to each of us.
Yes, he did.
So, I think he was just.
Jet's grasping his straws though.
You want a reason to have a personal vendetta, I guess.
I swear.
I don't know what you just said, but the way you said it sounds like the dude from The Green Knight.
No, it was.
I want to see that movie.
It's so
such a
goddamn
great
good.
movie.
It's out?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it came out like 2 weeks ago. Oh, it's so good. We should go see it.
Is it only in theaters?
I believe so.
Yeah, it takes
But
like
it's
4
worth
six
it.
months, but-
Yeah, from what I've
Go
heard,
see it.
great.
That's
reviews.
28.
Hold on, it may be on Amazon.
Oh wait, or am I supposed to be rolling at a disadvantage?
Disadvantage.
Yes.
Disadvantage. That would be a 28.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the first one was a 16 on the die. the
So
other
we're
one was a
talking
17.
we're talking about when he told you, "I'm surprised you survived," right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the
There
quote
there
was,
was
I don't know how.
implicit malice in that comment. It was a pointed comment intended to hit an incredibly sore spot that he knew, not because he knows Jet, but because he knows of shifters. It was an incredibly pointed and it was a dagger in the chest intentionally put there to spark a reaction. He was 100% poking and
Yeah.
poking and poking and doing everything he could to elicit a reaction.
He was trying to get him to shift
Yes.
at that point,
There-
just to try to egg him on.
Exactly. It is 100% driven by malice and disdain. Again, not from a racism standpoint, but just because he knows he can do it. So that is yeah.
Yeah, it was very much specifically to try to get a reaction out of you.
He knows. He knows about what happened.
Out of curiosity.
Implicit knowledge. A lot of the public doesn't know.
But as
He knows, and it was
specifically aimed.
yes,
at
it was
you.
pointed.
so he knows of what happened to us.
I mean, there's.
Did you click on it?
With how high he
I
is,
clicked on the website.
there's no way he doesn't.
I said it's definitely not it.
Oh, fuck you.
See what it is.
I'm higher.
It's the kids version.
Well, then he's a starting point.
Starting point for what?
Finding out more. Isn't that what you do, detective?
Finding out more about what?
Kind of. Pause
No, I
for
mean
a
like
minute.
like finding out more about like are we trying to uncover information with that?
I haven't told you, have I?
Apparently not.
So, I'm a shifter, of course.
Yeah.
My people were slaughtered, massacred in the night. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck did it and why, and make sure that I get my justice, if you will. They took everything from me, I will take everything from them. He's a starting point. He's someone that has information. Where he found it is going to be valuable. At the moment, we can't touch him because, of course, he's very powerful. That doesn't mean he can't eventually one day fall.
Okay. Like, are we talking about like going back tonight before we leave in the morning, or are we talking about coming back at a?
No. Do you think I'm that stupid? It would be
No.
stupid to go to.
Rinse up for it.
What? You think it'd be stupid? It would be stupid to go up to basically one of the most powerful men in the nation and try to break in his house to find information or something like that, if that's what you're implying.
I mean, depending on how you're trying to do it. I mean, I am incredibly sneaky. I'm good at entering and exiting quickly. If you are wanting to gather information tonight, I mean, if we're wanting to put this on hold and put a pin in this and come back, absolutely, I'm down to help any
I
way.
don't know how that's you, Corey, but it felt
Yeah,
necessary.
no, I'm thinking definitely more pen in this.
Hey.
But he's a starting.
Where are the glasses?
Okay. Yeah.
Again, he has
Keep them.
information that I want, and I do intend to get it.
Well, I mean, is there anything that would be helpful in any way that, like, say I have people here. Anal fisting?
That's a different type of conversation.
No,
Beat him up.
I mean, I have connections here. I mean, is would you like me to have somebody kind of keep an eye on him and
Yeah.
see his comings and goings and stuff like that, so that way when we do come back and do something, we have a little bit more, homework to go off of?
I know you have connections here, but I'm not going to put you, your family name, at risk for my own personal vendetta. I have connections as well, as you know.
True. Which I guess you could probably get your connections
Mine are a bit
on
more.
him specifically. Now you can kind of point them in a specific direction as opposed to general information gathering.
And again, asking you to reach out to your contacts would put you and your family at risk. You have a name, I do not.
That's true.
Also, you've got a little sister to think about. I obviously have Ren to think about, but
Rin's with us though, we can keep her
Right.
protected.
so much is going on with that.
With Rin?
I mean, you saw the thing.
Yeah.
Don't know what to do about that.
I mean, I really have no idea what else to do about that, but I have a feeling it's one of those things where we will. It'll kind of make a decision for us before too long.
Fate has a funny way of doing that, doesn't it?
Save the drow girl, save the world.
I was thinking, I was like,
Huh?
Save the what?
Save the drow girl, save the world.
Jet will kind of go over to Vale and hold out his hand. Take it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Anything I can do to help?
Well, if something happens to me, I'll take care of Ryn, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm the best role model. I mean, I can try. I can at least keep her protected.
I'll take that. Role model we'll have to work on. I mean, obviously, I'm a great one. And he kind of winks at you as he's kidding.
Yeah.
So, as your conversation comes to a close, you both find your way to your respective rooms and bed down for the evening, preparing for a long day of travel tomorrow.
Just double checking. I did give the other not sending stone to my sister already, correct? Okay, just making sure I got that out of the way before we leave. Go.
Point of order, real quick. Jet will put the letter into the bag of holding to try to keep anyone from being able to, you know, track them or do things like that. Yes.
So, sleep takes all of you.
I'll just cast
The morning
invisibility
comes.
I believe I have a save to make.
It'll what?
You
Oh.
do.
Can
do
you-
in fact.
Can you
A what?
scry an item in a bag of holding?
It's on a different dimension.
That's what I was asking.
You can scry on an object on the same plane of existence as you, but you
But
cannot
since it's a
scry
bag of
onto
holding, it's
another.
a pocket dimension.
Yes.
Correct.
Got you.
Now,
It is,
if you,
it is considered extraplanar.
Cool.
so each bag of holding is its own separate.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a
I was
pocket
like,
dimension.
so if I went into a bag of holding and held my breath and tried to scry, can't I scry on other items that are within another bag of holding?
Nope.
Got it.
What
Okay.
did you say the DC was again?
I didn't tell you.
Oh, very nice. I rolled a 12, but given the DC, I can do a favored by the gods to try to succeed.
That does not meet the DC.
Excuse me.
Alright, fair enough. 18.
You're fine.
I get so my point of exhaustion then goes away.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
You all gain the benefits of a long rest.
Sweet.
I just missed what you'd said, but I understand what's going on.
Yes.
There-
I'm trying to get over my
for a second.
PTSD.
Can I have you, please? I forgot to do this at the beginning of the session. Roll a d20. I always forgot about this.
11.
That's
so-
so terrifying.
Yes, it is. You just
Okay.
no matter. 1?
Sure.
Okay. 20. Okay.
The morning comes. You all rise, have a meal, of course, that as you rise is already prepared, hot and fresh, sitting on a tray next to your bed.
Right, you have the kitchen.
Clothes have been laundered and folded.
Matthias.
It's insane how this man manages to do it all. But
He is very, very
morning
sneaky.
comes, you all find yourselves ready and prepared as you begin to set off towards the airship tower at the northern end of the city. Sorry.
Storm? No, cloud.
As you all step out the front door of Vale's family estate, you all gather in the front garden, and as you are all about to make your way out onto the city street, Zareth calls you all together.
I can't go any further with you.
What do you mean?
Jet, you knew this was coming.
I did.
I have things I have to look into, and I just... They need to be addressed, and I will miss you all deeply, but you know that I have to do this. Ryn,
Where are you going?
you wouldn't understand. I will
will miss you most of all. I've come to think of you like a child.
I am a child.
As mine.
It's so in character too.
Just know I will always be looking out for all of you. But I have to do this. If there was any other way, I would, but I have to. I have to see to this.
I'm just gonna like barrel into you, double arm hug. I'm just gonna be like,
Hold you tight.
it's gonna teach me more about magic.
I think Jet knows more about magic than most. I think Jet can teach you some things, and he will help you along the way.
He doesn't have a big book of it.
He doesn't, but he makes you do. You need to study hard and learn. Because when I see you again, I want to see what you've learned.
You better see me again. Take
will.
care of yourself.
I will. And I'm leaving something special for you. For all of you. I'm going to leave something for each of you. If you check your bags, I've already put them in your bags, but do so after I've gone. And Jet, I'm going to walk up to you and go, "You're a good man, Jet."
Don't know about that, but I appreciate it.
Some days I think of my son and I wish he'd grown up to be like you. One day, we will see each other again and we will sing songs of our victories.
I hope you do that.
Farewell, my friend. Goodbye.
Jack holds out his hand. And he pulls him in. By the way, I'm definitely gonna see if I can kick your ass when you come back. Done it?
I want you to.
Loading.
Goodbye, my friends.
And I'm gonna misty step away. And as soon as I do, I'm out of eyeshot of the entire group. But I can see them, they cannot see me.
I'm sorry, it'd just be great if you're just 30 feet ahead and you're just like,
I thought you were going away.
It's that awkward time when you like leave and you both go the same
Yeah,
direction
yeah.
or whatever after you saying bye.
I was gonna say real quick before you leave. Can I do something?
Yes.
As you're about to leave, I'll be like, "Hey, we haven't really been that close, but I feel like I should give you some kind of parting gift. So here's my third favorite flask,
Thank you.
filled to the brim."
I'll definitely need it, and I will think of you.
It's a little old and rusted. The top, like, it's a little wobbly.
It squeaks
so
when
like
you
if
untwist.
like you grab it from him and you see like a little dribble run out the side. Like it's seen some wear.
Yeah.
And then
Thank you.
V reaches out. Be well, Zareth.
You too, B.
take care of yourself.
I'm still not used to him forming complete sentences.
That's the first.
That's the
complete
first
Oh,
complete
yeah.
sentence
Yeah.
you all have
Oh,
heard.
okay. And
That's the first time you all have heard him
Wait,
speak.
what
in
is-
I
sentence or
was gonna
single
say
word.
I thought I would have heard you
Okay.
talk since the thing.
No, because I didn't put it in until everyone else went to bed.
Oh, that's
He
true.
did it by himself. So you all woke like
I was gonna say actually at that point be like, what the fuck? I mean what? Sorry.
I've heard that word many times.
Are you still technically here?
Yes.
Okay.
I was gonna say I've got something to say to you too.
Oh, well,
Go ahead.
dude. I was just gonna say, no worry. Gunther will teach little one shocking grasp.
Good job.
I'm just like,
I know magic.
That's
I'm also-
one I don't know, so
I'm gonna pull a little pouch out with 10 gold in it that I borrowed off of him because I have no money. And I put it in your hand and I say, hey, you bet on you. I'll come back for my winnings.
Gunther will triple this.
But then after I've said, I want the last thing to be what that exchange between me and
Yeah,
Jim
yeah.
will be the last thing. And then when I misty step away, I look out, none of you can see me, but I can still see you from far. I just look out and I say, far and friends. And then I will wander off.
and with that, Zareth makes his leave.
I almost cried until you made a joke. And I was
You
like,
all
"Thank
feel
God."
free to check your inventories there if you would like to describe what you left for each player.
Nick, I only know. I think I have in my head what I got. Nick, I don't know if it is what.
No, you just describe it.
So I got you a flask. In my opinion.
I gave you my third
Yes!
class.
Here's the thing, though. You gave me a rickety flask with a top that comes off. I gave you a magic flask. So my thought is,
What is this? A
what I
goddamn
wanted
gift
to
of the Magi?
do is a flask that refills itself.
It has not been. Here's the thing. It was commissioned
Correct.
with
I
a
forgot about this.
with a
Yes.
6 week lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's more
Okay.
to it that you don't know.
There's more
Go
to
on,
it that you don't know.
Okay.
That you'll have to discover when it gets delivered.
It's very Zara.
It is very Zareth.
So like, is there like something explaining? Hey, you have to pick it up at this.
I'm gonna read. I will.
Okay. Okay.
There's nothing that's gonna explain it. It'll find you.
Yes.
Still find you.
It will find its way
That's
to you.
ominous.
Hashtag magic.
I do imagine just like Ryn, like she's like about trying to hold back tears as she made that joke. Like you're just, I always think of you as a child. I am a child.
But so I was gonna make strolls for everybody. I didn't get time to do it. I apologize. Work's been hell lately. But Nick, for you, it just says you have a note that just says Vale, my friend. Use this flask and think of me, and you will never be without alcohol. P.S. Flask isn't here yet. I'm just gonna go in order around the table. But Ryn, I'm just gonna say, my dear Ryn, I'm not sure you will understand why I had to leave, but please understand I will always be looking after you. Also, I'm leaving Badger with you for you to look after him. Please take care of him until we meet again. And then, are you guys going through and pulling these spell scrolls out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, immediately.
As that
Kid of
happens, I
Christmas.
don't know if I can make hand magic wavy. We'll have to do more later, but I want Badger to appear in her arms with her. I essentially, I'm the one that casts him there, and then I will leave.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah.
But did you tell him what he?
Oh yeah. So it is a spell scroll of summon familiar
Find familiar.
or find familiar. Thank you. And it specifically summons Badger.
Nice.
The other thing is, I wanted to talk to you. We never talked about. Just a small little detail that I don't understand how this would work. In theory, can Zareth still summon Badger as well?
So here's the thing. Your familiar is your familiar.
Yeah.
Okay. You can
So you can kind of.
tweak the spell scrolls to where when the caster first summons the creature, it maintains the appearance
Okay.
of Badger, but it will not be Badger.
Okay. Okay.
Because you are summoning two different spirits,
Okay.
two different
That's
familiars.
what I didn't know how
Yes.
that works. Okay.
But with your with your experience in the arcane, it is easy enough for you to craft to take this find familiar scroll and look at the formulas and the glyphs and the sigils and be like, not that one, and you like erase a little bit, change the direction of the glyph, and alter things so that when it is cast the first time, instead of it being the appearance that the caster wants, you are already dictating that in the spell.
Okay. Other thing to go back a little bit real quick. Also, Vale specifically on yours, I wrote farewell Z. On yours, I wrote love Z. Love this one. Gunther, looking a little pudgy there, my friend. I'm just fucking with you. Use this and get stronger and always think of me. And it's essentially a magic shake weight. So you can build tone for your fights.
It's an odd device. You pull it out and it's probably about this big.
Is there a
and it's
refreshing
weird.
mist in Cat Fair?
It's weird. Like you can see that it's metal and you can feel that it's metal. But like you pull it out of your bag and it's almost like weightless. It feels like a piece of paper almost. And it's a singular metal rod with two like dumbbells on. Like it looks like something you would curl to build muscle. But you can see on the metal rod that makes the middle of it, there's a small button. And as you're sort of inspecting it, you click it, and it just starts. And it's weird. You're like, what the? And like, as soon as you click it, it gains weight. And you're like, what the fuck? And then as it keeps shaking after like 30 seconds, you can actually start to feel the burn, like right back here. And you're like, huh. And then as you put a second hand on it, you feel it gain more weight. And so it just automatically adjusts to your strength level to be able to constantly allow you to improve.
Can you
forcefully put that in an enemy's hand, and they're just like,
That's the thing. It automatically
Oh,
adjusts
shit,
to the
perfect.
strength level of the holder.
gives it to a
That
Tarrasque.
was Drake.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, Drake was like.
So I'm just
totally
like holding
shake
this,
me.
and I'm like, Gunther will snap little man's arms later. Back into his bag.
Dude, now you can work out whenever.
He's riding a horse.
He's only gonna do it in secret though, when nobody else in the party can see it.
Yeah, we open the door and we just say,
Exactly.
You leave the room and you just hear.
Gunther is working out. I swear.
Sock on drawer. On door.
Jet says to Jet, my dear friend, one day we will sit together in a tavern with our families, and we will sing songs written by you about our adventures. This toy brought so much joy to us. Okay, fine, me. Also, which I'll hint at that point, it's the fishing rod.
Yep.
With the feather. And then also use this locket to remember your partner, and you'll have the burned locket that I found inside that house that we found out.
Oh yeah, outside of
And so
Tower
you
Valley.
pull it out, and it takes a second, but you recognize it. And it's this old locket. It's actually very finely crafted. It looks like, I mean, you found this out of a farmer's field, and as you inspect it and look at it, like, this probably took a lot of time to save up for and to have it crafted for. This is probably like, this farmer probably spent years saving their income to purchase this for their loved ones, and Zareth has taken it and cleaned it, but as best as he could with what he had available, and so it's mostly polished and shiny, like you can actually see the metal, but in where it's been carved and there's like filigree and all this, in some of the cracks and crevices you can still see some of the soot and the dirt that's in there, but for the most part it has been cleaned out, and you open it up and what remnants of pictures were in there have been removed, and it's just a blank locket on the inside.
Also, I said, take care of Ryn for me, she will not understand. I said, goodbye, my friend, I will miss our conversations. Z.
V.
So I was gonna ask. So when did you put this in everyone? Because V doesn't sleep.
It's
You
interesting.
had your back
it's-
turned and I'm really
it's-
quiet.
Well, here's
Gotcha.
so the way I was
Oh,
imagining
that's
this.
fine. Yeah, go right ahead. I have no imagination on this.
So Matthias has his ways. I'm picturing this as everyone went to sleep, you pulled Matthias aside and basically said, I need these items put in these people's bags.
Is Matthias the butler?
I'm a 280-year-old
No,
elf.
yeah,
I'm not
100%.
sneaky.
Sneaky.
I can be quiet, but they're gonna hear my bones creak. And so basically, you tasked Matthias in his infinite knowledge
My bones creak.
of placing it in there. So yeah, you don't sleep, but you
Still in
open
there.
your pack, and somehow
Something in there.
this
man.
is in there.
So, you find first one scroll, you pull it out and you open it, and it says V. I haven't known you very long. Z.
That is true.
There's a second scroll that's just going to say, it's just going to say, ha, pranked you. I cannot wait to hear where your story takes you. You must tell me one day. P.S. This might belong to an old lost uncle or something, and you'll find the old Warforged core.
The one that he
The
pulled
one-
out
So
of the.
because it hits him. I don't even know what this is.
Super dark.
Literally holding the heart of a dead uncle.
Right, exactly. Like, I don't. Hey, maybe this belongs to one of your relatives. Here's a heart. Yeah, Warforged bastard.
I mean, that's preserved.
I will have to tell him thank you.
And it catches you all off guard.
Alright, that
as
was
you
out
hear-
loud, or
like,
is that
yeah,
he-
that was out
V
loud.
is speaking in complete sentences. He is.
Okay. V, did you install that docent?
I did.
The what?
I did.
So when we went shopping, so I might have stopped and talked to an old friend, checked out some weapon upgrades. We'll have to talk about that later. But he gave us a docent, but he wasn't sure if it would actually do anything, but
So he kind of opens his robe, and you see the core like actually has. It's like I imagine has runes and has a little bit of light coming off it and everything.
Imagine it like a small sphere, right, about the size of a golf ball, but it has like two metal bands wrapped, or like two metal rings around it in perpendicular directions, right? And you can see as it's sitting there, mounted inside the chest plate, you can see that those bands have runes carved along them, and all of the runes are just faintly.
And is it blue, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. I figured that'd be the one single thing that's weird.
And you can see his Gora, that symbol in his forehead, it's just a little bit brighter. There's like where V was, like you could tell he was living, there is now like you look at his eyes and you see that Gora, and there's just
Somebody's home.
yeah, there is something's there now. Where at first he was a little weird, right? Now there is consciousness. There is
From Luna Lovegood to Joe.
Perfect.
yeah.
perfect. I love
Did you stay
agents.
up all night writing that joke? That's not fair. Like joke.
I got that around 3:30.
Very
So I've come to this conclusion, and you've said this, I'm like, Gunther can work with this, and just like slaps you on the shoulder, because first time I've really actually.
He's not strong. He just takes
Yeah.
it.
So obviously, I have fought with Warforged. You know, I've worked with them side by side. I've had friends and stuff. The fact that he's less weird, you can immediately tell that I'm not so as standoffish
Gunther's
to
just
him
like,
a little more.
yes.
I'm like, finally,
Normalcy.
Somebody's home.
he's not like,
He's not broken.
I'm not taking care of a toddler.
This does bring me. I apologize for the prank. It was hilarious, though.
I mean, to be brutally honest, I'm on his side with this. I'm sorry. It was really funny.
Little,
Sure. Sure. Yeah, definitely getting banished to it.
I mean, don't do
Plane.
it again.
As you're making your way
But you're
away
fine.
from them down a dark alley, you just hear them arguing. Just very faintly, you can hear them.
And I just get a
nothing
very,
else.
and I just get a very small smile on my face as I keep walking.
Yeah, getting banished to a whole different place.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It was probably
Super-
terrifying for you, but
super
you're
fun,
you're
right?
you're fine.
Yeah, no,
You're fine.
yeah, it's
Gunther.
not like we didn't just go there. By the way,
Gunther could shake it if needed.
I kind of actually want to see that. Can you like flip them over and like shake them upside down? You know, see what comes out. Have you done that to people before? I feel like that would be great. Is it fun?
Gunther could do it. One.
So if we get
Shake me. That I guess not. Still awkwardly trying to get used to things.
Yeah. No, just
So, I mean, you're forming complete sentences and stuff like that. Do you feel different?
There's a bit more fullness of self.
Almost like I'm older.
Oh shit, this is old.
older in a day,
Okay.
that's interesting.
Do you know? I don't know, do you know anything more about yourself? You were very confused in your previous state. Is anything?
So like you see him trying to think, and it's like almost like he's talking in his head. Not a bit.
I would say you, as part of the information database that you have access to with this docent, like you understand how Warforged are created. Like you have that knowledge,
Sure.
but
Not about myself though.
internally, you know that in terms of your experience, that knowledge is false.
Yeah.
So like you understand the process, but you know that you're different.
So just no. I think I'm a freak.
I'm not a freak.
I mean,
You're one of us.
honestly, we're all freaks. But we've got each other, so
I
we're
prefer
not
to consider
alone.
us a unique collection of individuals.
Oh, I was like, are you trying to give me your phone? Like, what's going on behind
But
you?
it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just it is what it is.
We're outsiders.
Hollow Knight.
Huh?
Hollow Knight.
God, I need to.
Well, except for you.
Sorry, the
Chili
music
Boy.
is beautiful. Every time I hear a song,
Well,
I love this. It's great.
I mean, I'm an
Said it's
outsider compared to.
I own it on
How I'm
three
supposed to
systems.
be.
I've never played it.
I mean, I'm supposed to be
Fire's
this,
also really good. They
you know,
just came out with fire.
man about society and everything like that, and follow my father's footsteps, but that's never been me. I've definitely been born an outsider with my family.
Sounds like you belong with us then.
That's what I'm saying.
How do you feel?
Pretty good. How are you?
I actually had a great night's sleep last night. It's the first time in a while.
You did not budge at all.
That's not creepy.
What have we talked about? You know, there's watching over me and then there's watching me. We really need to hammer out that difference.
Yeah, I think you can understand that difference now.
Watching over
We'll
me
try.
is more of like a protective, making sure I'm safe, and then there's watch.
There's not much else to look at.
There's a window full of things out there. Just
And if someone were to enter the room, I would not see.
maybe like a half and half, but you don't have to solely focus on my bed. There's Jet's bed. Watch him.
No.
As V looks over, you just say,
No, I'm imagining both of them at the same time saying no.
I will say, you don't have to go into it. I'm just really curious. Like, now that you're more yourself, you're older, do you see your memories differently than when you were living them? Or does it seem like everything was kind of infantile until this point, and now you have this outlook on everything as opposed to
Like, is anything
that kind of taking over?
And
Like,
so-
is anything in a new light?
yeah, are you seeing anything in
and
a
so
new light?
V's sitting there, and again, it seems like he's communicating, but then, if you remember correctly, the last time someone asked about his past, he just hung. And it's like he's just sitting there quietly.
Well, not necessarily your past. I mean, like before the docent. Does any of that seem to be in a different light than now? Like from the point in time that you woke up and to the point in time that you put the docent in, you didn't seem
All there.
yeah. Like, is there any of that that's different now? Again, you don't have to really go into it. I'm just oddly curious.
I think pranks are funnier now. My book still talks to me. I think everything is normal.
Digital is 20. Okay, that's par for. Yeah, we don't really do golf analogies in this universe. That's standard for our group, I think.
Didn't I invent golf?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
Wait,
I
did
forgot
yes.
about that.
Yeah.
oh yeah, he did invent golf.
I rolled so well.
That's right.
Then let me rephrase. That's par for the battlefield.
Yeah.
It's part of the Gunter.
Yeah.
It was a beheading, wasn't it?
Yeah, you knocked the head off of somebody.
Yeah.
And you
Like a
roll
hole in a ghost
natural
like a
20 to see if it went in the hole.
Yeah, it just landed perfectly in a trench.
18 fucking times.
Robert Williams. Nice.
There have been interesting things
That's
that
why they call it
occurred.
stroke.
The thinking back on it is still strange,
That's what we'll call it.
but I've been given an objective, and I think I will do whatever I can.
What is your objective?
Well, I have to put the pieces together.
Oh, it's not to protect Ren anymore.
No,
Or is that
I
part of it?
still must protect Ren. But I protect Ren by putting the pieces together.
What pieces?
What is it?
All the pieces.
Are you a piece?
Of me!
So by putting all of your pieces together, you will keep Red protected.
I believe so. Thinking on it is very difficult. That is at least what the water told me.
The water?
Yes?
Where are the pieces?
Gunther can no longer work.
Back to being weird. Where are the pieces?
What water?
I'm out.
What water
Alright, I'm out.
pass?
Let's go.
What piece?
You're not talking about the pond in my backyard.
The water there, yes.
I would say at this point with the docent, like you've connected the dots that it's not the water; it was your patron approaching you.
Well, but I don't know what a patron is either, right?
Well, whatever this thing is that talks to you, the same because it was the same voice you've heard from your book
True.
was approaching you. So it's this entity that is talking to
If
you.
I had to put it together, it was like my book's voice in the water. Except it was much larger.
The book was much larger? In the water.
Not the book itself. And he struggles to find words with what he saw. The darkness, the blackness in the water.
We saw that pond, it was clear, right?
Mhm.
Jet just looks at Vale like, what?
I don't know.
Looks at
I mean,
Rynny.
he's talking about his book. Maybe.
Rin's kind of gonna understand what.
I mean, maybe
She's familiar with voices.
Clued in a little bit.
Yeah.
maybe something from his book was. I don't know, making him visualize something. I don't know.
But what pieces do you mean? Like where did the voice tell you where to find them?
Oh yes, that way. And he just points directly in the exact same direction where the book pointed.
Generally north, south, east, west of road.
I think
East,
it was
east, northeast.
Yeah, I think it was
East, northeast. That's a lot of ground to cover. That's
That's the way we came, right?
that's almost the entirety of Corvair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we're almost out of the way at this out.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
We're in the far southwest.
Hell yeah.
That's not at all helpful.
That's why I
being-
thought.
Well, I mean, let's put it to you this way. I mean, yes, we have to go southwest to
I forgot about all the money you guys threw at me.
continue.
Well,
to-
That was, yeah.
That was just-
You make a terrible
So
stripper.
you guys are right here.
We're right
in
here,
road.
going to here.
He's generally
and he's pointing that way.
this-ish direction.
So that entire section of the continent,
Yeah,
which is
so
everything.
basically going this way, literally to the
rest
farthest.
of the continent.
Yes,
You like how generic I made it,
dude. You're standing in Nevada, going, yeah, somewhere over that way, around New York.
Pointing to Maine.
But like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I get it.
somewhere in
I
that
know.
direction. It's like,
I understand. Do you guys understand?
right? That's what
Yeah,
I'm like.
no, that's...
I mean,
that's not helpful. Okay.
here's.
Let's go
I'm
to
just imagining him standing there with a smile on his face, pointing, and all of you are like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna drive over there, and he's pointing like 2,000 miles away.
I mean, yes, we
it's
are going
going
down
right
for a
through
fight,
somebody
but,
else's house.
I mean, after we leave Sharn, I mean, you were wanting to head back to Fairhaven, right? To talk to the magistrate? I mean, we're going to be heading in that direction again. I mean,
You all know I will follow wherever Rin goes. At some
See?
point, we just have,
he's already agreed to just go wherever we decide to go.
at some point I just have to find I. And he like
You
has
have
like a
to-
weird like smile like
That's
Fine.
He needs to go find himself.
Kind of.
this. I love every bit of it.
I
I love every
yeah.
bit of it.
It's a sabbatical.
The tongue in cheek. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just go find himself, but makes perfect sense. Just that way.
Just that way. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, to the airship, yes. We're walking, talking, cool.
Yeah, we
Fantastic. All right.
We need to have it
Hand-waving
before
magic.
Baz takes off.
You all find yourselves through the city to the airship tower, onto the ship.
So much condensation.
Again, quick, reintroductions. You all are given.
also I would like to say I said I would like to find I. I love how all of you said, yeah, yourself.
Well,
That would be our
I know.
interpretation of it. We
I
know
know.
it's not the correct
I
interpretation.
didn't think about that when I said it, and then I was like, oh yeah, that sounds cool.
That worked almost.
That's what I was saying. I was like, that was fucking clutch.
The fact that it was on accident makes it even better.
Yeah.
yeah.
You are, if you don't still have the feather token you were given another one. I don't know. I think someone used one at one point.
I still have mine.
I have mine.
I was going to say, I don't have one.
Yeah.
So now I have two.
They don't question it.
Inside
yeah.
check notes.
I was going to. You want an inside check?
You all
bitch?
still have your safety belts, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's early morning.
Reattach safety.
As you all board and the ship begins to set underway, the captain does say, we're already behind schedule because of events.
Sorry.
Not your fault. But we are going to take a we're not going to take the standard route. We're going to go through the mountains. Typically a route we take when we're only doing cargo runs. It's a little bit faster. The updrafts and the thermals make it, the ship can gain a little bit more speed than the elemental can provide. Sometimes a little bit more dangerous, but you have one of the best captains around. We're behind schedule. You're behind schedule. We're going to get everybody back on schedule. We will arrive in Sharn early morning at the absolute latest. So please, sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. You might notice some noticeable increases in altitude and speed. Do not be alarmed. It is just us approaching the mountains and catching the thermals. We've made this run many times. But I would love if you all would join me and the crew for dinner this evening. After, what happened, we would like to... I'd like to hear your side of the story. It's not every day we crash into an island that then disappears.
Ah, you are afraid of losing us again.
Anyways, dinner is around sundown. Time's a little weird on airships, crossing time zones, rotation of the planet, science. As the sun begins to set, we will have a meal together.
I'd love to.
Yeah. This sounds great.
He's just perplexed.
Will there be liquor?
Why wouldn't there be?
Oh, perfect. I just didn't know if I needed to provide.
And I will inform you. Sprocket stayed behind en route. We're finishing our cargo run to Sharn, and he has opted to stay back to find some more jobs. We don't have anything on the manifest when we leave Sharn. Rote is the next closest stop. We're seeing if he can find us a run somewhere else on the continent. So you won't be seeing him around the ship. We don't... Sounds crass to say that we don't need him, but the ship can operate a man down. But just don't be alarmed when you don't see him here with us. Is there anything else I can help you with, or shall I resume piloting the ship?
Feel free.
Winter is ready.
Just looks super uncomfortable with the fact that he said we're going to take a different route.
So, I will see you all at dinner.
Sounds good.
And he bows and exits. And he makes his way towards the back of the ship where that little tent is.
You okay?
Gunther, how much do you trust your friend to pilot this ship?
Gunther trusts with life.
Yeah, we only hit a floating fucking rock, but cool, let's go through the mountains. That makes perfect sense, right?
That wasn't his fault.
Not at all.
He's a great captain.
As you're having this conversation, he's like exiting towards the back of the ship, and he hears you say, "We only crashed into a fucking island." And he's just like, as he's heading towards the back of the ship, you just hear, "Not my fault.
Not saying
Came
it's
out
your
of
fault.
nowhere."
Not saying it's your fault, just saying mountains are pretty much giant rocks.
Gunther must remind you, mountains are planned. They do not move. Or teleport.
As far as we know.
And Jeff just walks, starts to walk away, just a little nervous. Don't want to hit another flying fucking rock.
So, unless there's anything that people want to do, we can just sort of...
So I was gonna ask, are we gonna fly over anything because of the age of the Delta? It's like we talked about. It's basically like a 1950s textbook. because of its age.
Mhm.
So is there anything as we're flying over the mountains, the docent would be like, "Oh, there is so and so from the war," but then when I look down, it's not there. Because like there's just a confusion. Of
It's just like a GPS. On your left, you will see da 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 da, and
in
it's like, well,
terms-
that's leveled.
In terms of the knowledge that it passes on to you,
Here, the lovely
this
country, Czechoslovakia.
Yeah.
exactly. Wait a minute.
it talks about the natural inhabitants of that mountain range.
First off, you never was
How there
Kicked
is
out of art school.
there's known
Who knows if people know that?
like there's known flocks of griffins that nest and make their living in the peaks of the mountains. It also talks about how the mountain itself was like a natural, it's talking about. Just let me show you guys. So Rote's right here, and it's a big like the King's Forest right here. But where Sharn is, Sharn itself sits at the bottom of like a valley, right? And it's down in like a basin, right at the mouth of the Dagger River, and it's sort of surrounded by mountains. And these mountains were like a natural protection for the city of Sharn. The city of Sharn itself never really received a direct attack during the war.
Because of the mountains.
And also because it's so far to the south.
Yeah.
It's just so far down there. It's so deep into Brelish territory that it wasn't an achievable target, really. There's some information, like I said, about the local wildlife, griffins, scattered reports of like harpies harassing military airships during the war. There's
Now, does the docent know how long ago the war ended?
I think V actually would know that because of
Technically.
you read part of Jet's mind about
Oh, that's
the
a good
morning
point.
and everything.
according to the docent, the war hasn't ended.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yes.
Well,
According to the docent, the war has been going on for about 97 years. From your knowledge,
I know that's not correct.
you gather that this docent was produced just before the morning.
Gotcha.
So you have been sort of filled in on some of the information.
Well,
so
from his mind.
yeah, you can piece together what has happened after, but the docent will provide you with all knowledge of the war up till right before the morning.
And then Jet filled you in action on the morning. That's what he shared with you.
So yeah, local wildlife reports of how it was a natural protection for Sharn. There's blurbs about a ship called the Rising Tide, but it doesn't have.
Doesn't make any connections.
Yeah. Actually, it's more of like it's almost like you see a flash image of like a newspaper clipping, and it's Rising Tide crashes en route to Sharn, and that's really it.
What I was also going to ask, what you gave everyone, that's it, right?
Yeah.
So Zareth still has that poison from like episode 1 that he was going to share with Dalgrim.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the guys?
pulling it up right now.
The guys took cyanide.
Yeah, the tablets.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. If I had that, it's not on my character sheet.
Yeah, you did have it.
You did have it. You were the one that took all of them. And then
Shit.
Dalgrim was like, share that with me later, and then we never
So
revisited.
that's going to be a question for God.
You still have them?
Yeah. Zareth was just like,
Sarah's got cyanide. He's like, oh, baby.
Zare's got a couple tabs of cyanide.
Yeah, that's not on here at all.
Get some false.
Because I specifically went through and like emptied out my inventory for anything I thought you guys would need.
So before we get into the dinner roleplay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Roleplay amongst y'all
a
selves.
necromancer could probably use tabs of
I
cyanide.
was like, actually, if he's going to the bathroom, I'm going potty. I broke the seal before I even got here, so.
How'd you break it with a club?
No,
Hammer.
making it work.
I would say, we probably have our old cabins back. So,
V is with. So V just looks at Rin. Why are you so nice to the captain?
He is a great captain, and his ship is beautiful.
How close is Jet on this conversation?
So
Next
thinking, V then tries to ponder what beautiful is, because that's not something really that can be taught. So beautiful. The captain
just
is
the frame of the ship.
the captain is beautiful.
No. His ship, what we're on, this vessel.
Oh.
It's a lovely vessel to.
The captain and his ship is beautiful.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I don't like this dosing. Take it out.
Jet,
So much better.
why is the ship beautiful?
Ship is beautiful. Ship is
How to explain beauty?
It's elegant, yes.
Yes, it's elegant. It is the work of many individuals to build something so massive, as well as,
Massive, yes.
of course, the Jet pauses.
It's chiseled.
Okay.
The ship is chiseled and beautiful.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Well.
I'm sorry, Jet. I do not understand.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you won't. Yeah.
Anyway, what should we
I'm
wear?
imagining the AI voice. Your query cannot be processed.
Yes.
Let's try it again.
I think I'm going to wear my nicer dress to dinner tonight.
Sound like do your hair?
Rin,
Yes, the braids.
am I
two braids
chiseled
down.
and beautiful?
Well, you are. What are you made of again, Derby?
Wood and steel, but it's like
Okay.
a dark mahogany or like a really dark mahogany wood, and then like a dark blackened steel that's been all polished. And he just puts his arm right up against the ship, like the wood.
Well, yes, you are finely crafted, V. Masterpiece if I've ever seen it. Although you are like one of 3 Warforged I think I've ever seen in my life, but you're definitely number 1.
I am beautiful.
You are.
I will tell everyone.
Well, you don't want to go around bragging about those things.
It comes off as rude. You talk about how beautiful or whatever you are.
I do not want to be rude.
It
I'm
only,
sorry.
it only works
you're
if,
fine.
if someone says it about you. Like I can call you beautiful, which you are. You're beautifully crafted, but you don't want to go around calling yourself that.
Crafted, beautiful. Thank you.
That's what makes you beautiful.
You're welcome. And glad you're speaking in whole sentences. Makes conversing much easier.
It really does.
And so, the day continues on, bleeding into the early evening time. And then slowly, you begin to watch as the dark of night begins to creep itself across the eastern horizon. The light from the sun itself begins to fade away into brilliant reds and oranges that streak across the sky, and then eventually fading far into blues and purples. And about this time, you can hear a bell ring from one deck below that ding 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 ding, that probably represents dinner time.
Jet's finishing up braiding Ren's hair for him.
Dinner bell.
You all make your way into the common room. There's a large table prepared. You do notice that it is not the full crew. There is still some people needed to operate the ship. And so you can see seated at the table. You can see Captain Baz seated at the head of the table, where probably should be. Sorry, let me get to my notes. You see Captain Baz. You can see to his right there is an empty chair that is marked, but is not occupied. And you guys, this is probably for the EXO, the executive officer, second in command, who's probably currently piloting the ship. To his left, you see the tiefling that you all had an encounter with, Tick. She is seated to his left, as she is the crew chief. And you can see a few of the other crew members. You see a female dwarf that has a thick red beard.
Female?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know.
Thick red,
Yeah, they can.
thick red beard, high cheekbones, protruding brow, hair up in a tall Nordic braid. So the braid starts right here at the forehead and works its way back all the way down. On her, the hair goes to just above her waistline. It's a long braid. Probably been working on that for years. You also can see a seated next to her a male gnome. Hair is in a mohawk, sides and back of his head shaved, except where the mohawk is, and the mohawk itself is dyed a fluorescent bright pink.
Nice.
And you can see he does wear an eye patch over his right eye.
This is a little bit too many.
And then you can also see seated just to the just past the gnome a older human male. He's wearing sort of like dark blue and black robes. He's older, dark complected. Imagine Arabic, Middle Eastern. Again, older. You know, his skin's showing signs of weathering. Some of his hair is starting to gray out. But he's seated there, and you recognize this as one of the majorettes of the ship. The other two, the dwarf and the gnome, being just standard crew members, and then the captain himself. You all seat yourselves around the table.
As we're walking in, seeing the female dwarf, Ryn's just gonna hear in her mind, obviously from V, she's just gonna hear, "When is your beard going to grow?"
Yes, little one.
Can I communicate telepathically back?
No.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I honestly, I just imagined a.
No, it's not really a punch. It's more of a sympathetic pat of like.
Oh, child.
There's a lot to unpack there.
And then
Lot to unpack there.
immediately in your mind, I'm just kidding.
Lot to unpack what? This is gonna take some getting used to, but I like it.
What?
Speed, don't worry. He's getting the hang of humor.
And then
He has to
just
move my
just to
creativity.
No more
you,
needed.
just quietly out loud, he just says, "I am funny."
You are leaking.
How feel
No,
like
it's
you guys like
literally all
How
it's
feline is it
condensation.
like
So
now?
much
Starting to-
condensation on the bottom of this.
You're starting to regress back to humanoid. So, you all find yourselves a seat. Dinner is served. The meal is enjoyed. Small talk is passed back and forth. You all recount your collection of events that transpired while you were basically between you all getting off of the ship and then you all approaching the captain at the airship tower en route. You pass along.
Certain things were omitted, I'm sure.
Yes, details were omitted, but for the most part, you gave him a true to form rendition of what transpired.
Quick rundown.
Here's digest version.
Mind flayers.
We don't know what mind flayers are though.
Zarek
I
told
was gonna say Jet.
Oh,
Jet
yeah,
told
that's right.
Jet.
Is there anything that anyone wants to do during dinner? Any role play or anything like that?
V's just gonna
Enjoy.
take a seat, be real polite, and not eat anything.
This is one of the. You guys have had some nice meals with Vale's family, but this, like, instead of being in an like a sort of a semi-awkward situation because you all don't know Vale's family and you're in a nice estate, you know, there's a bit of pressure, societal pressure involved with that. This feels more like having a meal with friends. It's a bit more lighthearted. You can see how close the crew is. They joke with each other. There is a family atmosphere amongst them, and it's nice to sort of just sit down and enjoy a casual meal with friends. If there's nothing, we can just sort of.
Nothing really extra.
not forget until after
Okay.
dinner.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the meal, the captain speaks up and goes, "Well, I do greatly appreciate and enjoy you all joining us at the table. It has been refreshing to step away for a little while and just enjoy the company of others. It's been a while since the ship has been this full. Now. And he sort of like looks around expectantly. Who wants some drinks?
Man after my own heart.
Well,
Jet just shrugs like when you look at him, he's like, I don't know.
I'm supposed to say I'm too young.
there is.
Fine. You can't have any.
Can I have some watered down? Can I have some watered down wine? I can't believe I have to do this.
We'll figure something out. How many of you have?
I imagine him goes watered down.
How many of you have flown an airship into Sharn? Actually, ridden the airship into Sharn.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever taken an airship.
Predominantly
Sure.
rail.
I was gonna say I've done rail, but I don't. Yeah, I've never done
I'm
airship.
just saying now, like, yeah, that's
I mean, it's old hat for him.
So, it's a special sight, seeing the city at night. But we've made the run through the mountains a handful of times, and there's something special about riding above the peaks, above the clouds during the night, and seeing the vastness of the waters surrounding Corvair bleed off into the horizon as this it can't even be put into words, this tapestry of the heavens above splayed out in front of you. It's not a sight many have seen. So instead of us sitting here surrounded by wood, let's make our way upstairs to the deck and let's enjoy sights that not many get to see.
Jack, can we go?
I'm done.
Of course. You've got your belt, right? Jet, so long as he sees you've got the belt, he's fine.
I literally have 2 Featherfall tokens.
Yep.
So the captain beckons you all to follow. You make your way up to the main deck, and again, the airship is surrounded by this giant wreath of flames, right? But in the center of the deck, directly underneath that, there's like a brazier full of dragon shards, very similar to the one you found when you were exploring the floating island. That is a flame in the middle of the deck, and we're not talking like a little fire pit. We're talking, I mean, it's almost like a bonfire. It's a rather large flame. And you all sort of gather around that for drinks and camaraderie. And as you're all sitting there enjoying the evening's company, the captain looks around and is like, me and the crew have been together for many years. We have all experienced the same things. We've seen the same sights, heard the same stories. Does anyone here have a story to tell? Does anyone have a tale to weave, a tradition to pass on? These we like to gather around and pass knowledge along. Like I said, we don't really get this many people on board, so if there's stories you've heard that, heard rumor of, maybe we know them. Maybe there's stories you know that we have yet to hear. Please. Imagine sitting around a campfire at night with your friends,
Just
telling stories.
telling stories, whether they're spooky and scary or, emotional and heartfelt. He's basically just like opening up the floor. And also, is there any, are there any stories you wish to hear?
V turns just a jet.
Depends on what kind of story you'd like to hear, my friend. Jet pulls out his pipe and waits to light it.
Well, I don't know about the younger folk in the group, but me personally, I enjoy stories that deal with the esoteric, spooky, the stories your parents would tell you when you were a child to scare you into following directions.
Do you know one?
Oh, I know many.
What's your favorite?
Guesses first. Anyone?
You are the law keeper. You know one.
Up to you if you prefer to hear one. You can always hear mine. I was gonna say, we don't always get to hear from you, though.
Hmm.
A story for a story, my friend?
Fair enough. There is legends among pilots of the airships. Being confined on these decks for long periods of time, surrounded by nothing but
Oh shit, it's a gay story.
air and the emptiness around. People see things. They experience things that defy common sense. And at this point, it's, you know, you're approaching like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and it's dark out. You all are cruising. At this point, you've already entered into the mountains. Like, you felt during dinner, you felt like when you're in an airplane and the airplane all of a sudden sort of like rises 100 feet and you feel that, like you can feel it in your gut, right? Same concept. You feel the ship lift, and then 10 seconds later you feel the ship almost fall like 50 feet out of the air. And you can feel that turbulence, but you also feel that there is a noticeable as the ship gains speed. And finding yourselves on the deck now, you can see that the ship itself is almost like diving and dipping through these mountains and following the currents and the thermals and the updrafts, as expertly navigating this behemoth of a ship, almost like it's a horse in a cart, as it cuts around these mountains and then rides up the side of one, almost to where you feel like you could reach out over the edge of the ship and brush the peaks of these mountains, as it then crests over the top and almost nosedives down and following these currents.
How's Ryn doing with that being, this is her first time on an airship, just in general?
There's
And
a
it's going like, it's going,
there's
well,
a
like-
there's a sense of
Technically same thing.
right, but still
like you can feel the
going up and
the
down
motion
and
of the ship, but it's not extreme.
Right.
okay.
I'm not going for some droning.
Okay, cool.
You know, we fly this route occasionally, when we really need to make a deadline, but it's risky. The mountain peaks around us, they give and they take. They gift us with the thermals and the currents to ride and follow. They shave hours, sometimes even days, off of our travel time. But they can end your journey like that. Just as swift as you ride one of those thermals over the peaks, a downdraft will slam you into the side. Or as you get lost, and he sort of looks up, and the stars above, you become entranced, and you don't even begin to notice the cadre of harpies that swoop over the sides and pick your crew off.
closer to Jet.
Legends even speak of the tormented souls of those that have died in these peaks, harassing the living. But these are only old sailors' tales, meant to inspire fear and respect in the greenhorns that ride with us. But there's one that stands out. Right before the end of the war, circa 993, 994, a ship left Thrain en route to Sharn. The ship was full of refugees, women, children, the elderly, the infirmed, those looking to I don't mean to offend anyone that might be religious. Those looking to find existence elsewhere without the oppression of organized religion. This ship was predominant, like I said, full of women, children, tabaxi, changeling, shifter, people looking to escape the clutches of those that deemed them unclean. And so they made a bid for escape. And during those waning years of the war, tensions were high. The nations didn't trust each other. And so, as this ship made its way towards the city of Sharn, the Brelish defense forces did not do their due research. What they saw was a Thranish vessel crossing their borders, making a beeline through the mountain passes where most people dare not fly, on a direct line to the heart of Sharn. So they mobilized forces to intercept. But what their reports didn't mention was the cadre of Thranish vessels in hot pursuit. As the Brelish forces mobilized and approached this vessel, the vessel tried to signal that they were friendly. They meant no harm, that they were merely seeking asylum. But as they began sending these signals, they began to notice the forces on their tails. The Brelish defense forces, seeing this, what appears to be squadron of assault vessels, engaged in combat. And in the ensuing chaos, this ship full of refugees, full of women and children, was lost. It crashed amongst these peaks, and he just sort of gestures around. Now, ghost stories don't scare me. They don't scare my fearless crew. We have seen our fair share of horrors in the world. But there have been disappearances. Sailors that return to port, missing crew, talking of a ship in the night, suspended on wails and screams, as it almost without logic, moves and dives around the peaks of the mountains, harassing those unprepared to deal with it. Most of these sailors only speak of the countless screams and wails of the lost souls that permeate these mountain peaks. And so goes the legend of the rising tide.
I was gonna say it. That.
I was gonna say
That-
and like V just goes, like in Jed's head. I know that name.
Does Jet actually know that story? I imagine that might be what he's
Roll,
come
roll a
across.
history check with advantage.
Ooh, cool. Oh, that's better. 19.
You haven't heard of it by name, but you've heard stories about ghost ships in the mountains, ships lost during the war, you know, standard sailor's fare, but
Yeah.
interpreted instead of being on the water, it's in the air.
Right.
Same concept.
Kind of hugging my mug close, I go, have you ever heard those wails, Captain?
Maybe. Nothing scares Captain Pass. Oh,
Insight check, he's shaking in his boots.
That would be a 31 with a natural 20.
Insight check, he's shaking
Insight
in his boots.
has,
now-
has he heard the wails? Yes. Is he scared? Slightly. But he's not letting it on. It is.
Oh yeah.
It
No.
is.
And,
It
and
is
again,
very well buried under a guise of bravado and just being suave, but there is a definite. He's got that demeanor. It's to him, it's not just a legend.
yeah.
He talks about it a little bit too. He's got there's a familiarity to it. So, I've given my tale. Who of
So-
you wishes to share?
So when Captain Baz says he's not afraid of anything, does Rynny go?
A little bit. It's hard to tell with her ashen complexion, but a little red creeps up on the
blush.
cheeks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Why do you know the name of the Legend of the Rising Tide? Where did that come from?
My Dawson told me.
That makes sense. Okay. Cool. Why did it tell you that? That's weird. They told you that story.
Not the story, just the rising tide. It crashed in the mountains.
Helpful.
Bless.
Sorry. What's
So, my story now, of course.
And you can see at this point he's sort of like he goes from sort of reclining in the chair that is pulled up around the central bonfire, and he's sort of reclining, leg crossed, glass in hand, just sort of relaxing. And you begin to speak, and he gets like the gamer pose and just sort of like sits forward and is like eagerly leaning into your tale.
Still looking for more of a
Shit.
okay.
still looking for more of a scary story. And he looks at Ren.
Those are my favorite.
Oh, you can pick one from the last month.
Oh no, I have a different one.
No, have I heard it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever told you the story of the first shipment.
Ooh, she gets wide-eyed. And pretty much adopts a very similar posture.
It's actually Thranish make something that they tell their children to scare them and of course keep them listening to their parents. Jet will go ahead and light his pipe, and he'll use the flames actually this time. and he will weave the tale of shifters being, of course, lichen touched. So the idea that the first shifter was actually a full lycanthrope, and over time,
The bloodline has diluted.
right,
Yeah.
into creating shifters, but that shifters are wild and still carry a lot of that animal instinct, and basically telling a scary story about werewolves coming,
Yeah.
taking out towns and stealing people and children for shifter tribes and all that kind of fun stuff. But of course, playing with the flames, using prestidigitation as well on occasion to make different sounds or different lights. But we will go through that whole bloodline and everything.
That's a good one.
All the better when it's told by a shifter, right?
It helps, that's for sure.
He sits down.
Well,
I was gonna say through both stories, I'm sitting there just writing, and just taking notes on the entire thing.
I appreciate sharing your stories. It's nice to gain insights from others, from different places, different locations, different cultures. It's interesting to see what scares the children of different cultures.
Oh, of course. It's quite different in the Eldeen Reaches.
It's quite different everywhere. Well, unfortunately, I must excuse myself. I'm sure Romulus is down there falling asleep at his post.
Please don't tell me that we are still flying in the air, and that makes me really nervous.
He is definitely 100% fully awake and focused at his job,
Thank you.
as he should always be.
Thank you.
I'm going to go check on him. You all feel free to make yourselves at home on the ship. We should be arriving in the city break of dawn.
Looks fun.
And at that point, he just sort of stands up, finishes his glass of whiskey, sets the glass down on his chair, bows, and excuses himself.
Good night, Captain.
At this point, it's left with you and the crew. They sit around and they share a couple other small stories. Most of them you guys have heard before. Mostly sitting around a campfire, sharing spooky stories.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say something.
And after about 30 or 45 minutes, the rest of the crew begins to retire themselves. A couple of them mention having to go on shift and relieve other crew. Tick mentions that she's gonna go to bed, but the night finds you all. You all make your way back to your chambers.
Walking back, V just goes, the only story I know is a sad one. Well, I know some. Dawson taught me a couple.
We'll have to go through those. I'll be curious to hear.
I think they're supposed to teach me emotions. He says it weird, like not quite understanding yet.
He's got a bunch of old books on tape.
The word's got a weird taste in his mouth.
Yeah, like emotions.
But,
Emotions, yes.
but the rising tide, that ship actually existed.
Oh yes, I have not heard that story, but it would be good to understand. And he looks like questioningly at Jen. Goes, fear?
Fear, yeah. We could definitely give you a rundown on that at some point.
Does your docents, does the story line up with what Captain Bass said?
V just kind of shrugs. I only see a glimpse, and it explains. Not even explains. It just says, "Rising tide crashes in mountains."
Crashes en route to Sharn.
Crashes en route to Sharn. Yishin
Backtrack.
Well, he said it crashed in the mountains all the way to Toronto. Tracks pretty well.
Maybe he'll hear the whales tonight.
That would be exciting.
I would
If
like
you
to
want to.
understand fear more.
It's a pretty common emotion, so we'll go through it. Yep.
I mean, do you have a way to implant like thoughts or emotions into his head?
I mean, if he reads,
Technically, if he reads memories,
Yeah.
he does feel the emotions. That doesn't mean that he's going to understand what those emotions are.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is, I think your best way to understand what fear is if you were to read the mind of somebody
No,
who's felt
he's
that
okay with
fear.
being wrong.
Just his eyes are like.
so
It's so
it's something we can play with.
Oh yeah, I mean, doesn't have to be done
We've
right
got,
now.
we've got
Always
plenty of time.
being always afraid during a fight.
So you all make your way towards your respective chambers for bedding down.
Yeah.
Jet will briefly grab Gunther.
I mean, as we're peeking over the mountains, though, like I'm on the deck trying to check out this view.
Okay. How long do you spend?
I mean, as we're peeking over the mountains, I'm assuming after we peek over the mountains, I can see Sharn, just of how.
At the point that you sort of peek over the mountains, it's not really. It's not that you can see the city. You can see the glow from the city.
Yeah,
It's like being at Indiana Dunes at night, and you can see the glow of Chicago
Yes.
across the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't
that-
see the city,
Right.
but you can see the glow of it.
Right.
Same concept. As you sort of peek over the mountains, you see quite a few people over on the port side looking out over the water. Just this vast, endless expanse of water that stretches all the way to the horizon. But you're sort of over in like the stern starboard, and you can see just faintly off in the distance, nestled.
You can see the light pollution.
Nestled down below the mountains, you can see this just faint golden glow.
Is there like a side of the ship that's closer to the mountains, or are we still surrounded by it?
Surrounded.
I'm just gonna try and like do the kid thing where you just kind of like look out over the edge, kind of lean out a bit, and just kind of like listen in the darkness, and try and listen for like any wailing.
Make a perception check.
V is with you. Oh,
50.
oh.
50.
V will do a
50.
perception check.
Yeah. Yes.
Can Jet pick up on that what she's trying to do?
15.
V's not going to pick
Like
up
she
on what
seems
she's
like
trying to do,
super,
just
like,
that she's trying to.
interested.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, I don't think she's hiding it. I think it's fairly
No,
obvious.
I am literally just I'm like cocking the ear and just like.
She's sitting over there like this.
So, like an interested kid myself, V is going to like go, thinking she probably hears something.
He will behind her make a very soft wailing with prestidigitation out in the distance.
Okay. So with a 15 at first,
14 plus. Oh no. Okay. 14 plus 4, 18.
what's your spell save DC?
That's a good question. I haven't done it in a little bit. 15.
Okay. You rolled a 15. You rolled an 18. Okay.
He's
You-
standing behind them though.
Yeah,
He's not
you-
going to make it.
You sit there and you're listening. It's quiet, and you just hear the faint as the wind is whipping past you as you're flying at speed through these mountains. And at first, you hear like faint whistles as the air itself
That
is,
was a little eerie.
is passing through some of like the gaps in the railing.
Right.
And you can hear that faint, just like as it passes by. And at first, you're like, "What's that?" And then you listen in, and just very faintly, just off of the bow and slightly below the ship, you hear that.
I think I heard something.
As I notice her like perking up and like getting slightly, not necessarily I guess excited,
Interested.
but interested in that,
See the hair on the back of the neck stand.
I'm gonna come up behind her. Just,
Oh,
my
no!
God.
So loud. Cool. I jump.
Yeah, so V immediately turns around with Eldritch Bolt charged in his hand. Like,
Jet's gonna try to catch Red just to make sure it doesn't go over too far.
and at that, I'll look to V. Prank. Fear.
I don't know if that was funny, prank.
And I would say honestly, you saw
Oh, yeah,
Jet
you
Oh,
definitely-
yeah.
cast the spell.
Oh yeah, no.
And so he cast it, and you're having this conversation, and then just very faintly, you yourself hear off to the side. And you notice that he's not casting a spell.
Ooh, is that with a 17 as well? If I've got a 17 perception?
This no,
No?
just
Okay.
fail.
So,
I just
yeah.
kind of, I hit you
I-
lightly in the shoulder.
Did
It was
we
not
hear it?
funny, fail.
Passive
At
perception
18?
behind.
Oh, okay. Well, I was perceiving, so I didn't know.
And it wasn't like immediately after. We're talking.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
a couple minutes. And then
I was gonna say at that point, what's your passive perception?
17. But you alright, Ren?
I'm fine. You got me really good.
there's a bit of a
Oh, like the panic is starting to come down.
the adrenaline high is wearing
Yep.
off.
Yep.
And then
Just kind of pats her shoulder.
I will
She's
say
got a little
as
tremor.
well. So you are focused with that.
Yep.
But at the same time, a little bit later, you do notice I'm like, I know what you did, and I heard something else.
So I noticed you kind of shift.
Like a little bit of, wait, what the fuck was that?
Just kind of gives you a little bit of a look like what?
I know what you did. Who did
I didn't
that?
do shit. My deception check sucks.
I was gonna say my insight check is
Oh yeah, no, I know.
20,
But for everyone else,
23, 24, 25, 26, 27. No. I know what you did. I heard something else.
Jet just kind of looks at you like, you're fucking with me. Like that kind of look.
No, I was gonna say if you want to try and insight it.
Oh no, Jet just full on. Just
Doesn't
doesn't
believe me.
No, because he thinks you're fucking with him, so he's just like,
I'm like, I'm doing like the kid blower where I'm ignoring both you and I just go back to the railing and I'm just like,
oh come on,
listen it again.
it was kind of funny.
That's funny.
It was fine.
Scared me. What if I'd fallen over?
You have a featherful token, and you're strapped in.
True.
Wouldn't have gone far. And also, it was right there. Bill was right there.
You know I wouldn't let anything
It's
happen to
a
you.
little funny.
He was right there too. Yeah, there you go. Just kind of pat your shoulder again.
Can I give you like the kid one? We'll pay for that later. If it's there, I'll say yeah, you definitely pay for it.
Yes.
This music got
So as this is happening, you kind of notice me
unnecessarily
just like,
intense.
You're alright, Dale.
yeah, sorry, just thought I saw something.
You saw something, what? And I'm gonna like lean over.
I think he is continuing his prank.
No?
I think you got too much to drink. But that's just me.
We both know that's never gonna happen.
What did you see? What did you see?
There seemed to be a little. There seemed to be a little glint over there, kind of. And just now again over there.
Wherever he's pointing, I'm going to send dancing lights 60 feet out from the ship. They're like, where? Let me see.
Are we, I was gonna say we're not talking 60 feet out. We're
For
talking
some reason in
far
my head,
further
I
than that.
imagine the AC-130 flare fire.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, for you probably quarter to half a mile.
That's not gonna be able to go out that far. I mean, I don't know. I could be crazy. It could have just been light reflecting from the ship off of some kind of ice or something on the mountains over there. But I mean, it's very far away for light to be reflecting.
At this point, the ship sort of crests over the top of another peak, and as it does, you feel the ship begin to sort of like it's riding that current, and it begins to sort of tilt over and sort of bear down into a dive. Not a steep dive by any means, nothing that you guys would have to brace yourselves, but
Yeah.
you feel the orientation of the ship shift, and you start to pick up speed. And as you start to crest over that, there's that weightless feeling again as the ship sort of plummets like 200 feet and loses altitude rapidly. And then it catches itself, and you feel the ship sort of shudder. And then it just carries on its way. And you swear you hear from the back, you hear a faint, "Sorry!"
Oh, that was terrible. I hate that. I hate the up and down like that.
And as you're all sort of like,
Terrible.
bracing yourselves and regathering your orientation, this time about 250 feet off the side, you see going in the opposite direction of you. You swear you see a ship disappear behind the mountain you just crested. You swear you see it. It's there. And it's gone.
Okay.
Did
anybody see us pass a ship? No.
I get it, Dale. You and Jet think you're so funny.
No,
He
this is
just
actually
walks-
just fair this time.
V walks up and puts his hand on your shoulder, and just all his runes glow as he starts to try to read into your mind. Not asking permission, just like annoyed that you're still trying to prank him.
At this point, I'm trying to convince you so much. I put up zero resistance.
There is confusion and what you probably gather to be fear.
And so, just immediately, like, because he doesn't have hair to stand up or anything, but you see the runes kind of flush over in a weird, almost pattern for a second. And then,
there is a like chill that sort of settles in your chest, and it's that pit that's like something's not right.
and so I'm going to go for another 6 seconds, another round, to try to peer to actually get an image instead of just.
And you
certain
don't
stuff.
resist,
Not at all.
and you swear like you get that flicker of a mental image, and all that you see is from his vision. You see basically what looks like a shadow of a ship. No detail other than just the shape of a ship, shadowed as it disappears, going in the opposite direction. And to you, honestly, it looks like your ship's shadow passing over the mountain as you like crested over it, right? That's sort of, to you, that's what you pick up.
But
There is that,
does he notice that it's heading in the opposite
Yes.
direction?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was
So-
wondering.
and that's the
The
disconnect.
confusion.
That's the disconnect. You're
Yeah.
like, okay, it was just our shadow, but why was it going the
So-
opposite way?
And as appreciation, because you're a party member and everything, he does back off on his peering into your mind, but then just turns over to Jet and just, I don't know.
Don't know what.
And he starts to peer and he starts to pull out a thin strand of exactly the memory he just saw inside V's head, and holds it in his hand, almost like it's like part fluid but still part solid in his hand. And he just holds it out.
Jet will go ahead and
Detect
cast
thoughts.
detect thoughts so that he can read it as well.
You see the same thing.
Thoughts everywhere in this shit. So many thoughts.
I told you.
And then V just goes, fear?
A little bit. I mean, I'm not terrified, but it's a little creepy, I guess.
21 to perception. At this
Oh.
point, V is going to directly turn and try to peer as well.
Okay. You don't really see much. You can see sort of towards the back end of the ship, the opposite direction. Like, so you're looking this way off of the ship, sort of more towards the rear. You can see that female dwarf that you had dinner and drinks at the bonfire with, and she's just sort of making her rounds, and she sort of comes up by you all and is like, Seems like the captain's story got you all spooked.
V wants to look down to see if he sees the shadow of the ship.
As you sort of like peer over the edge, you see what looks like 3 shadows in different locations. And at first, you're immediately like, "What the fuck?" And then you remember that, oh, that's right. There's 3 moons in the sky. And
Damn.
at first, that fear again
Oh,
settles,
yeah.
and you feel that cold pit, and you're like, "Oh wait!"
Looks up.
And you look up, and you sort of look at the positions of the moons, and then look at the shadows again, and you see those 3 shadows mirror the angles of where the moons are. And then you realize that that shadow that he saw wouldn't have lined up with any of the moons.
And so he turns to the female dwarf and just
What? Moon's haunted.
Moon's haunted.
just turns to the female dwarf. Are there pirates on this route often?
Often, no. Pirates. Pirates can be anywhere. But pirates don't like to attack vessels like ours. We're a decommissioned war vessel. And by decommissioned, I mean we're not active anymore. We still have our armaments. People attack us and typically don't live to tell the tale.
And so V's unsat. You can see he seems almost unsatisfied with the answer. I also have devil sight. So did I see anything in the darkness? Nothing. It's only up to 120 feet. So
Yeah, I think I've never seen anything.
so he just turns. He saw something. It make no sense. You saw too. You see, like as he's getting confused, his sentences just don't flow like they were.
I did, but I also know how powerful suggestion can be.
At that point in time, I stop and I'm like, okay, you had to have heard that.
Nobody else picks up on it.
He's just staring at you like,
I'm serious. I just heard wailing from below and I will walk to the edge and peer over. And do you need me to roll a perception or anything?
No.
Okay. Okay.
oh no.
Sorry, it's hard to type when my Discord window's all over here.
Yeah, I get it.
Where are you at? Where's Gunther at?
Kind of missed the first part where I walked up into the phone, so everybody's
Okay,
on the top.
basically Captain Bass told the story about a ghost ship. Bale is seeing weird signs and hearing wailing.
Everybody's on the top of the deck, right?
And we're all, at the top of the deck in the mountains. Bale's leaning
Were
over.
you here for Captain Baz's story?
Captain Baz's
Yeah.
ship is just not
Okay,
the
okay.
safest.
What was it? Bring it up.
I'm just gonna be leaning up with my back to the side, just kind of, just chilling, like, I'm not worried about this.
Throwing that dice.
Like, you guys are getting
How
silly.
close are you standing to me right now?
I would say, let's see. So, my thought was Ren was standing at the edge, and then B, were you standing next to or a little bit behind?
I was standing next to Rin.
So next to, so Jet would be right about behind her, so about 5 feet, and then if you went up,
I was gonna say,
he'd be within 5 feet of you.
can I,
An
like,
angle.
I will at this point just grab you, bring you to the edge, and, like, point and pull, like, I am literally, like, bending you over the end to see what I am looking at.
The fuck? And Jet, well, what?
Nice. Next time.
Okay, I swear to God I was there.
So Jet's not seeing anything.
No. I just, look.
How much have you had to drink to? I think you need to go to fucking bed. God.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, it was a smaller ship than we're on, but it was like 50 feet below us. It was
There-
glowing.
Hey,
It was
turn it around.
damaged. There was missing pieces. Like,
There's
I,
like there's
it
like
was
small,
there.
like guide
I, I,
lights
I,
around the
I
edge of the ship.
swear to
like
God,
very
like,
small
it was
lanterns
there.
that just
I
sort of
grabbed,
say,
I
"Hey,
pulled,
this is
it's
the edge
gone.
of the
I
ship."
don't know.
The main source of light is the
Just
giant
hands on both
wreath
shoulders.
of
Fire,
flames
right.
and that
Wreath.
big bonfire in the central pillar,
Right.
the central
All
platform.
right.
That's
That's not
what.
the story.
There's not an actual
It's not
lantern
the
that I
rules.
can disconnect.
No.
Okay.
Trust me.
I mean, there are like
there was
torches
something there.
in certain
I
locations that you
don't
can
know
really
if it
pull out of their
was an
stumps.
illusion that somebody's casting.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know
know
if the
if
torch would
it's
stay lit
something
when
that
they
was
drop
cast on me that's making me see things. I don't know. I just know 50 feet below us, it was there.
And so V hears this, and just leans over, and as far as the docent knows, again, because this is not up to date, there's nothing but mountains beneath us. It's not like there's a town or anything.
Yeah, it is inhospitable, craggly mountains.
So you just kind of V's just thinking with the docent, almost like internally communicating, and he just kind of starts charging an Eldritch Blast and just fires straight down, kind of where you're pointing. It's only 50 feet, is what you said, right?
Yeah.
Because the Eldritch Blast goes 120.
It just fades away,
Look,
fizzles out.
look, we've had a hard couple days. Go rest.
Look, all I'm saying is, I'll go to bed. But if something happens, don't hesitate to get me.
Of course.
I would like for everybody that is on the top deck to roll a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, because you know dexterity, I'm super good at.
That's in part.
Oh, it's a 10.
Dex save.
10.
21.
Nice.
Wait, wait, wait.
21.
You two,
21.
you
Whoa!
succeed. You succeed.
I
What'd you
rolled
roll?
19 plus 2.
3 21s. Yeah.
21?
21,
You three
21,
succeed, you two fail. Both of you are thrown to the ground as the ship rises probably 40 or 50 feet into the air on a sudden updraft, or what feels like a sudden impact, like an updraft, as it catches the ship and raises you up into the air. And then as soon as you reach the peak, it's like the ship has no lift, and the ship just plummets 100, 200, 400 feet. And there is a moment where you two swear that you feel yourself disconnect from the ship. As the
Tethered
ship,
on the side, right?
what?
We're tethered on the side.
You weren't tethered at the time. I didn't hear anyone say they clipped in. Did you guys
Oh.
clip in?
Well, I was gonna say Jet already said that
She was.
Okay,
Yeah, then V would not have.
but you feel
It was
like
just with-
it's not like you're falling away from the ship, but you feel that moment where the ship falls a little bit
You
faster.
ever like
than
go
you-
down in an elevator in a video
Yeah,
game
you're
and
like,
jump and you're kind of like
whoa.
you're
Yeah.
falling almost
Very,
with the
very,
elevator.
very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar. There's a bit of a weightlessness, and then all of a sudden, the ship catches itself, and you slam into the deck, and you're sort of disoriented, and
I was gonna say, as soon as that happens, I just instantly guns at the ready. That's my.
And as this happens, you sort of gather yourself and you spin over to the side, and the opposite side of the ship from where you're at, probably about 30 feet up and off to the side, you see about a third the size of the Cloudbreaker, the ship that you ride on. You see this husk of a ship. It is decayed, it is damaged, there are gaping holes in it. Where that ring of flames surrounds the Cloudbreaker, right? There's two arms that come off the side of the ship, and one that comes from the back of the ship, and then there's another one that extends from the bottom. You can see that this ship only has one whole arm reaching out of the top. The other two on the side are like broken and damaged, and the one on the bottom is sheared clean off. Like I said, there's gaping holes in the hull, and it's got this weird... this incorporeal glow to the ship itself. It's
Would I
almost-
recognize it?
No.
Because you said I saw an image of it.
You saw an image of the shadow.
No.
The shadow.
The docent
From the
showed
newspaper
me-
clipping?
Yes.
Oh, that's yeah.
Or was it one of those kind of generic pictures that they
Yeah, it's like a stock picture of an airship that you saw. But, I mean,
That.
it's like...
It says Getty Images in it.
It's, it's similar, but also, I mean, it's
Carnappy image.
it's very damaged, so it's hard to really get anything off of it. You do see, with your passive perception, because it's so fucking high, you do very faintly, with the glow from the central ring of the Cloudbreaker, you can just faintly make out the scrawling at the stern of the ship on the side. You just very faintly, where there's a gaping hole, you can see rise, and then it stops.
So we all see this now.
And at that point, as
Right.
you're just about to
We see
say
the ship, yeah.
that,
Yeah.
you see about 6 shapes vault over the side of this ship and just sort of float through the air and land on the deck of your ship. And I'm like, everyone to roll initiative, please.
I was gonna say, as soon as that happens, I'm just like, 3-point landing.
So we all see this then.
Superhero landing!
Superhero landing! Superhero landing!
So bad on the knees, though.
God, why do you do the 3-point landing every single time? Nobody's watching you.
I still like Black Widow more.
No,
Oh,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, nobody's even watching you.
I was thinking of when she's like, "Why are you?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what is with
Like
my
what
arm?"
is like everybody's watching you. Like nobody's
Poser.
watching you.
I'll be watching.
Sorry.
Joe, if you would not mind following that link that I just sent you.
Yes, sir.
No.
That, since you don't have a player, you get to be in control of that monster
Oh,
for this combat.
That's always fun.
You lucky butthole.
Oh. Joe,
You
have
wanna
fun with
lick my
this.
butthole?
So
Answers your question.
Operation
I mean, you are what you eat,
Things has
so.
to do with buttholes.
Answers your question.
Yeah. Cool.
Never mind, LMAO. So yes, Joe, you get to play as that character.
Reading through right now.
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So,
Here, you just want me to help you out with
Touch
that.
my
here, just let me help you out with it. Let me help you out real quick. Oh, I
Well,
forgot
you
to-
should-
Joe, let me help you develop this monster's backstory.
Go ahead.
Passing the stats over to me.
Go ahead and lay prone.
I mean, that's what this creature first does. It comes
Now
up to us
again-
and just lays down.
Joe,
Yeah.
Like your
embody
mom.
the monster.
Yeah.
Don't have any. Don't hold back.
Oh yeah.
This is the time to have fun. This is the time to let out some vendettas against the party.
This
God, I
is the
hope
time.
we-
Let out some vendettas against the party.
I hope
Time
he
to kill some
dies.
players.
I didn't make a rod with a feather with a string attached to it. That was someone else.
What? No.
Holy.
Oh my god. This is gonna be fun.
I'm gonna go
TPK.
break. Anyone
Here's
want?
the thing.
Huh?
I would like a. How does that taste?
Good.
I was gonna say it's 10 o'clock. Are we taking a break now before combat, or are we
No,
doing combat and
I
then taking a
misread
break?
this.
I'm up for
I
whatever.
was like, there's no way. I misread this.
Should we
Do you
take
need
a
a
break
break?
real quick?
Do you guys want to take a break?
I just have to
I'm
use
good.
the bathroom real quick.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can take a
So-
pee break.
So 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's just take a quick
I would
5.
like that just so I can read through it.
Yeah, so you can get
Okay,
familiar.
Cool.
I want
I'm gonna go pee and then I'm good. Following you.
Would you let me try
Oh,
yours?
I am so down for
I
this.
don't
Oh
want to
my
get it and
god.
not like it 'cause it's a waste.
Yeah.
Okay, and we go
Okay, what- where's this
BRB
one out?
and
initiatives
Yeah.
going around. Initiative 20 to 25.
21.
Ren with a 21.
Ooh, goddamn it.
Okay.
Well,
I was gonna say text him your initiative so it doesn't change anything. You said okay. I
20 to 15.
where's my backpack?
15. Sorry, I thought I was.
My backpack has no name.
My Manny! I think I had an arm.
You said 15?
Yes.
Is
Sir.
initiative just straight?
It's
you
your
should
roll
have-
plus your dex modifier.
Yes.
what do you usually use?
The knight going like this, like holding the sword like this.
Oh no.
The brass,
Is
not
this
brass.
Diablo?
I do have.
V is dead. Long live
No,
V.
this is Patrick.
Dude, I'm so I can't tell if I'm gonna end up buying Diablo 2 or not.
Do you?
What do you mean? Of course you are. Huh? What do you mean? Of course you are.
So,
Because part of me wants to just boycott everything.
Technically,
Yeah, go for it.
V
Yeah,
is dead.
actually,
Long
yeah.
live V.
Yeah, no, actually, I like that better.
What'd you do?
I it just
No, part of me wants to
screamed
boycott.
right along the top
and
there.
it even
Well,
has
it's
a
like
shoulder,
sandpaper, Blizzard,
shoulder
60
hold.
bucks.
You're back there.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but he was like, I'm sure they're gonna buy it.
I'm
It's
somewhere.
pretty
Except for
Diablo. Yeah, but like,
human, obviously.
Yeah, human.
So that looks like that looks like the person that I showed the picture of.
I mean, like, truly, I'm like, I don't want to give that team money.
Yeah.
Changeling face.
Okay.
I was gonna say worst case scenario we can do
I
one
literally
to
don't
one.
want to
That's
watch.
okay.
I haven't gone like anything
I'm
since
assuming
Blizzard
V
in a
is
long while.
probably right next to Rin.
So I was playing
You're
yeah,
probably
Diablo
maybe
3
off
again.
of those.
Granted,
Oh, there it is.
I was just
The
kind of
Chimera Wing.
No big deal.
I was facing.
I was gonna say
Maybe closer to the middle of the ship then.
Jet was in front of Ren.
Where's Jet at?
He'll be in front of Ren. Sorry, Jet's right there. I can't.
Did you roll your
Jet's
initiative?
right here. Where's Rin?
Text it to me.
Rin.
No.
Yeah, I'll be the closest to the stairs.
Right here?
He'd be in front. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So you would have been in front of Rin.
I'm sad it's not great.
I would be right here, but I pulled you over the end. Okay. So we're kind of circling Rin right now.
15 to 20.
15.
Jet had 15 as well.
You both have 15? Who has the higher dex?
Vale.
I was gonna say mine's an 18.
Yeah, I was gonna say Vale. But hands down. Rogue versus Bard. Yeah.
I mean, you never know.
15 to 10.
Oh my
Okay.
god, guys. Well,
10
most of us already.
10 to 5.
9.
8.
That's what I was worried about.
Gold check.
Is it? I was gonna say that's everybody at the table.
Ren, Vale, Jet. Good. You're right.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
You gonna
buddy.
kill us?
My baby.
Okay, so bringing us back into the session.
Should say Mike.
Oh, you're using a shotgun for elevation. That's cool. Sorry.
Yeah, I had to find
Where the
something.
fuck have you been?
I need to print. I need.
I
To,
knew he
Like
said he
10 minutes
was elevation and everything like that. I didn't notice that he was using the one of the Apollo shot glasses.
I need to print. Like actual.
I'll take
Tower,
that.
like
Riser
risers.
stands.
Yeah.
What? Computer?
Hold that for a second.
Dude, the one that Matt has that like you can like
Adjust the
elongate
height.
and
Yeah.
shorten and everything. Oh.
It's something dropping it. It's already been a second.
So,
Not my floor.
as you all sort of gain your bearings again and sort of look over to the side, and you see this damaged incorporeal ship floating alongside, you see these 6 figures vault off, 5 of which vault and land on the deck, and you see them almost sort of phase down into the deck a little bit, and then they rebalance themselves standing there. These 5 look, they have a varying assortment of looks. You see one that looks incredibly feline. You see the very protruding, pointed ears. You see the elongated snout, and you recognize this is very similar to Kanshok the Tailor from Fairhaven, the Tabaxi. You see 2 of them actually resemble fairly close to Jet's build and features, gathering these to be shifters. And then you see 2 more that resemble just sort of standard humanoids, one of which is a child.
You said 2 shifters, 2 tabaxi, and
No, 1 tabaxi, 2 shifters, and then 2 standard humanoids, one of which is a child.
Can the camera see this well? Because I don't feel like the angle's very well at all. I'm gonna move the camera.
not.
Well, I was gonna say this camera is pointing like this way.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move it right here. Get it, and I'll tilt it down.
But I think that'll take out.
That's
Right
taking.
now.
I
Yeah.
don't want to do that.
I was gonna say hold.
Yeah,
I
put
see.
that
I was gonna say
Down.
this one. If I tilt it down, we're golden.
Oh, I'm so stupid. I forgot that's a camera.
Yours, not mine.
So you see these 5
That
figures
was
sort of
there.
like balance themselves on the deck, and all of them look at you, and you can see where the face is. Some of the in this incorporeal visage, you can see some of the skin
strongman.
has sort of ripped
Sorry.
away, and you can see the skull underneath and the empty socket where the eye is, and a couple of them
That's
sort of
right.
look over at you
turn
and
it this way.
let out this
Counterclockwise.
unearthly.
Wail, wail, wail.
And you swear you hear
Really?
you hear some faint.
Counterclockwise, I probably
You can hear,
Help die.
yeah,
They
Okay.
want to die. That's my guess.
kill.
I just want to make sure I heard
and
the right
then
words.
as they all land and
They
sort
need
of
help
balance
with their tie or
themselves,
something, you know?
you see
They just want
behind,
tie.
floating 20 feet off of the deck, you see this slightly larger form where it has a humanoid torso,
Yeah.
but
Got it.
there is no lower body.
Okay.
And you can see these tattered black and gray clothing that hangs off.
Make its blinking red.
And you very faintly can make out the insignia of Thrain
I just know
in
it's
these
blinking
tattered
red.
clothing. And this one does not resemble like a humanoid face at all. You just see, enshrouded in this hood, you just see a floating visage of a skull. And so, top of the round, Rynny,
Nick, did you say it's good?
you stumble to your feet,
Mhm.
and as you look to the side, you see
It's hot, but it's fine.
these figures boarding the ship.
Um,
As a few of them begin to draw weapons.
what's here?
So yeah, let me give the breakdown of the ship. So stern, aft, port, starboard. This is the central bonfire where you all were gathered around having drinks. These are stairs to the quarterdeck in the back. This is being the tent where the captain retired to pilot the ship. This being a door right here. This is basically a chamber that has stairs leading down farther into the ship. This being the door to underneath the quarterdeck, which would be like captain's quarters, that kind of area. And so yeah, top of the round, Ryn.
How tall is that building compared to where they are?
20 feet.
So something I could hide behind.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I'm a little bit exposed. Looking at.
You don't just charge right into them and get upset.
Yes, it's totally plain and
Bryn goes full gun there.
They'll never see it coming.
do the thing they least expect. No, I'm going to look towards my friends. Who's next to me? Chet and Theo. As I run past them to find cover behind that building, I'm going to tap each of them and twin cast mage armor on them. Good luck, boys.
Sweet. Can I actually have everyone, please, make a wisdom saving throw? Except for you, obviously.
Make a what saving throw?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
I'm not trying to get whizzed on over here.
Boy,
Uh
mom.
oh.
Yeah, muy malo.
Oh, that's not good.
Can I just say failed?
Yeah, I'm gonna say fail.
What'd you roll?
5.
Okay.
2.
Oh my god, guys.
I'm using my inspiration just as a.
I need you to roll a d4, please.
Oh, I have an inspiration.
I
I'm
also
gonna
have an
switch
inspiration. Is this the time to burn it? The start of the fight?
I'm going to.
V's gonna
Actually, no.
B's gonna just take the hit.
Roll a d4, please.
I failed.
Is this how
Stand
long
by.
I'm-
I'm going to go around the table so that it maintains
I'll
order. So you rolled a 5.
And my D4 was
Keep
a
it
3.
consistent.
Okay, remember that. Save.
11.
11. Fail.
9.
Fail.
2.
Fail. Roll a d4.
Jesus.
3.
Okay.
11.
Fail. All of you are frightened as these ghostly apparitions appear on the deck of the ship.
Quick question. In any way, shape, or form, does this count as... No, this wouldn't be charmed by any stretch,
This is
right?
this is frightened.
Fuck me in the
No, this is D&D.
That'd be really awkward for both of us.
You
Yeah.
what did you roll?
A 3 on here.
On the D4,
Uh huh.
a 3.
What did you roll?
3.
3. doesn't really apply to you. Both of you age 12 years.
What?
Holy shit, you're Jet's
Oh.
age now.
25.
What?
I've got boobs.
What are these?
As you
Do
all,
I fit my clothes anymore?
as you immediately see these ghostly apparitions appear on the deck, all of you are consumed with fear. And as this fear sets in, you look at each other and you see as Ryn just all of a sudden grows, and you watch as the fear literally ages her. Doesn't really affect you because Warforged don't age, but you do
You're older than
feel
Jet now.
you feel that heartwood
Yeah.
that makes up your body. You feel it almost dry a little bit,
Yeah, like
and you
strain.
become a little stiffer. And it's not that you show an outward symbol of age, but there is a
Did I pull up my cloak?
there is a noticeable
Her clo-
tiredness that almost settles in.
her clothes just shrink as she grows.
Oh yeah,
We are because
dude, I'm getting flashbacks to old.
because
That's what
we're
I said earlier.
Yeah.
we will hand wave her clothes because they
Yeah,
don't
obviously,
fit,
it's magic.
sort of rip and shred, but she maintains
Right.
decency.
I'm now actually
Yeah.
more like, I look more like a cover of a fantasy.
Yeah.
It's ripped like right.
Right,
here.
yeah.
Oh my
It's
God.
covering all the naughty bits.
Okay. Did not expect that.
I am.
You are all
Cover of a
considered,
Ray Bradbury
I'm
novel.
You are-
16 years old. I can drive.
you are all considered frightened for 1 minute. You can make the saves at the end of your turn. So,
God.
What is
beginning of your turn, you are frightened from the ghosts.
Quick question. Maybe I didn't realize that whole shit was going to go down. But if I burn my favored by the gods, could I try to redact that whole
Yeah.
aging thing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going
Yeah.
to try.
Here's one of the
This-
questions.
that's
Didn't you
just
do that
weird.
earlier though?
No,
Thought
well,
you burned it earlier.
it's per long
long
rest.
rest.
and I
Per
did
long
it.
rest.
we
It,
did a long
it comes
rest.
back long rest.
I didn't know we did a
So-
long rest.
We did a long rest.
I don't know
before getting
what I
into
need to roll. I'll just let you know what I roll in these d4s. One. No, probably not. 3.
D4.
So what does that make your save?
It would make it a 3, 4, 5.
Wait,
Yeah.
It would have
Wait,
made
no,
your
no, no.
save a 5.
I rolled a natural 1.
Oh.
But so you rolled a natural 1. What's
Yeah.
your wisdom modifier?
Oh, 1.
Okay, so that makes it a 2, and
2,
you only rolled 3 on the
4,
dice.
5. Yeah.
V reaches out and uses his inspiration if the
Yeah.
DM allows it.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
you
Okay.
can use inspiration to make another to
So
allow
there
another
goes-
player to reroll.
There goes my
Wait,
inspiration.
reroll or
Reroll
add
what?
one?
No, it's
No,
a
he,
reroll.
It's a
he
reroll.
gets to re-roll.
Alright, I'll keep my 3 from the.
Yep.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay, you resist the aging,
Okay.
and
I'm not frightened.
you are not frightened.
Oh,
Nice. Damn it, it was only a 13.
good job.
I don't know how to get rid of the symbol on my
You
thing.
just click
So
it.
I
Just
just,
click
It's clear.
That
Where?
was unfortunate.
That was about to be
Oh, this is different.
super
Super-
fucking cool for roleplay
Oh,
purposes.
for sure.
Jet wouldn't know what to do.
About to be super fucking
I'm
cool.
not ready to hit puberty yet.
Holy shit, you're
Oh,
older than
that's
I am
okay.
now.
Excuse me, I have to go see the captain about a thing.
If you
Take
fail,
Oh.
if you fail to save by 5,
5. Well,
is when the aging takes place.
holy book. What was the DC?
You hit it.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, V.
Good. Good.
I mean, that was a good use of inspiration.
Yep.
Good use of inspiration.
Thanks for
So,
saving Ryn's innocence.
everybody else is frightened except for Ryn. Ryn,
What-
it is your
what-
turn.
What is that?
I mean,
do
use cock
exactly?
black Baz, but
What does
whatever.
that do exactly?
It's just called horrifying visage.
Yeah,
Let's not get into the
Ages.
legality of that one.
Any creature that starts
No. What does the
Child
fright
mind.
I mean,
Don't
technically, you
Disadvantage
would
on
have
attacks
been
and saving
of
throws while
age
within line of
during.
A frightened
Yeah.
creature has disadvantage on
That's
ability
the-
checks and attack rolls while the source of its
Sorry, not
fear
saving
is
throws.
within line of sight.
Nothing
The creature cannot willingly move closer to the source of its fear.
Yeah.
So you
It's
cannot
not
will
right.
you
Yeah.
cannot willingly approach the monsters.
Okay.
And
Can
while
I
it is
still
within,
attack them?
Yes.
In that case,
yes, but you will have disadvantage while you have line of sight on them.
in that case, I'm
For 1
gonna.
minute, so for 10 rounds.
And you can make the save again at the end of each of your turns.
So do I feel that presence?
You
trying to
feel
get
that
me?
fear begin to settle in,
Okay.
and you see some of your friends succumb to
Disadvantage
it,
on
and
the
you see
throwing.
that look of abject horror
But it's
on their
still a
faces,
effect
and you
area.
just sort of like, this isn't good, and you shrug it off.
Okay. I shrug it off. I see some of my friends are not so fortunate, so I'm going to change what I do. I'm instead not going to provide physical protection, but I will try to provide spiritual protection, and I'm going to twin cast again on V and Jet, protection from good and evil.
So you did not do mage armor on me, right? Because I already have mage armor permanently on V.
Okay, well, we're redacting that since the ghosts did their thing first.
I super duper appreciate that.
So I'm instead not going to give mage armor. I'm realizing that there's a spiritual thing at work. I'm going to.
Let's put frightened on each other, please.
So what is
Everyone
protection
except
from good
Ryn.
and evil do?
It does a few things. If an
Everyone
a
except Ryn?
creature,
Yes.
I will.
If they're undead, fey, fiend.
Yes, they have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. That's basically.
And who'd you give it
You
to?
cannot be.
V and
If you
or
are
Jet, sorry.
frightened by such a creature, that you have advantage
It's
on any
concentration.
saving throw
Yeah, it
against
works.
the attack.
So they neglect or negate each other?
No,
No.
advantage to save against
Oh,
it next
to
turn.
save.
So
Against the next
you
attack.
can repeat the saving throw with advantage.
Gotcha.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Vale, you are up. You are frightened.
I'm up with a 15. Damn.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
I
Yeah,
will.
Jet, you're on deck.
I will try to attack with disadvantage.
Okay. Are you attacking? What
Oh.
are you attacking?
Who is the top guy? You said he was a skull?
Yeah, so the ones on the deck resemble humanoids. They are obviously incorporeal. They are ghosts, but there is a definitive form to them. The one floating behind them is more so just like a torso with like these long tattered like strips of cloth hanging from them. They don't really have a lower body. It's more so just like
A Dementor,
smoke. Yeah, and the head is in a hood, and it's just a skull.
Gotcha. I'm gonna assume that's you.
Yes.
So I'm going to attack the one in the direct center, like on the deck.
Okay.
I'm not sure which
Yeah.
shape that is.
Go ahead and shoot.
Do you not have a stab block for them, by the way? Do you?
Yes, I do. All of them, all of these guys have numbers on the back. That being number 3, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. But
Okay.
yeah. So you're attacking number 3. What'd you hit?
That was a 14.
Hits.
Oh my god. Okay. I will say fuck you because so it's a disadvantage. I rolled a 20 and a 6.
Good.
Oh,
So that would have been
so happy.
woo. That will be a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and attack again. Again at disadvantage. Oh fuck me. 11.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
These guys aren't hard to hit.
7.
So 11 on the first, 7 on the second, 18
Yep.
to hit. 18 total.
18 total, and then saving throw.
Yes. As you shoot, you watch as both of the bullets pass through this. Number three is going to be the tabaxi, and as they pass through, you see this incorporeal matter, fluctuate as it passes through. It took damage, but it doesn't seem super phased.
And now that I'm thinking about it, I will go ahead and use Insightful Fighting as a bonus action.
Okay.
Or no, because I use my bonus action for my second.
Yeah. No, because you get 2 attacks.
I get 2 attacks. So I'll use my bonus action, Insightful Fighting, to Floating Skull.
Okay. What is that again? Remind me again.
So I get to make an insight check versus their deception check, and if I succeed, I can then add my sneak attack for the first attack each round without having to have advantage or
roll
anything.
So long as you
That
don't
was a
have
deception
disadvantage.
check.
So long as I don't have disadvantage.
Joe, just
Yeah,
roll a
once
d20. I will add the mods
Okay.
for you.
Yeah, once you break free of that.
That was a 13.
27 plus D4. Do you want me to roll the D4?
No.
Succeeds.
You weren't gonna beat that.
Oh, yeah.
You weren't gonna beat that. Okay. Just remember, because
So-
you used your bonus action to do that, you only get one shot.
Correct.
Next round.
Correct. And then also, I cannot apply that unless I don't have disadvantage. So if I am still frightened,
You
I
can-
cannot add that next
So
time.
go ahead and roll your save.
So now I'll roll my save. Wisdom,
Yes.
21.
Success. You are now immune to it for 24 hours.
Sweet Jesus. And I pass my turn.
Okay. Jet, you are up.
Since I'm under the effect of fear, I am going to go ahead and shift because, yep, that's my my concern there. So, gonna go ahead and shift, and then let's try out some of this magic that Zareth was talking about. I will go ahead and make kind of a ring and cast fireball through it. And I'm going to center it, trying to hit all of them if I can, but I know one dude is slightly above. With his radius, would I
Yeah,
be able
he's
to hit
floating
all of
about
them?
20 feet above the deck. But if you were to splash it like right here, you would catch him at all.
Yep, that's essentially what I want to do.
Yeah.
Noise.
So Dex save, right?
Yep.
What's the save? What's the DC?
It will be a 15.
I roll that out.
Yes.
21.
Success.
Fuck you.
So you will take half damage.
So here's my question. Read description.
Okay, I will tell you.
Okay.
You're going to take quarter damage.
Okay.
Which I have that
Better
pulled up to
than
monitor that if you want me
Yeah.
to handle HP.
I
Better
have. You
than
can
half
monitor
dollar.
it yourself, but
Okay.
I'm marking it as well. I'm
Okay.
tracking it.
29 on that one.
29 damage.
Yep.
Okay. So 29. We're gonna round it up to 30. So half would be 15.
8.
7.5, 8. So you take 8 damage. They take 15.
Jet learns some new tricks.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
I cannot move willingly towards them.
I will like if you want to scoot off to the sides. I'll count it as even if you have to sort of go towards. You have to get closer to them. If you're trying to go off to the sides, I'll allow it.
I don't want to be right in line with everybody because I don't know what's coming. So I do.
Did you already roll for the fight?
No, I don't get to until the end of my turn. I
Yeah,
get
it's
movement
that's
first.
the very end of his turn, which he can't like hold his movement until after, type of a thing.
Sorry.
I think I'm going to break off to.
That's the dwarf that you all saw, the dwarf crewmate, and then you just faintly make out. I'm going to use the baby mind flare, the gnome over on that side.
I was gonna say with my gunshot, Baz has probably heard this.
I'm going to actually move.
Take it to the helicopter.
I was gonna
kinda
say
straight back towards the
that was
stairs.
such a
Okay.
difficult mission.
I was always the numbers. 'cause
How
it's terrible.
how far?
Let's see.
They just
5,
couldn't do it.
10, 15,
They couldn't
20,
figure out the whole
25.
smack drop, smack.
Yeah, and then actually
Oh,
people let me
It
straight
was bad in Left 4
forward
Dead.
just slightly.
It's really bad.
Am I
in
able to go-
Half-Life
You want to go like
2
there?
episodes.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
fine.
I never
Just so that I'm not
You
standing
have
on
to
the
get the
stairs.
gnome.
Yeah.
Through
Just sort of
the
like hugged up
entire
against the
game.
railing.
Yeah, fighting the stairs just seems.
Yeah, I
Kinda
remember
goofy.
hearing
Go
about
ahead and make your
Entire
save.
game.
That's a 19.
Save.
Entire
Success.
game.
Cool. No, I'm frightened.
Yes, sir.
Is it the
Alright,
entire
you
game?
can take the frightened
The entire
condition marker off, but you are still considered. Oh,
I died.
sorry. You are still considered.
Dead.
Protected.
DDD. Dead.
Dead.
All right.
D10.
At this point, it is now the Wraith's turn.
Great.
So, other question. When we were in the kitchen, you said 40 movement? It's
Yes,
60
40 feet.
movement.
Oh shit! It is. You're right. I misread.
Nice.
Tyler needs to learn how to read.
I like this.
Tyler, do you need to learn your numbers again?
Yes. And don't forget, you also have incorporeal movement. So you pass through objects.
Also up, down, left, right, VA.
So, do you want me to move the entire shot glass,
Sorry.
or
Depends on if you stay elevated. That's assuming you're 20 feet in the air.
20 feet in the air?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna come down. So here's my question then, because I don't know how that part works.
Where are you trying to go?
Right here. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. That's 40. So that's
40 with the
40 and then dropping 20 feet would be 60.
Will consume all your movement.
correct.
Yes.
Question.
Answer.
So what frightened me? Was it Joe?
The ghosts, the 5 in the deck, not him.
So I can get closer to him.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Understood.
by proxy, where
Yeah.
he was, you wouldn't be able to move towards him because of the ghosts.
Now that
But-
he's
but
over
Now
here,
that he's in a different position,
No,
you can
no,
absolutely.
yeah, no, that's
Yes.
fine. That's fine. I was just confused. Okay, I just didn't know what scared me. So
and I'm going to. Are you doing the main attack?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my original plan.
I'm going to alter your move just a little bit.
You're fine.
Go ahead and roll your
Roll it?
damage and all that.
Okay.
Or roll to hit. Sorry.
19.
What's your AC?
It's 15, but I'll cast shield to make it 20.
Okay. So
Shield's
instead of
5.
you
That
appearing
was 4.
instead of you
That was
appearing next to him, I'm going to have you pass into that structure.
Oh, okay.
And you're basically going to phase through the wall,
Okay.
lash out. As you lash out, Rin's going to cast shield and just and block it, and you're just gonna
What?
Okay.
back through the wall. So
Yeah,
you are hit.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Jet!
that's 5
Yep,
AC.
nope, I'm
I
coming
have
back.
shield. I thought it was.
I was just trying to break us up.
I
Fuck.
thought it was 4 as well.
No, I'm thinking that I need them to roll 20 and under to not hit me. 21, technically. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I was
I'm coming back.
yeah.
I have a
That's the
shit
end of
ton
your turn?
movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, it is the ghosts.
Are they Pinky and Blinky and?
Oh my god.
Here's my other question
Hell,
too.
those
Since,
ghosts ain't a Batman
are
arc.
you
Blinky, pinky,
moving them?
winky.
Yes.
Okay,
Bob
that's
and-
exactly what I was.
like,
yeah.
There's there's
'Cause I
one
did
of
not
them
mean
that's
any-
like not anything with a Y at the end or something.
Linda.
Also, if there's any
Linda
flavor
was-
you want to add into this, please do.
Okay.
I'm
The
just glad I'm not in my mid-20s.
okay. We're gonna have. How much movement do they get? Okay. This one is going to right up there.
Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde.
Clyde. That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh,
That makes
yeah.
sense. That's,
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I was like, oh, we got.
There's also Sue, which is the female counterpart to Clyde in Miss Pac-Man.
Well, all right.
No, it was right there.
What?
They're like all over the ship. How do I move?
It's for me to know and you to find out. Okay, so I'm going to. I need. Vale, Jet, and Ren to make charisma saving throws.
Does this involve charm or sleep?
Good question.
That's a great question.
I would say
Let me do some Google food.
I have advantage against charming and sleep. That's what I'm asking. I hope it is. I hope it is.
Oh no. I was gonna say, I'm a god.
It does not.
Uh-huh.
It's charmed.
It is not counted as charmed?
It is not. That's fucked up. I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah.
I was more excited.
So, the gnome over here fails his save. Jet,
Oh, 25. I'm a god.
you succeed.
I was waiting for you to say failed.
Fail.
5.
Oh, you're
Fail.
16.
Success. Okay. So, you all watch as this ghost shoots across the deck, up the stairs, and right into the face of this gnome. And the gnome has barely had time to gather what is happening in the situation, and just sort of whirls to the side as this ghost rears up in its face and just lets out this unholy wail. And as it does, the gnome sort of like steps back and begins to scream, and you watch as the ghost shoots down their throat.
Yep.
And you watch as the gnome sort of shudders for a second,
This is about to happen to me.
and then stops and rises. And immediately snaps and looks at all of you, and then jumps over the side.
Shit.
This is about to happen to me.
Ryn, you succeed.
Yes.
Vale,
I failed.
it takes possession of you. You are possessed.
Oh, if it's a possession, then that means you're actually immune to that.
Oh, I am. Damn it, I rolled a 25 still, though.
Do you want to give it to him?
I would love that.
Does not work like that.
I mean, does anyone have inspiration?
I mean,
'Cause I, used to-
I
oh, yeah.
do.
You do.
Not on
I
this
do.
If you would like to reroll, you're
Now's
welcome
the time
to.
to use it.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're taking a big plunge.
Oh.
What'd you roll?
7.
Total?
Yeah.
Still a fail, my friend. It takes possession of you.
I want to see what happens.
Well, you're about to.
Here's the thing.
Conjuring.
It burned all of its movement to get to you. To get to the gnome, it only burned 35 feet of its movement.
So it can't
Use-
jump over the edge.
It used the last 5 feet to jump over the edge. You are lucky, and it does not get to jump over the edge on this turn. I will say, most of you saw this ghost possess the gnome and vault over the edge. You also just witnessed another ghost take possession of your friend. You all have a decent idea
What's about to happen?
of what's about to happen. Go ahead.
I have a question.
to understand what's going on.
Put that over yourself and
Now
take the
that we-
ghost mini off of the field.
Now that we know,
That's number.
we know the ghost is in him, are we now afraid of Vale?
It's number 3.
That is
Uh,
I see Vela's friend.
Yeah.
no. But you are still horrified of the other ghosts.
Sure. Down. Bet.
That's 3, which that's the one I attacked already,
Yes.
So,
correct? Yeah.
Yes. I just want to mark that that's the one.
Yep, yep, yep.
I guess what I know.
You.
I'd probably chastise him.
And then,
What I know
where's the.
is
Where did I put the gnome?
do something certain if somebody's possessed, like smack around or something like that. Is it common knowledge or like, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna
what-
use my
I'd
I
probably
don't know
take
if
a
this will
religion
work.
roll to be able to
Nick,
figure that out.
I don't know if this will work, but I have
I
an
want to
idea.
shield blast.
And then
One round.
the other one is the other ghost that came close to you, Ren, is going to just
Nick, I have a plan.
lean out from the wall and swipe at you.
Okay.
The 20 to hit.
That is my RC.
How? Shield's only a reaction, right? It doesn't maintain for the turn?
It does maintain for the turn.
Yes.
However,
What-
20 is the AC. You
With
hit 20.
shield?
With
Yes.
shield, yes.
Okay, then it still lands.
I had my shield.
Was that the door for the
Shit,
gnome that got
my
possessed?
actual
No.
shield?
Shit.
No, where's your shield?
Well, I wasn't gonna bring it to dinner, now was I?
Use a plate. You always be ready.
She
You
can't
take-
summon her shield like you can summon your
You take
your ball.
19 necrotic damage
Okay.
as you feel this ghost appear behind you, and it tries to wrap its arms around you and almost fold into your body, and you shrug the coldness off. And as you do, another one leans out in front of you and just lashes out with a clawed hand, and you feel the cold claws scrape across your upper chest.
Oh, ow.
It is your turn.
Okay,
What can I do for you?
great. So can I roll to check, or would I know? My question is, would I know what to do if somebody got possessed? Like, would I know to?
Not really. Not really. You haven't really encountered undead in this
But-
regard.
But didn't we fight an army of undead? And that's why the war was going on, because they kept using the undead.
Yes,
Turn it.
zombies and skeletons. And
Okay.
things. They did
Okay.
not employ the use of ghosts. They were necromantic in the way that they raised bodies from the ground to fight in their armies. They did not use spirits.
Okay. Okay. Alright. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to go over to Vale, which I see his friend. Okay?
Yep.
And I'm going to grapple him.
Okay.
We're talking right here.
Yes. Can I throw him on the ground? Like, can I lay on top of him? Can I pancake this man?
He wants to pin me.
I'll say like it's a grapple, so it's.
Can I
gonna
grab as my attack and then my second attack take him to the ground?
There's a shove.
Yeah, it's gonna be a contested strength check because you're trying to grapple him.
Great.
Yeah. So
Yes.
the
I
ghost,
don't
you
think
go ahead and
there was
roll
an issue
because
there.
the ghost takes on your.
And he's
Well, it's-
fighting against
it's
this, obviously.
strength versus. Oh, your acrobatics, your choice.
Either one. I can do either one.
Natural 1.
Oh.
Oh, you're fucked.
No, no. he's
No,
doing
no,
this.
no.
Let's go.
Natural
Let's
1
roll.
against
Yep.
I get
him
that.
pinning me. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Point
even
being
needs
you're
to.
going down.
You literally have to roll a 1.
Well, even still,
3.
his modifier is getting
Like,
higher.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you walk up and you basically suplex this bitch. You walk up and grab him and you're like,
Vale
and just
takes
lay on
20
top of
damage.
him.
Okay. Yeah. So, does that use? Is that my 2 attacks essentially? Grab and then throw, and then. What can I do? Hold on, even if I haven't played for a little bit. What can I do with my bonus action as? Or no, that's.
You can't. There's no additional actions you can take as a bonus action.
I was thinking of my other character that can cast a spell with bonus
Yeah.
action. I'll
No.
ghost now.
Unless I
Um,
mean you're an Eldritch Knight, so unless you have something you can cast as a bonus action,
Probably not
I
spell-wise.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
okay.
Then, yeah, then I'm just gonna roll to stop
Be
being
your
scared.
Yeah, roll your wisdom save. Or sorry, no, yeah, wisdom. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong block.
19.
Success. You are no longer frightened.
Cool.
V, you are up. Ren, you are on deck.
So he's
Got you,
laying on
buddy.
top of him.
Affirmative.
Sorry for the suplex, but
Thank you.
you gotta be suplex
I don't
to
care
die.
at this point.
The featherfall token we saw when we first boarded. I see where he put it.
Yeah, he's got one around his neck.
So V wants to go like
Don't
while
take-
he's
yeah,
laying
you
prone
got it. You roll about
and
that.
just grab it and activate it on him.
So the
Okay, that's going to be your action
Yep.
to use an item.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
So yeah, you walk up and he's
Even
laying
if
on the
you
ground.
somehow get out.
He's
Yeah,
laying
they
on the ground.
saw it.
Can't do anything.
Gunther has grappled him and basically laying on him, and you just
gonna
reach
get it
down and
back.
grab the
And
Featherfall token, and you basically take it and just like push it against his chest, and you feel the token crumble underneath you, and you watch as the energy sort of seeps into Vale. He was like, you were holding him in place, all of a sudden he's really light, and it's like you feel like you could manhandle this son of a bitch.
great.
Yeah, he is light as
So
fuck.
in the event he gets out now, doesn't matter if he jumps. He'll still live.
We'll just have to
Now,
find it.
question:
We will just have to
since
find
I am holding him,
Search
this
for
activates.
spots. Come search for Vale.
Do
No,
that?
so he basically took it and pushed it into Vale's chest, so it activated on Vale.
Okay, so it wouldn't do anything. Because I remember you grabbed him and jumped off of a bridge.
Well,
that
I
one.
Wave
used,
at-
it,
yeah,
I
yeah.
used it on myself, which it's like a parachute at that point. He's holding on.
Yeah,
While slowly
he
falling.
grabbed on and activated it, and so
okay,
it held him.
so it doesn't actually apply to you. You're just
Parachute.
because
Okay.
another person has it.
okay.
That person.
Okay, cool. I just didn't understand how that worked.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
And then, as I don't think I can do anything bonus action wise. Not that everything I have is literally an action or reaction. Oh wait. Should I activate my Shadow Blade? Yeah, you know what? I'll go ahead and use my bonus action. After activating it, you just turn, and the magic armor of the tendrils that's writhing around my body just extends down into a long, sharp blade at the end of V's arm,
Okay.
ready to fight.
End of your turn.
Yeah, I Can't do anything else.
Ryn, you're up.
As I feel like my life force begins to be siphoned off by these spirits, I mean, I took direct damage. You tell me what happens.
Roll a wisdom save.
I'm so lost right
9.
These ghosts about to get fucked up.
Nothing happens.
Um,
You feel you're pissed off that you got hit. Like you don't like I mean you're a child.
right.
You just got fucked up. Like
Scared.
you're
Luckily you're a
you're
child.
scared, but that it is rapidly evolving into fury.
You got popped in the mouth.
There is an anger welling inside you that is like you are sort of turning from I need to help to this shit needs to go.
You're one step closer to the edge. Now I'm about to break.
I'm breathing deeply, but I see that I am quite surrounded.
So you need to have room to breathe.
I don't do it all. Bye. And I misty step. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because you're the only one who's not afraid.
Good there's not anymore.
Jet's not either.
Sure. Oh wait, I didn't roll for mine,
Oh yeah, go ahead. Roll.
Are you
Wisdom
yeah,
save.
Advantage.
and I have advantage. Yeah.
I'm not, but I'm possessed, so who gives a fuck?
Wisdom, my wisdom save is +4. That's a 7 plus 4. Is it what? Wait, 7
11?
plus 4 is 11. Ooh. The second one is 19.
Success. You are no longer frightened. Okay. Ryn, is that the end of your turn?
Um,
Misty stepping?
No, that's just my bonus action. Still movement and action. Did I see the condition of this? Is it not the gnome,
Laser
but
The
dwarf?
Appears to be frightened.
Okay.
God, the music's great.
Yeah. I'm just going to move a little further down. And I'm going to minor illusion a little crate in front of me. And I'm just gonna
Hide behind it.
hide behind it. Do my usual.
Okay.
That's my turn. But I'm
Are
trying
you
to
taking the? You're using minor illusion as your action.
correct.
Okay. So you are not taking the hide action.
Correct. But I am hiding behind
You feel hidden.
I'm hiding behind a 5-foot crate to
That is-
my 4-foot crate.
A minor illusion.
It
so
is
anything
as
past
much as I can.
West
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
it doesn't. It's not like,
is that the end of your turn?
Even if it's
It
an
is
actual
a
crate,
D4
wouldn't stop.
and saving
But still.
throws.
End of your turn.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good point, because they're ghosts.
On the initiative count of 20, I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw. As you all stand and you see that ship that's now flying alongside you sort of swings up and it slams into the side of the cloudbreaker.
Of course I can
19.
save this.
Success.
That's yours.
Success.
Hold on.
-1.
Dexterity?
Yes, sir. It's going to be at the top, just above your
11.
fail. You are knocked prone.
I'm already prone.
He's already prone holding me down.
Lit.
So he does this.
You are prone-er.
Yeah, of course.
I just got
yeah,
a raging
knock
trigger.
prone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Knocked prone?
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
6.
Knocked prone.
28.
Yeah, you use your
Because he's possessed.
But
he just
I'm
didn't bother.
still being
he
held
raised it
prone
like
by
Dracula.
anyway, so
Quick
it's
question:
fine.
how much damage did I take in 19?
affirmative, sir.
I forgot to roll a constant.
You're still holding on to him.
On protection
Oh,
of needle. Yes.
Do that right now.
I'd probably
So you have to make it.
Huh?
That's probably
You have to make a
scary.
10
That'd be creepy.
Yeah.
because you have to half the damage or 10,
Yeah,
whichever's highest.
I maintain it. 60.
Cool.
Did
Cool.
the
Natural.
dwarf move at all?
So
Or do anything?
on the initiative count of 20, they actually succeed on their dexterity saving throw. And as this ship slams into the Cloudbreaker, the dwarf runs across the deck this way 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. And as they do, they run past this tent, and you just hear them scream, Captain! Ghosts! As they're running across the deck. And they're not even, like, did not even draw a weapon or anything, just starts like,
Oh, is it?
as far away from this as they can get. Vale, on your turn,
Fuck.
you are possessed.
Yep.
You are still, the ghost is in control of your body,
Yep.
but you are not deprived of your awareness.
Yep. That's unfortunate.
That'd be so weird.
As the ghost is going to take one of your pistols, use the bonus action to reload, and with a
yourself in
cold,
the face.
distant gaze, they're just going to level it point blank at Gunther's face.
Disadvantage.
Jesus. Gunther's on top of me right now. So
Yeah,
yeah, but it's
Same concept.
it-
They're
but
basically
it's
pulling it out
literally-
and sticking it to the side of your head.
Yeah.
So I need you to roll a pistol attack with disadvantage because it is close range
And prone.
and prone, but you can't do double disadvantage. So
I want to put a pistol next to someone's face, pull the trigger, and see if that's.
Yeah.
That's a 14.
Still, like,
AC.
Oh, 15, we're good.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, sorry.
you,
I was.
as you do
You
this,
said your
like
D-
the ghost isn't
your
really
AC
prepared
area.
for the feather fall, for the lightness of your
Don't
arm,
copy me.
Nice.
and overshoots and like basically like shoots off into the air.
Ghost ain't used to firearms.
That's going to be the action. There's not really anything they can do with the bonus
Okay.
action. They're just going to.
No, you reloaded with the bonus action. So
Yeah, they're going to take the bonus action to reload both weapons.
yeah.
And your insightful fighting on the wraith would fall at this point, correct? Because you have to use it the next turn.
No.
I thought it maintains.
Yeah.
Oh, it
it's-
just it maintains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say it's
You're
So,
I feel like everybody can use
with
shield.
that,
Trying to figure out
1 minute. It just lasts for 1 minute.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll look over at Gunther, realizing I saw the ghost in her veil. Look over at Gunther. Put the fucking anchor belt on! For him. And Jet points to him, and then he's going to take, let's see.
Can I roll any kind of trying to knock it out
Technically,
of
if
me
he's
at the
possessed,
end of
they
my
could
turn?
just unhook the
No.
belt. That's why I did the feather
I'm
fall.
sorry.
They can, but
You
at the
said,
same
is there
time,
anything you roll to knock it out?
it's
Yeah.
in the
That's
moment.
fair.
This is
That's
at least
fair.
this is at least an action
are-
that they have to waste.
You're,
Oh,
yeah.
that's
You
a
are
good point.
possessed.
Yeah.
How do you? Just because I'm curious, like, how do you get on?
I guess you'll find out.
It's for me to know and you all to find out.
I do believe it's a remove curse, which I don't have.
If I had to guess, you beat the shit out of them.
That works too.
Oh, German suplex, here we come.
I heard cutting their head off works.
Yeah.
I mean, a ghost is only in a viable body, so if you beat the shit out of them, why would they want to be in that body?
Jed, I think it's just gonna take 2 swipes at this ghost because, well, actually, I don't want to set this ship on fire, but I only know there's one ghost over there, don't I? Because I can't see the other 2.
I'm sorry, sir.
I only know there's one ghost over there, right?
Affirmative. The other two are inside the building.
So I wouldn't know that they're necessarily there. I saw them swipe out, but I don't know where they went from there. So, yeah, looking at the thing right in front of him, he's gonna do that.
But that ghost right there is immediately next to you, inside the building, right? Or is wait,
Oh no, he's standing at the
Jet's over
stairwell.
here.
Jet's over there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My bad. Never mind. You're good.
Rapier and dagger. So we're gonna give that a shot.
On the one right in front of you?
Yep, because
Yep.
I just want to get this thing off me if I can.
Go ahead.
But we'll see. They have a low AC though, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
I would say 10 hit earlier.
11 hit.
Oh, 11 hit, my bad.
Really useful right now.
That should be a hit.
Where April Peters at?
Yeah, because that's a +5, so that's a 14 to hit.
Hits.
And then the other one's gonna be. Nope, the other one won't hit. The dagger won't hit, but that's alright.
What was the roll?
It was a 2 on the die, so it's a 7 total.
No. That's it.
Yep.
You
Figured.
just looked at it and I don't even remember what number it was.
That will be 8 damage with the rapier, and
So you slash through it and you feel the blade find purchase, but it doesn't seem to have the effect you were hoping for. Deals damage,
right.
but not as much as you thought.
which Jet's not a fan of. He will position himself in between where Ren's at, trying to basically occupy a space.
Are you leaving melee range? I mean, you are pretty much occupying the space between it and Ren. If it tried to go for Ren at this point, you would get an opportunity attack.
He's trying to make sure nothing else can move in between him and Ren, though. So
So
he will
if you-
actually step back.
Okay, then it's going to swipe out at you.
Disadvantage.
Yep.
Do we have or do they have?
It takes disadvantage on the attack?
Yep, because I've got
it's
protection
currently
from
under
evil.
protection.
Correct.
That's where you were.
12 to
looking
hit.
on, right?
No, not with. Well, actually, 12 to hit. Yeah, that'll do it. Never mind.
12 hits?
What's your AC?
12
How is your AC 12? What's your dex mod?
plus 2.
Shit.
I'm not wearing armor because I'm using mage armor.
Roll. Oh, you had a higher dex mod.
No, I rolled shit for Jet.
You take 17 necrotic damage as it lashes out at you, and the hand almost disappears inside your chest. And you feel this just pervasive cold begin to seep through your veins as it permeates your body.
Sucks for you, my heart's already cold.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Good thing we're fighting things that only get hurt by magic after Zareth.
Just make sure that he's done.
Yep.
Okay, you're up.
So.
Oh shit, actually I forgot with my shifter feature, my reaction. I can use that and actually disengage when it's within 5 feet of me, and I can move 10 feet without provoking opportunity attacks.
Then negate that damage.
So, yep.
Good call.
Negate that damage.
Woo! And I get my 10 HP back. Woo!
So here's my question.
Uh-huh.
I want to use 35 feet of movement to land on top of the crate and go at Ren.
I mean, it's an illusion of a crate, so you're flooding yourself. But
Also, he's incorporeal. He goes through it.
yeah,
Wouldn't matter if it was a real crate or not.
yeah.
Is she in the crate or
Behind,
Behind
it.
it.
behind it? Okay.
Also prone.
What's your dexterity mod?
+4.
You wouldn't know where she is.
Oh, okay.
With your passive perception, you reached out and attacked, and then phased back inside the wall.
Okay.
She misty stepped and disappeared, so you're not sure where she's at.
So then I'm going to use 30 feet of movement and go at Jet.
Okay.
Because he did damage to me and pissed me
I
off.
did indeed.
Yes. So yeah, you know where
I'm gonna
he's
go
at.
right there.
Boom. Now at this point, as you lunge out and attack at Jet, you notice out of the corner of your eye,
Okay.
you see the little girl cowering behind a crate.
And I'm going to do main attack.
Go ahead and roll.
Disadvantage.
Oh,
Protection from good and evil.
yep. Damn it. I'm not going to be able to fucking land any goddamn hits with this thing.
Please don't.
There's no fucking way. Everything's going to miss.
Basically,
What was your
16.
at disadvantage?
that hits.
What's your low?
Jesus.
Yeah. So you rolled a 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Just
his AC is
roll really
12.
good.
I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw, and Joe, go ahead and roll damage, please.
Natural 20.
Okay, you succeed.
No, fuck it, no. Do better.
Damn it.
Should have hit a 25.
Wait, it's a wisdom saving throw. I can only hit a 21.
Con.
Con.
Oh, con?
Con.
I can still only hit like a 22. So, you know.
I should have.
You busted.
Damn it.
Charisma save. No.
Charisma save. I can get a 27.
Add
bitches.
3 onto your total.
Jesus, hold on. $24.
24 necrotic damage as this wraith looks at you,
Oh, is that
gets into your face, and very much the Dementors from Harry Potter as it begins to wail, and you just feel this. You feel the heat begin to leave your body.
is that a reduction?
And then
since
He succeeded on the Constitution save, so he
That was gonna be my
he
question.
maintains his vitality,
Yep.
But he still takes full damage.
but he still takes full damage.
That's rough.
my other question, because I still do have 20 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if wraiths get. I want to go float 10 feet up
Okay.
Is it possible to? I don't know if you could disengage and then fly.
I already
No,
used my
because
reaction.
you used your action as
So it's
the
an
main
action
attack.
to
So
disengage?
it is an
Oh, I
action to
thought it was a bonus.
disengage,
I
but
already used my reaction.
he has already used his reaction. So even if you do that, he does not have the ability to make an opportunity attack.
Okay. So now when I float 10 feet up.
You
So
do.
I wanted to negate damage.
Not quite in range.
I was gonna say she's also prone and laying down. Right? That was intentional.
Yeah, no, that I am pro.
So,
well,
because-
no, I was not really intentional. It was more.
She got
like-
knocked down when
the
the ship
down.
hit. When the
Oh,
other ship-
okay. So, but yeah, because you're prone, I'm gonna say that you don't really get an
That's
opportunity
fair.
attack.
I wouldn't really have much to do.
Okay.
Other-
End of your turn. With that, it is now the ghost's turn.
I feel like we're getting dick stomped here.
Why is James crying?
Surprised how not.
One there.
I just got dunked on. Yeah, yeah.
Rynny, do you want to leave? Someone knows Dimension Door. We're gonna go live on a mountain.
Sounds lovely. I'll join. Meet you.
Y'all didn't fucking believe me when I said I see and shit.
Meet you on the edge.
No.
I will say, to be brutally honest, I didn't believe me. I thought Baz was just fucking with me and casting something to fuck with my head.
Was there anybody that wanted apple pie that has not yet had apple pie?
Nope.
I'm good.
Anybody?
Good on
It
that
is
now.
you. Attack against you, the
Entropic Ward. So as it comes forward to attack, you see the tentacles writhe against, like almost like they shiver, and then as it gets close, it has disadvantage.
It already has disadvantage.
Does it?
Yeah.
you're
You
protected from good and evil. So if you'd like to
oh,
redact that,
yeah, never mind then. I'm sorry.
that's good. That's good because it rolled a natural 20 on its second roll.
Okay.
The first one was not enough. It's gonna be a 13 to hit.
That's not good enough.
'Kay.
15.
That misses. It's the other one is going to take an attack at you, which it is going to have advantage on because you are prone, and is a melee attack. It's good because it rolled a 3. 14 to hit.
16.
So it misses.
Nature boy.
Next one is going to roll against the dwarf.
I feel like he's probably not going to be as well protected.
Okay.
Y'all going to need a new dwarf friend.
I like his hair.
I thought it was the gnome that had the red pink mohawk.
If we survive this, I'm killing a friend. Killing Baz because he's like, oh, we'll be fine.
I'm just starting to wonder if Badge just headed out for the group.
It turns out he's the big bad evil guy.
You see, it's the one that was engaged with you. Breaks off, hearing the dwarf sprinting across the quarterdeck. Breaks off and shoots up, and as it does, it passes through the floor of the quarterdeck and emerges in almost like a Superman punch as it comes out through the floor, as it comes out through the floor and connects right at the base of the skull of the dwarf, and you watch as the dwarf just falls lifeless to the ground immediately.
Fucking on.
Nice.
Is he like 1 HP?
Low enough to get Superman punch.
Low enough to get one hit.
Does he get XP for the farmer?
KO!
No, please don't
and
level up the ghost.
The ghost immediately turns back around and is looking down on the deck towards all of you and just
I
Gunther,
hate it. I
you
need a
are up.
silver Weapon.
You have Vale pinned to the ground. You're on
I
deck.
wish that you can like stand him up, but still like noogie him and still.
Hit the ghost with him. Improvised weapon.
He told you to get me attached with the belt.
Yeah, that's right.
Up to you whether or not you listen. Literally, Jet's
Yeah.
thought was
It
it
so
would take an action to at least remove it.
Yeah.
can I
Yes, thank you.
can I stand up and belt him as one action?
Yeah, because standing up is just half your movement.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can stand up, it consumes half your movement, so 15 feet, and then in the same motion you can grab the belt and hook him in. But that is going to be your action to do that.
But I can still make one attack though, right?
No. So to get both of your attacks, you have to use your action to attack.
You can action surge though.
If you use your action to
Can I
belt
not-
him,
Can I not use a bonus action for that? I'm just clipping him in.
does he have that at this level?
I was
I
gonna
haven't
say,
I haven't looked at his character sheet in a while.
I was
Well,
gonna
I
say
guess
use action or use item as used as an action unless you were a thief rogue.
Oh, so I'm using an item technically?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
using the item of the
Because
anchor belt
unless-
to hook
I mean,
him
you
in.
still have him grappled, so
That's true.
he's not. His movement speed is 0 unless he
Yes.
escapes your grapple.
You basically like kept all of your weight on him and stood up, and you're basically like a foot on his chest as you grab and hook him in, and you're just
The other thing is you
standing
still
over
have
him,
to pull it out.
holding him into the ground.
Unless you already had
Wait,
it.
wait,
He's
I
saying
can't-
instead of belting him in to stand up, put your foot on him, and I'm assuming attack the ghost.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Can I still can I keep him pinned with my foot?
Yes.
Yeah, and then you can attack. him.
Because you'll be grappling, but grappling just means the movement is 0. You can still free attack anything. That's why he had the ability to grab his own gun and shoot at you.
Yep.
You didn't.
Oh, okay.
You unless you have Tavern Brawler, then it's restrained. And that's when neither of you can do anything.
Okay, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep my foot on him, just so he can't move. That way he can't yeet himself off the edge here. And then I'm gonna attack the closest nerd to me, whoever that guy is. The one that attacked me.
It's ghost
Yep.
number.
So you're gonna keep me grappled but attack the
I can't see.
other
Oh, 1.
ghost.
Go ahead and roll to attack.
Okay. Has that guy been attacked at all?
Nope.
He got damaged by the fireball that Jet cast at the beginning of the fight.
He did? Okay. I'm gonna be doing great weapon fighter.
Okay.
By the way. So hold on.
It's a -5 to your roll.
Yep.
What are we,
Plus
plus
type
one
damage. Save it plus 4.
Yeah, plus 4. Yeah. 19
Hit.
for the first attack, and then I'm gonna attack again.
Okay.
15.
Hit.
Cool. So it's 2d.
Plus 32.
That's not my dice.
That's my dice.
I was like, this is oddly similar, but not mine.
Yeah, no, I was gonna let you
Okay,
do
hold
I
on.
think Drake was
So
just
it's
like,
gonna be
whatever.
20, and then 32. Yes, 32, and then
46 plus 34.
4d6 plus 32.
Yeah.
Ah, great.
Reroll.
How in the world are your bonuses that fucking high?
Because
Great weapon master, he
I-
gets an
it's
additional
harder
10,
for me to
an
hit,
additional
but-
10.
It's if I do hit,
It's hard.
It hits.
that's how I invented golf.
Gotcha.
All right, so you said 4.
4 reroll 1s and 2s.
You never put
One.
silver on your mold,
6.
did he?
Yep, so 6. Cool.
I
So
don't.
good.
5.
11.
I'll leave it at that.
Would have been
These
5.
are not
16.
susceptible to silver.
Oh, are they not?
4. 20.
20. So 52.
52.
52.
Yes. So I'll
And
take that
what
off.
number is that ghost? 1?
Yeah.
52 is a
Was
26.
number 1.
So you wail on this and you watch as both swings pass through this, you're almost scattering this incorporeal plasma that it's made out of. You splatter it on the ground and it reels and it almost disconnects for a second, and then you watch as just a couple faint threads sort of reattach the top part to the bottom part. But it is quite literally hanging on by a thread.
Okay. Question.
Answer.
So I stood up.
Uh-huh.
Use half your movement.
So that used half my.
Affirmative. If you use any more of your movement, you will lose the grapple.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware. Action surge.
Okay?
He says
That
like
means-
a superpower.
That means I can do one more attack. Correct.
No, you can do 2
And
more
I-
attacks.
You gain your action back. So your action, if you use it to attack, you get 2 attacks.
You can only do attack, disengage, and.
No, that's haste.
Yeah.
Action surge, it's a whole.
It's a
other
whole new
action.
turn.
Who's that?
basically.
Who's that behind Veil?
V.
In the yellow?
Yeah.
That's yeah. That's
Is he within 15 feet of me? Is V within 15 feet?
Yeah.
V's right next. I'm right next to you guys. I'm the yellow.
Yeah, but
I know.
between you is Vale, so he's trying to see.
Like
how
I
far
kind of
between
I
you
laid
are.
him on the ground and like stood on him, and I'm smacking him around. Okay, no,
But he's exactly 15 feet from me.
Okay, I won't do that then.
I see you. Get off the table. Hey, get off the table.
I'm trying to think if I should save this or if I should just kill this one. Because I know I can kill it one more hit.
Mm-hmm.
Just commit.
Reduce that action
Commit
economy.
this to
There we go.
What?
I said reduce that action economy.
Yeah,
What do
so
you
that
mean?
he can't do as many hits.
Yeah.
Like take out one.
Yep.
And then.
Okay.
I think you have any like melee range attacks you can throw?
I have Ice Knife.
That's
I mean,
a spell,
like
though.
you have any javelins or hand
Um,
axes or some like
hold
throwing
on.
Should have
weapon.
hand axes, I think.
Yes, I do.
So you can throw a hand axe. You can finish ghost number 1 off, and then you could also with your second attack take a quick hand axe and go
And throw it. Yep.
Okay. Then that's what I'm going to do.
You just won't be able to use
Roll your
your
attacks.
See,
Roll your attacks. You
What's
you
that?
will
It
not
doesn't
get
have
Great
that.
Weapon Master on the second one because it is not a two-handed weapon.
Correct.
Strapped to them. That's
That's
what
cool.
kind of D&D assumes is that you have
Gotcha.
the weapons up already.
I just don't know the rules. I was just
The one.
Damn it.
Okay, so you miss on the swing with your hammer because I'm assuming you're swinging with the
Yes.
hammer first and then you're throwing the axe.
Okay. Now,
And you hit Vale.
if I notice that
You miss.
I fucked up,
Uh huh.
can I, like, realize that I didn't commit to the swing and then actually attack it again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you can change your.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna swing at it again then.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that's a 19.
That was
Okay. So it's gonna be 10. So 16 plus 2d6.
It kills it.
Yeah, let's
Yep.
say
It literally is hanging on by a thread.
like 1 hit point thread.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah.
It was yeah. Okay.
So you hit it, and it scatters into this like ectoplasm on the deck, and you watch as most of it starts to dissolve and like turn into smoke and drift away, and you hear a very faint. Thank you.
I'm extremely weirded out by that. I've never had anything thank me for killing it.
End of your
that I
turn?
can think of. Yes.
V, you're
Yeah, because
up.
I'm not frightened.
So
Rin,
so.
you're on deck.
I'm going to use my Shadow Blade to attack the one right in front
And
of
I'm
me.
still Captain Morgan in
alright.
Necro.
Go ahead and roll.
Rin is technically a small creature,
It's
isn't
a
she?
plus 4, I
Until I hit my growth spurt.
Right.
believe. 14.
Little bitch.
Well, in theory, then would Jeb be able to
14
space
hits.
if he tried to use
So it
himself as a
is-
shield?
I mean, that's how
I cast Human Shield.
Essentially, yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
3d8.
Would someone mind telling me the number of the ghost that V is attacking?
It is.
3.
I cannot see. Yeah, I think it's
13.
3.
Just say 2.
I think it's
13
3.
psychic damage.
Oh wait,
Who has the spell roast
Three.
ghost?
Three's
They
dead.
did the first. Race
Spell
down.
roast.
Three is the one
That's supposed to be
consuming.
dead. Just kill
3
him.
is the one consuming
still
damage. Yes, that is a
over
2.
half.
3. Yeah, I was gonna
How
say
much
3 is the
damage?
one consuming.
13.
I get temporary HP for my.
So yeah, so
Right.
immediately seeing that one die, takes seeing the one Gunther kills, takes a blade and just sweeps straight up, like.
And there
diagonal
is a pained wail from it as it reels back from the attack, and it seems to do what you expected. End of your turn.
upwards.
What'd you do? What exactly did you do?
Shadow
Sorry?
blade.
Is that necrotic, right?
No, it's
Psychic.
Psychic, that's right.
Psychic.
I mean, how dark is it?
I mean, it's
BBC.
it's middle of the night, but that bonfire
Keeps everything
in the
more lit.
middle gives everything like standard light for
Keeps it pretty lit.
45
I
feet.
get it. I get advantage if it's dim.
Dark or dim light. Yeah.
Nothing. I'm just gonna stay engaged with this.
Okay.
Wait, don't
Rin?
you need to unfear your? No.
You're
just-
Those are
Actually,
bonuses, those are
before
bonuses, those are
I do
bonuses.
anything, I want to go in between these two right here.
Nice.
Oh wait, I'm not frightened anymore, guys.
Yeah, I was like, why are there so many bonuses? Like there were so many rings on you, Sonic.
Boop, boop.
Magic. All the magics.
Just to get in between the floaty guy and next to Vale and Gunther.
Okay.
I was supposed to say or, not of.
will say that was a good call because I was going to do something.
What?
Well, you weren't within melee range of me.
I am now.
Now you are. Which means ranged
Yeah.
is at disadvantage.
Okay. Top of the round. Ryn, you are up.
Going to stand up.
Okay. 15 feet of your movement.
Yep.
Can I cast shield at any point?
Are you Jet? Right? Are you right next to me?
I am.
Can I cast shield at any point, technically?
I would wait until you get hit and then cast.
No, that's what I mean, but I
It's a
just wanna make sure
reaction.
it's
It's a
like
reaction.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just
It's an
want to.
instant use.
I just
And it lasts a turn.
Yes.
I just want to
Like a
confirm
round.
that's how that worked.
But yes, I am.
Look at you, and I think we could use a bit more protection. I'm gonna reach out, grab your arm, and twin cast Mage Armor on us.
Okay. Yeah, Mage Armor's not concentration, so awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Just you guys remember that.
Yep.
On your AC, please. I don't have markers for mage armor.
No, it's fine. I have it already written down as far as
His AC is
like,
37
I'm
now.
wearing my
Oh,
shield
yeah.
or wearing mage armor or something.
I forgot I had these on my head, so I went to the bathroom earlier, and I was like, "What the hell's on my? Oh, yeah.
What the hell's on my yeah?
What the hell's on my head? Not shades on my head. Don't call me a shade.
and no one's really
Lee's
in
on my head. Don't call me a
range.
B-head. Bruce Lee's on my head. Don't call me a Lee-head. Terrible show, terrible song, but
Terrible show, but it's like it's such
I'm
a
just
train
gonna
wreck you can't look away.
back
Like,
up
this is so
behind,
terrible, but
uh,
I'm mildly entertained,
Jet
so I can't
over
look
to
away.
Here, try and get out of
One time you
that area because I don't know what's really going on up on deck. I'm just gonna, but I do know that the captain's quarters is. Or not the
Captain's quarters are
captain's-
below you. Captain's tent, like the pilot's tent,
yeah.
is up there on the quarterdeck.
Right. I'm just gonna yell over, try to yell for Captain Baz. Go, Captain Baz, please, we're under attack.
I cannot help but feel like this guy's just fucking ignored you guys this whole time.
I'm just gonna try and yell
You're not
that
trusting
out
Oh, what if
into
he's
the night.
possessed?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
or what if he has some kind of deal with these ghosts, and every so often he has to bring unsuspecting souls this way
Is
so
it
they
Fable
can
2?
consume.
That's a fantastic plot hook that I didn't even think of.
Yeah. DM writes practically. Now it is.
That is a terrible idea.
Now it
But he
is.
knows Gunther and likes him.
On
Second
the
plot twist. I helped him do
Damn it.
this.
All right, I'm dimension going. Bye, guys.
on the initiative count of 20, the ship that's off to the side is going to. You're going to see along the side of it where there's like
It's the top
missing
of the round.
chunks
Okay,
and
okay.
pieces
I figured
where
I
it's
just didn't know if
damaged.
that was like
You see appear out of the shadows within. You see what appears to be a cannon
Oh shit.
That's awesome. I'm sorry.
From where?
That's so
cannon.
fucking
Ghost
cool.
from the
cannon.
side of the ship that's floating over here.
Oh.
And it is going to land a shot basically in the mid deck, and I need
Everyone's like, pick up the dice. What are we rolling?
Everyone roll dex.
Six just used to making that hand gesture.
I mean, most of us
Just
don't.
use something other than a die being in it.
so it's going to land there.
It's
It's
going
going
to
to
hit his own guy?
No, he's floating above, I think.
yeah, it's landing on the deck. I'm just holding it there to see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say I'm 10 feet in the air.
It's going to hit
10 feet or 20 feet? I can't remember how I am. Hang on.
V, Gunther, Jet.
No deck save or anything?
It is a dexterity save.
Please. 10.
I just thought about something.
Fail.
What?
How many ghosts are over on that ship still controlling that ship?
There's at least 3.
15.
Success.
No, I'm not talking about the this
22.
ship. The ship that keeps ramming you and shooting cannons at you.
Well,
There could be 100 more ghosts over there.
It's just like the ghost ships and sea.
That's what my thought was, yeah.
They just never die. You just have to just sink the ship.
I did find out, I did not realize, but somebody taught me that when you blow holes into the skeleton ships and the ghost ships,
Christ.
they don't stop what they're doing to go and patch holes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. That's the
Take it
point.
down.
You just want to want to quickly make as many holes as you can because it decreases the fight.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I got the damage
Somebody
type
eat
right.
themselves over there with the TNT barrel. And
God,
How much my negative?
Scott did that the other day.
He didn't tell me he was doing it.
You take, all of you, those of you that succeeded, you take half damage, 25 points of cold damage.
Oh.
If that's a success.
No, if you succeed, you take
25.
half, so you would take
Okay.
12
Oh,
to you two. 12 damage
Okay.
to you two, 25 cold damage to you.
Fuck.
So yeah,
Yeah,
as
my
it,
tongue.
basically the second it impacts, all of the explosion, you see all of the tentacles like rip apart and then come all back around and like try to
Recover.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool. I like that. On that also,
Are you the captain?
I'm the captain now.
I do not know that.
Not technically right now, he is. Baz is nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you mean with my cat Baz? That'd be crazy.
No, but like, are you the
Wait,
captain
you
now?
took-
Like,
you
Oh,
said
I got
basically,
you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I took 12 damage then.
what direction are you facing?
One direction.
I'll probably.
Aft, stern.
Wait, how about these back?
Me.
Yes.
Probably. I would, if I'm
Are you
yelling
facing
at,
down to the group, up towards the captain's
Probably up
quarters?
to, if I'm yelling at the captain, I'd probably be looking for the captain.
At that point, you would see.
Hey, baby. How you
We'll
doing?
go ahead and use Asmodee. You would see basically pushing through the curtain door of the captain's, like the pilot's quarters. You see Baz open the gate and just lunge out with a long sword and stab through the ghost in front of him. Doesn't seem to do as much damage as he hoped, but he does land an attack.
God, if I was only 13 years older.
You could have been.
I mean,
Could've been.
You're welcome, I
You
think.
sabotage yourself.
All right.
God damn it.
congrats, you played yourself.
At this point, you are still on the ground. The ghost isn't going to try to break out of the grapple. Just going to sit there.
Where?
Under your boot.
Under your boot.
The boot.
Das Boot.
And it's gonna, it's gonna take.
Go ahead, shoot at one of us.
It's going to basically at the same time. It's going to take the gun in the left hand and like put it against Gunther's head again.
No,
And
Gunther's
pull it-
standing
But
up.
I'm standing up.
Okay, then it's going to point right up, like basically right up at your chin, and at the same time, it's
Other
going.
hand is going for V.
It's going to level the other hand at Jet.
Figured. Yep. That was like.
Oh,
You got
yeah.
ranged.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Is it-
So I need you to make the first attack against Gunther with disadvantage. Okay.
Actually,
Why did Gunther with disadvantage?
this is controlling me, right?
Affirmative.
If he's attacking
It's
Jet,
it's
It
it's,
does
it's,
not-
it's going to use.
It does not gain access to class features.
Oh, cool.
It
Yeah,
does not
I
gain
know- I
access
know
to
you
class
were
features.
gonna-
Because I was gonna be, to be brutally honest, it would
would
use
go for
insightful
Jet.
fighting to
it
go
does
to
not
move
gain
it to
access
Jet.
to that. It
Question?
just possesses you and uses what you have on you
Well, I was
to
gonna say, just
execute.
taking both
Okay,
shots
okay.
at Jet. 'cause
Jet
that's
has
not-
protection from good and evil,
Uh-huh.
since the ghost is in
So
him,
it's
does
still
that
disadvantage
disadvantage
anyway.
Or no? Because technically we're not afraid of him when it's inside, trying to get a grip on
Giggity.
what's
Eh.
I need
realistic.
to look at the wording of protection from good and evil.
Well,
If it's Fey Fiend or undead, if you categorize a possessed humanoid as undead now,
The ghost now controls the body. It doesn't deprive the target of awareness.
I mean, I think
What
that's
is
the
it?
DM's call.
What is it from Get Out? Because that's where you're at. Right?
The ghost,
But doesn't.
the ghost, it's the ghost itself.
Vale, I'm sorry. If Vale is prone, he's disadvantage on all attack rolls.
that's true.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm prone
Yeah,
anyway.
no,
yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay.
So it's disadvantage on both attacks.
Yeah.
Das
Okay.
Boot.
So the first one was
So
14.
just-
I
first-
rolled a
yeah,
14
four-
against
four-
Gunther. What's the disadvantage roll?
That was 14.
Yeah, you only rolled one dice.
No. I rolled a 14 on the die and then a 7 plus 7, so 14.
Copy. What's your AC? 16.
15.
Okay,
Yes.
and this is on him. Now on Jet.
This one is a 4 plus 7.
11.
Nope.
Misses.
Because mage armor.
Y'all are getting
Thank you,
fucking
Red.
lucky. Y'all are getting fucking lucky.
Das Boot.
Das Boot.
All right. Jet, you are up. Joe, you're on deck.
I still definitely concerned about this
Huge shit.
fucking thing
Yeah.
that's floating above my head. So, Red is technically a small creature. Am I able to occupy the same space to try to provide extra cover for her?
Yep.
So I will back up so that I'm, again, shielding.
Mhm.
And then we're going fireball again because
Where are you landing it?
I'm going up towards the wraith. 'Cause-
You're basically just trying to hit the wraith and nothing else.
yeah, because I'm
That's
trying not to
easy.
catch a boat
This
on
is my
fire.
other question with
That's
that though. On a
Why not
normal
circle of
basis,
death?
This
I
boat is on
don't
fire.
have that.
would that have? I don't know
At
how
all.
this. I'm just asking about rules.
I would.
Is there any kind of advantage or disadvantage on that? Because it's not like you're trying to hit the deck where it has like an explosion effect. Like you have to
So
hit, you have
he
to hit
chooses-
me directly,
No,
or it does
he
not.
chooses the point.
Yeah, I literally just say I want to hit there.
He wants to
and-
summon it there, and that's where it expands from.
Oh, okay. It doesn't shoot from him at.
It does, but he chooses the
different.
point exactly where it detonates.
Yeah.
So he
It's
can
not
choose.
like I want to shoot generally that direction. It is exact. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
where-
was
exactly
confused how
where
that
he
actually
wants it
worked.
to detonate.
Yeah,
All right.
Like jump guy's fine.
I have to roll something, don't I?
Yep, you do.
Dexterity saving throw. Just tell me what you roll on the dice.
You don't need modifier.
I have the mod over here.
Natural one.
You rolled a nat one.
Yeah.
Lit.
Uh,
So
Really?
you're gonna take full damage. Well,
28.
half damage technically.
I've taken like
What are you
nothing
talking about?
yet, so.
Fireball because that's
Okay.
best. The
You
strongest
still
range
take half
attack I
damage due to
have.
resistance.
So yeah.
14.
So what did I take?
14.
Because again, that's the strongest attack I have. I don't usually like to do it for. And I'm going to go ahead and do Bardic Inspiration on.
The Wraith.
No! I want to use Cutting Words on you actually, so please come and try to hit me, or someone else. Except for Ren.
I'm only coming after you now.
Okay, that's fine.
Excellent.
Bardic Inspiration, let's see.
Ren, you're gonna die.
Let's go ahead and do it on V since he's engaged in a,
Three-way.
yeah, pretty
What
much.
am I doing?
You're gonna
Bardic
throw it.
Inspiration,
You have a D8 to any attack roll or save.
Were you at in the middle or?
What?
You can roll. You have a Bardic Inspiration, so you
Yeah,
have the ability
yeah,
to
that's
add a
cool.
D8.
I know, I didn't
Why
realize
not?
that's what he was
A lot.
He
trying to
said.
think of my next action.
He said V's in the
Nothing that
three-way.
can,
So
like,
where are you at? In
outside
the
the
middle,
area.
or are you like in the
So
front?
we're a
or the
three-way,
back?
you guys and I are on the
that's
same
a-
side, or we're in
Player
the
knowledge. That's
really
a greater
where-
restoration, but
If you're the human centipede,
Like you don't have like.
or remove curse, I
Definitely
think
that.
does it
I'm
too.
the last one.
No, it
Because I
doesn't.
have no
I have this
asshole.
one.
just
There is
engage.
there is
That's a-
only one way
that's a 5th level spell.
to fix a possession.
Okay.
There is only one way.
We're gonna fucking kill you.
Cock and ball torture.
I was
The
gonna.
only way to end a possession is to reduce the target to 0 HP,
Yep. we're gonna
Or
fucking kill
dispel
you.
good and evil, which I don't
That-
know.
I mean, no-
or turn turn
Yeah,
like a turn
cleric.
spell, turn
Sure.
undead.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not a cleric.
But none of you are clerics.
I'm like a faux cleric.
So basically, y'all
guy's gotta
need to
kill
kill
him.
me and heal me.
Yeah, basically.
Yep, I can.
We can do that. You came to the right party.
Who wanted to kill them?
So if
Everyone gang up on the first board.
random
That's the end of your turn. You're not going to use any movement or
Realistically, we
anything.
can use,
I'm moving back just to
Did you
be
roll?
in
we
the
can
same
use
space.
non-lethal
damage?
damage, knock him to 0 so he's knocked
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
and then just...
How much was
Heal.
Can you
28.
take someone to 0 with non-lethal damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Knock someone
You can
conscious.
out.
But will it actually make them come out if they're... Because it's not a death...
When you knock the target unconscious,
2-0.
the possession
Yep.
ends.
So he won't have to do saving throws, because we can
So you
just...
done?
On the final
Yep,
hit...
I was gonna say.
Now again,
I'm
Remember,
we tried
that is
to-
player knowledge, not
Yeah,
character
correct,
knowledge.
yeah.
Your characters do not know that.
That's
Indeed.
fair.
Remember to
That's
separate
fair.
that knowledge. Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Nah, I'll put the contra code in. I know
Yep.
that now.
I was gonna say I'm just stepping back again, trying to
What's it called?
give
Here we
some-
go.
We'll move to here. Again, I'm only 10 feet in the air. I'm not 20.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'm gonna cast Create Spectre on the dwarf.
So you watch as this wraith ascends up to the quarterdeck. It just sort of like drags one of its long clawed hands across the corpse of this dwarf, and you watch as a ghostly spectral image of this dwarf sort of rises out of the body and stops, and you watch as the head makes a full 360-degree pivot and locks back into place, and then immediately swivels and looks at you.
I don't like
So
that.
we can go ahead and you already stood it up. That end of your turn.
Oh, me, yeah. That's all I can do, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now it
I
is
didn't
the
know that was
ghost
gonna
turn. Yeah.
Actually, hold. Well, never mind. It's too late. I've already said.
You're fine.
I'll take
And I'd
that.
pay attention if I had any movement left.
Took your hand off the piece.
Right.
It's done.
Okay.
You have no control.
I just thought I would ask.
You're in the sunken place.
I'm in the upside down.
I was thinking that at first.
Yeah.
So,
I have an idea. I don't know if it's gonna work.
I'm not an undead killer. This is not what I do. I don't kill anything. I control things, but I can't manipulate undead things.
Oh yeah, can you do like charm person or something?
Yeah, I was gonna say they can't be charmed and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
immune to conditions.
Yep, and I was gonna say I'm pretty certain Jet would know that by now.
Yeah.
We fought enough of them.
Yeah.
Can you not use suggestion?
Nope.
It's a charm. So even for like Veil,
Well,
he's got advantage on.
I was gonna say
charm
I
attacks,
also
so
have advantage against
yeah, I was
charm.
gonna say it would be incredibly challenging to do it anyway.
The one in front of you is going to incorporeally phase down through the floor. You would still get a attack of opportunity if you would like to take it.
I would indeed.
Go ahead. Roll the attack.
Non-natural 20.
Still hits. Still hits.
1, 8, 10.
10 points of damage.
Yeah, so as it's starting to sink, it's just...
And this is this with the Shadow Blade?
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 points of psychic.
Didn't you add a modifier?
What's the number on the back of that one in front of V?
Well, it's a
Two?
finesse weapon.
Yes.
So what's your dex mod?
Shadow Blade does not have modifiers attached. It's just a spell attack.
No, but you. It's technically a weapon attack, so you would add your modifier to it.
Not according to the spell. So, you weave together threads of shadow to create a sort of solidifying gloom. While the magic sword lasts till the spell ends. It counts as a simple melee spell with which you are proficient. It deals 2d8 psychic damage on a hit and has finesse, light, and thrown properties. So it's to hit. Like it gets those
I
bonuses
see.
to hit. It's still because I'm level because I cast everything at 4th level right now. It does 3d8 damage. At next level, it'll do I think 48.
So it is going to appear to your side, basically flanking with you and Vale's body. Seeing as how Vale is considered a hostile, it does gain advantage on the attack, but you have protection from good and evil,
So it negates.
so it negates, so it is just a flat roll. If someone wouldn't mind pivoting him to the 12 o'clock from your position, Nick.
I will say,
Perfect.
does he still get disadvantage? Because technically, I'm not threatening because I'm still prone and grappled.
You're grappled, you're not restrained. You are still you still pose a threat.
True. I can still attack.
So you
yeah,
still pose
Personally,
that's
personally, as it's because it classifies it as a weapon, one could argue that it does use a weapon property, which means you could add a modifier to it.
And I mean, all I know is that on here it doesn't actually. It just says 3d8 times psychic. Like it doesn't actually have any modifiers because technically I have a +4 with my proficiency in Dex because it's finesse and I have a higher Dex than I do strength.
Fair enough. Well,
According to D&D Beyond, it only does the simple.
That
magic.
is a 21 to hit.
simple weapon.
No, that doesn't hit.
Okay, just making sure.
You rolled too many times.
Fuck! So low.
Good.
11 points
I mean, it
of
still hurts.
necrotic damage.
Owie.
Aren't you
There.
resistant?
Nick,
To
sorry,
necrotic?
Corey,
Because you were a what?
That's
Because you're
Warforged? No, I don't think so.
Corey, read Jeremy Crawford.
No?
Okay,
I wish.
okay. Then you still take full damage then.
I have, as a Warforged, I'm resistant to poison, not necrotic.
Copy.
creates a weapon and the spell doesn't tell you to ignore the general rule in making a weapon attacks. You therefore add the appropriate. Technically he's right.
Yeah, so add your mod. Add your mod.
Okay.
I trust you guys. I trust you guys.
Plus 4, so I
So
do 4 more
add
damage
to
to
the-
it. 14 total.
Copy. That one is pretty fucking hurt. And then
looking
so
out
you
for-
take the full.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You take the
damage.
full 11 damage.
Yeah, I logged it.
Okay. The one up at the top by the specter is going to. Well, I guess none of you would really see it.
See myself possessed. I just see myself looking up a good bird. Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
You see as the ghost up there standing next to the dwarven specter turns around and just backhands into the room behind, and you hear Baz grunt in pain.
No! You leave that handsome captain alone, you bastards!
You bastards.
Oh my god.
That is
Jesus Christ.
Yep, you need to put on those
I'm
glasses.
glad you took those glasses off.
that ends the ghost's turn. It is now Gunther's turn. V, you are on deck.
Ugh. Okay, now question. Since he's prone, does he technically get an attack of opportunity if I leave his...
It's a
Me?
disadvantage.
Or can-
Yes, but it will still be a disadvantage.
But
for that.
because he's also unloaded both of his pistols, I don't think he has a shot.
Actually,
he would have used his bonus action to reload.
He used,
Can
and
you
he used his
drag
bonus
him?
action. He shot twice, right?
He gets 2 attacks.
and I use my bonus action to reload.
Oh, okay.
Can you drag him?
You could.
Yeah, can you literally just drag him one square over?
I mean, you're not really grappled with him.
Just like get half my movement?
But doesn't that technically fall under?
That technically I think is restrained.
Because an attack of opportunity is when a creature willingly leaves the.
No. I'm talking about if he drags the veil with him.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But the creature's not technically like willingly leaving the melee range. Does that still provoke attack of opportunity?
No, literally, the goal is to, again, move veil with him to the same spot. So they're still stuck together, together.
Like,
I think what he's thinking is
Are you-
dragging
are you
me is
trying-
not going to provoke an opportunity against
right,
V,
no,
with
no,
V
it
attacking me.
wouldn't. It's
Yeah,
only-
that's
right,
what
no,
that's what I'm
right.
saying. It will not provoke the attack of
Correct.
opportunity. But yes,
Correct.
you can still drag.
Yes.
It will be half movement. Or difficult terrain. So every 5 feet technically takes 10 feet of your movement because you are having to haul another person.
All you have to
So
do is
where you want to
that
haul me to?
use my...
No.
No.
You're still grappled with him. So you're basically just picking Vale up by his boot and moving wherever you want to go with him.
Oh, okay.
It's just
Right.
if you have 30 feet of movement, you can only move 15 because
Right.
it counts as double
he's
because
that-
you're dragging
Perfect.
me. So it's more.
So I'm going to
you
go
might actually be able to
You
flank.
could,
yeah.
like-
here. I'm
yeah.
going to flank. I'm going
So
to
you-
drag him with
you
me by
move
the boot. And I'm going to
5,
flank
10,
that nerd.
15, yeah, and then Vale just kind of
Yes.
just kind of drags in your
I'm just
wake.
kind of like, you're coming with me, Vale.
Yeah.
All right,
come
and
here.
then I'm gonna wail on that guy.
Please do.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
I love that you're just being dragged around now.
You're not jumping off the ship. And I will be using Great Fighter, yeah.
Wait a minute. Now this sucks, but I'm just trying to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
You pulled him past me.
But he doesn't leave your threat range, and there's
Yeah.
no opportunity to
Oh,
attack.
he doesn't leave the threat range?
No, you're still adjacent.
When the
I was
creature
gonna
is unwillingly moved, it does not provoke or allow
Yeah.
opportunity.
I was
attacks.
gonna say, I was expecting. He just slides by and goes, bitch! Just fires.
Oh,
No, it does not provoke opportunity attacks.
That missed.
What was it?
Natural one.
Okay.
Okay, that's
A lot.
23.
It's,
Okay. So that's
what number ghost is that? Number 2? Number 2?
16.
Yeah.
2. Yes.
It's dead no matter what.
All right.
Good thing you killed both of them.
What?
2 HP.
2 HP. Jesus.
It might have survived if we didn't have to do the if the modifier didn't take place
Mm.
from his shadow blade effect.
But
But
Now I was going to say, you did great weapon fighting.
Yeah, so it was going to be.
So at
it was a
the very
goner
least, it would have
regard-
been 10
it was a
damage
goner
no matter what.
regardless.
well,
Yeah.
10 damage reduced in half. We put it at 5.
Well, 16.
that's true. That's true.
16.
So yes,
eight.
it still would
8
kill.
plus. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was going
Okay,
to say
he's
the
gone too.
modifier.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
So that one's
Go away.
dead. Let's knock that one down, please.
Already did.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I don't think I can.
B, you're up. Ryn, you're on
Well,
deck.
no, hold on.
You trying to say something cool?
You could do second wind. I know you took a hit.
That would be a bonus action, yeah, to get some health back.
I don't need it. I only took 12 damage. Oh wait. Because I haven't really been using my bonus action anyway.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm-
You could use it.
I'm just gonna like look down and like try to connect with the ghost that's inside of Vale. Like, you're next.
Bitch.
Intimidation.
Vale just smiles back.
Oh God.
Okay.
End of your turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ren, you're up.
Huh?
But the V was up.
I would like to
Sorry, yes,
go.
Yeah, sorry.
Please.
My bad.
So, in your head, Gunther, you just hear, "Thank you. Take care of him." And how far away is this guy?
As the crow flies,
About 60 feet.
yeah, about 60 feet, including elevation,
Including elevation.
right?
So yeah, oh yeah.
That
about
is-
50 feet away with 20.
What I was hoping
10
you were
feet.
going to say.
Because he's 20 feet off the deck of the quarterdeck, which is
yeah.
another 20 feet off. So
Maybe.
you're looking at it. You're actually looking at about 80 feet.
Jet's dead. Again.
So I'm going to go around. Where's he? Is he right here? So if I walk away, that's opportunity attack, right?
He's gonna provoke.
He's still disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and do the opportunity.
They'll roll missile attack with disadvantage.
Yep. That's an 18. That's an 11, so 18 with
Both
bonus.
hit. Oh, that hits, yeah.
Okay.
Roll damage.
That is 3 plus. Come on. Actions. 3 plus 4, 7.
7 points of damage to you.
Okay, so as he's walking by and hits at the back, like just kind of like
you actually feel the bullet pierce through the metal and like bury itself in the wood inside you.
and he keeps walking. And at this point, you see the blade come back up inside, and he pulls out the book and turns the pages looking for the symbol. Does he find it? He's starting to conjure a spell.
Yeah.
So as he turns, he stops, finds it, and points the symbol at that and casts Banish.
On the Wraith?
Yeah.
What's the save?
Charisma.
14.
What kind of save?
Charisma.
I think it's charisma.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Suck
Joe?
it up. Suck it up.
16.
Damn
It succeeds.
I am going to use cutting words.
I don't know what that does.
It's a
Yeah.
reaction.
Reaction
Yeah.
to be able to
To-
take a
to-
D8 potentially off of.
Off, yeah.
That's
off
a
the-
6.
So,
So,
take 6 off of Joe's
16 was your natural roll.
So now
roll. So we put it at 10,
10.
plus bonus.
Wait. 6? Yeah. 10.
It's 12.
Oh, he's banished.
So he
Yes, Bards.
disappears.
Okay.
And you just see the runes basically, like they're just going through, and the tendrils are hitting the book, and the pages are like vibrating as it just stays on the symbol.
Jet and Ryn, you see the symbol inside the book.
What does it look like?
Do you have the symbol
I can pull it
prepared?
up real quick.
Yeah, if you could pull it up real quick.
Is it infernal?
No, it is just a symbol.
No.
Is that the end of your turn, sir?
Yes.
Ryn, you're up.
Take a look at the symbols. So seeing the main ghost poofed.
I'm trying to pull it up here. Oh, there
Alright. These things starting to make me mad. But they're not the only things that can kind of summon. Oh, very cool.
Nice.
They're not the only things that can summon specters, and I'm going to take a deep breath, calm myself. Let's introduce them to Father. I'm going to summon a spiritual weapon in the form of my father at 3rd level.
Nice.
Right.
Have you guys seen this before?
Yes.
No,
Once before.
not his dad.
Yeah,
Once
we
before.
have.
Once
Yeah,
once
okay.
before in the Fairhaven.
Yep.
I summoned it to help with the cultists.
I remember you
but-
summoned. I didn't realize it
But
was.
this
in the
time
shape of your dad.
he looks like a little bit more armored. He's holding 2 swords instead of 1. He looks a little bit. He's glowing brighter. 'Cause I summoned him at a 3rd level. He's
So,
going-
as a question,
As an
is
answer.
a wraith from another plane?
No,
Technically, no,
not
but
really. Player knowledge. He's just a spiritual weapon that Rin chooses to use. As
No. The Wraith that just got banished.
It's
Yes.
just
Because
undead.
if
It'll
it
be back in a
stays
minute.
there, I was gonna say, if it stays there for a minute, it stays gone.
If
If it's
it's-
from another plane. If not, it'll return in that one spot.
They're just undead, so
Yeah, I
they'll
don't think they're
they'll
not really
come
from
back.
a specific plane, but
I mean, unless I guess everyone
Yeah,
categorizes.
Yeah, like a plane of the dead
That's,
or something.
yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
I have 16 to hit the spirits, the ghost
The specter.
specter.
Yay.
Well, not the inspector that
Double gadget,
not,
fuck
not the
you.
inspector, not the specter that was summoned, but the ghost that's in combat with Captain Baz.
Oh, okay.
16 to hit DM.
Sorry, hold on.
Hit shit. I think an 11 hit last
Yeah.
time.
Well,
So banishment, if it's from this plane.
Comes back after a minute.
I'm pretty, yeah, I'm
What,
pretty
10
sure.
rounds?
10 rounds, yeah.
Yeah, you banish it to the astral sea, and then it comes back.
Because it's basically what happened to Jet.
Yeah.
Except for it didn't last a full minute. Luckily for Jet.
As I removed the
Right. Again, luckily for
Right.
Jet. He didn't like it. He didn't appreciate that flank, that prank.
16 to hit the ghost
Yeah.
that's in combat with Baz.
That hits.
10 points of force damage.
Can you move that? It is number 4. 10 points.
Yes.
Is that gonna hurt?
And I will move behind Jet. Can you move me, Nick? I'll move 30 feet to
behind Jet?
Yeah, moving behind Jet's full cover. And that's my turn.
Okay. On the initiative count of 20.
Shift attacks.
You see the ghostly ship. You see that the cannon that fired the previous round, you see it start to retreat inside the ship. And from a different
Oh, for
hole, you see another
Pete's sake.
cannon appear. And it, as you see the energy begin to gather around the barrel as it gets ready to fire, you hear the captain yell from his post inside the pilot's chamber. You just hear him yell, "Brace!" And as the other ship fires, the Cloudbreaker just goes into a dive and breaks away. So I still need all of you to make dexterity saving throws, but I'm going to give you advantage on them. Because the Cloudbreaker is using its action to evade.
I have
Nat
advantage as
20.
well.
Fantastic.
15.
22.
Technically 21.
Did anyone get lower than 15?
Yep.
Okay, so you will all take half damage.
Hold on.
You're prone already, though.
I am prone already, but I'm talking damage wise.
Oh, damage wise. Okay.
I got a 12 with advantage.
Damn.
My first was a natural 1. My
You
second was a
You
3.
still fail. 14 points of damage to you.
Got it.
Good.
7 points to everybody else.
How far did we fall? So here's why I ask. I banished the wraith in the air.
Yeah, we're moving.
Is he still up there?
Yeah. Right?
He's still technically in the same spot. 'Cause he
So
come back from
here's
same
the thing.
spot.
This is where it gets a little weird. I'm going to rule banishment the same way I would rule teleport.
Kind of like it's tethered to where we're at? Gotcha. Okay.
It is tethered to the location. Because then, in theory, if we're really going to get on a technicality here, and if that's the way it's going to rule, then, like, if you were, like, when you cast banishment on Jet, technically the planet of Eberron is moving.
That's a good point. All of a sudden he's like 3 miles away.
Oh my
You
God.
dig?
That's
So we're gonna
inconvenient.
rule it as the banishment, just like teleport, just like those kind of things. they are anchored to the location,
Yeah.
and so you banished him. He was, even though he's floating,
Anchored
he's
to us
anchored
as
to the
opposed.
yeah.
He's anchored to 10
so
feet above the
I
ship.
do need you
Yeah, I
to
knew you were
make a
gonna say
concentration save, please.
that. Which is
A
what?
Constitution
Here.
saving throw. You have to beat a 10.
I rolled a 19.
I thought I got an advantage
Oh,
on
you
that. I
succeed.
can't remember why.
Warcaster?
Yeah,
I
Warcaster.
don't know if I don't think I have Warcaster on me, but I could be wrong.
That would be the only way you get advantage. But you, did you succeed or fail? Or save or-
He succeeded.
Well,
so you only need to beat a 10.
Yeah, he just has to beat a 10.
I'm making sure that.
Hey Tyler, I probably need to take one more turn and I'm probably to go. I do have to get up super early in the morning.
That's fine.
So
That's fine. We're gonna do this combat, and then we're gonna wrap up with the arrival in Charn.
Go
So
for
we
it.
will. I'm sorry we didn't get to it this turn, this session, Joe. But we will.
Oh, it's okay.
We will start the next session
Yeah.
with the introduction of your character.
yeah.
Okay.
Not if I
Drake's
kill him first.
illegitimate son.
Where's he at?
Fuck, that's a nat 1.
Oh, fuck.
Joe's back
Boom.
in.
You're back.
Guess who's back?
Yep,
Back
good
here
luck,
again.
Joe is back.
Shit. Shit.
You wanna
So
make-
at this
you wanna
point,
take
though,
over the
there is
Shit.
there is
You
a
have Bardic Inspiration still, don't you?
Yeah.
Use
You're
it.
Yes.
you're on
Well,
fire.
Add
my
an 8 to
con-
it.
My con is a +3, so right now it's at a 4. So a
If you
D8.
can roll-
1d8.
Yeah, if you can roll a 6.
6 or higher. 6 or higher, baby.
5
Oh! Question.
answer.
That's
I never used the inspiration I got from like forever ago. What does that qualify as? Does he
I'd
add
have
a
to re-roll.
He rerolls his d20.
So instead of a natural 1, he would get a
I mean,
whatever
literally anything would be
roll.
better. at this
I
point.
will say that because you use your Bardic Inspiration on that roll, if he gives you the Inspiration, the Bardic Inspiration will not carry.
Yeah.
So you can give him the Inspiration if you want,
And I'd
but if
have
he
to
rolls, you would have to roll
A 7 or better.
7 or better.
7 or better on a
7 or
d20.
better. 7 or better.
Is it worth it? Or
So
should
for
I-
you.
Absolutely.
So he's got a 65% chance of
Yeah.
success.
All right, we're using it. Right, I never used it before.
Roll a d20. Make sure you mark that Inspiration's gone.
Yeah.
17.
Success. You appear, and then you're banished again.
Never mind.
Concentration flickers for a minute.
Okay. That is the end of the layer actions. The separation between the Cloudbreaker and the Spectral Ship is now approximately 250, 300 feet.
Okay, awesome.
So there is quite a distance. The ship is still way up there, and the Cloudbreaker basically went into like a banking dive and then leveled off. Vale, it is your go. Used his bonus action to reload last time. I'd like you to execute both shots at V.
BT dubs. V is hurting. Roll back.
2 shots with disadvantage, please.
That's a 2 and a 7, so
First one misses.
9. Yeah. Then 2 and 14, so 2 again, so 9.
Both
Both
miss.
fail.
Both miss.
Okay. Bonus action.
Yeah,
Reload. You're up.
Cool. You're looking bad. I'm feeling pretty shitty. But I really want to get whatever's going on because that specter is gonna fucking come towards me, probably. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw another fireball. I know it's not as
Wait, where?
Yeah, there's like Captain Baz and
angling it.
Sorry, I'm just looking at.
Can you hit the front like the?
Stalwart.
Yeah, I'm gonna go towards the front.
And
Up.
you're hitting the Ghost and the Spectre there in front of the.
Yeah, am I able
Pilot's
to angle it in a way that I do not hit Baz and do not hit V? Okay, cool. Like angling it up and
Yeah.
off to the side, so I'm also not hitting the ship. Because again, I'm not trying to set the ship on fire. Cool.
I'll allow
I
it.
didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball.
Pretty much.
Oh, I rolled real nice.
Whoa!
For what?
Pretty solid.
Uh huh.
The ghost succeeds with a natural 20,
Fucking ghost.
and the specter fails.
30 damage.
Spectre is dead.
Yep.
Spectre is dead.
Yep.
You said 30 damage.
Yep.
Reduced to 15. And that ghost is dead.
So the only quote unquote ghost left on the playing field is me.
We all slowly turn to look at Veo.
Who's still pinned by my foot.
With that,
Fuck me, Jesus. Fuck me, Jesus.
I'm going to go ahead, keep safe on you, and I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on you just in case we need any saving throws.
Okay. End of your turn?
Yep, because I've got Bardic Inspiration, I've used my Fireball, and I am not moving because I'm with Rin.
It's the Wraith's turn. The Wraith is banished, so incapacitated. There are no more ghosts. Gunther, it's your go. V, you are on deck.
Okay, so the only person left is him.
Affirmative.
Until
Okay.
the Wraith reappears.
Okay. So as a bonus action, can I be like, what now? Can somebody answer me technically?
Let's say free action.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I just point. I'm just like, what now? Can somebody?
I'm going to say none of you really know.
You're just gonna hear say V, hit him.
Can you smack him out of it?
Smack him out of it. Okay, so how do I do non-lethal damage? Like,
You just
Just say
declare.
non-lethal.
Hear
Just
voice
declare
down below
non-lethal.
deck.
okay, I use like
the spirit
the bottom
piss
of
out
the-
of here.
I'm just imagining you standing there and you're just using the hilt and you're just like, don't get out, don't get out, get out, get out, get out, get out,
The
get out, get out,
Hulk
get out.
Buster
the power of Christ compels you.
I
Very much.
suggest you leave.
As the hits just start getting, it goes from boom, 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 boom,
Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep.
boom. Very much.
All right, so can I do two
Both of them are with
forehead
advantage.
jabs,
Yeah.
Both of them are with
you can
advantage.
use, you can use
advantage, and I'll use great weapon fighting
You
too.
can do that.
It's just gonna
I'm gonna
sit there.
slap you still.
The first attack, he's just gonna go right through Vale's skull, like, ooh.
What is this?
Death
Episode.
saving throw.
So 13, so 17.
17 is my AC.
That hits.
Oh,
Okay. 19.
That hits.
That hits.
So you're getting a
32.
minimum. You're getting 32 damage.
30.
Flat.
I have 28 left.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So-
without even rolling, you knock him unconscious.
Hey-yo.
As you fall unconscious, like with your final, not breath, but you, and the ghost emerges from your body and resumes taking the space directly above your body. You are unconscious. You have dropped to 0 HP. The ghost now appears. Yes. That is the end of your turn, Gunther.
Yeah, I can do anything else.
Next up is V. You now
Alright.
you see Vale go from this possessed to limp and unconscious with a slight trickle of blood from the mouth, and then you see this ghost reappear right
If
above.
anything's left to kill
Right.
next
And
turn,
this
I
is
guess.
the, this is the this is the ghost that looks like a small child.
I did
So-
did what I could.
You did good.
V immediately turns, hearing the loud thud, like the probably slight cracking of a skull, and just charges one hand. The book's in the right hand, so he charges his left hand, and he fires one beam that splits, and tries to go.
Roll 2 Eldritch Blast attacks.
Plus 6, 18 plus 6, and 8. So
8 plus 6.
no, 2 plus 6. So
The first
one-
attack hits,
one
second
second.
does not.
Yeah,
Do
put it
you-
on the counter.
You recycle these, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just set him on the counter.
Okay. I thought so.
2 damage.
Don't you have
I was gonna say that was also the one I
Oh,
attacked
yeah,
at
I'm
the
sorry.
beginning. So
5 damage total. Agonizing blast.
Good luck, people.
Force damage.
I'll
Fill
see
me in on
you
the dialogue or
whatever.
next session, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, because that's gonna be 2 Wednesdays from now,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Did you already send money for food?
I threw the money at you. I'm the one that made it rain. on you.
yeah, he's the he's the
Not the first time. What?
Okay. All right.
That's in your turn.
See you, bud.
See you, party people.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There. So I did
Deuces,
that.
bro.
So,
See you,
Drive safe.
Hey.
Alright. I'll be
so
back, guys.
V is hurt, so he fires and realizes one went offline, and then he looks over and he tries to kind of retreat this direction to put distance. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay.
And
Your turn?
that's the first round of banishment, right?
Affirmative.
Okay, just make sure.
Top of the round is Ryn.
Alright, just looking up movements. Okay. Uh, 5, 10.
Wait, what are you doing?
Moving my spiritual weapon
Oh, got it.
to try to engage this guy, but can't quite make it.
It doesn't have reach.
Doesn't
Nope.
have the reach.
It's hot.
But I'm going to. No, I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I'm gonna just take the dull ejection, just in case someone tries to attack.
Okay. End of your turn?
Oh, no, actually, the ship is still firing, so I'm going to keep my distance from where it keeps firing the deck. So that'll be my turn.
Next up, Vale. I'd like you to make a death saving throw.
Even being knocked out?
He's unconscious.
I'm unconscious.
I thought non-lethal damage meant you didn't have to do death saving.
Oh
throws.
shit! Yeah, you're right. I forgot it was non-lethal. You're right. So yeah, your
Just
turn
you're
comes
out.
and your turn goes.
Someone
Jet?
wakes you up and it just jumps right back down your throat again. God damn it!
No, I'm not. I'm not waking him up until the ghost is fucking gone.
It's actually a good idea. I should see if that ability recharges for that ghost because it didn't recharge for any of the other ones. But this one technically didn't get a chance to recharge because it was a success the first time.
What?
It
It just sounded like House talking really fast.
So- When they cast the spell, they roll a d6. On a 6, it recharges and they get the ability back. All of the ones that failed the possession did not get their ability back because this one succeeded.
It
the spell
technically
took
didn't
effect.
recharge.
Now that it is out of the body,
Yeah.
I had to roll and see if it recharged or not. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. You don't know.
we'll see.
I'm going to go ahead and cast my wonderful vicious mockery at this lovely ghost fucker because, of course,
Ghost child.
I mean, you know, I like to mock children apparently because I'm an asshole.
Ghost cunt.
Tell it its parents attack.
Actually, I didn't think about it. Well, I mean, that wouldn't have mattered because it was non-lethal, I guess, technically, anyway.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. That's what I'm going to do.
So wisdom.
It just evaporates.
Yeah.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Because if he would have done 68 damage, that would have put me at negative my maximum HP.
But not. He's
Hey,
on
I
But
don't
with
think
it
he
being
can get
non-lethal,
68,
that would have
can
been
He can.
Can he really?
yeah.
with action surge. Sure.
With
Yeah.
Action
I
Surge
can.
and Great Weapon Master.
But he already
yeah.
used action.
Well, I mean,
surge.
yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
With
I mean,
Action
yeah.
Surge and Great Weapon Master, if he lands at a minimum, he's doing over 60 damage. That's just modifiers. That's not including what he rolls
Gotcha.
on 4
The
attacks.
64 just on modifiers.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That's
is
funny.
Vale actually doing?
I'm not.
dex
I'm
or-
not doing death saves.
Okay.
Dude,
Because it was non-lethal damage.
That's all
on
I'm doing, sir.
average, if he lands all 4, he could do just under 100.
If he crit all four.
I mean, crit, it's insane.
We're talking
Yeah.
insane damage.
Like,
But he has to crit on all
Yeah.
4. Statistically, very low chance.
Wisdom saving throw.
What's the DC?
15.
15 on the dice.
Ooh.
Never mind. Man,
One little-
Let me make sure. I was looking at the wrong. Oh
Man,
no, it was a ghost. Yes, sorry, I was on the right stat block. Yes, it is. It
man,
does
this
succeed.
child is resilient.
I'm sorry I took you out of the fight temporarily. Because I'm hurting real bad.
Does it take damage?
No, because it's a cantrip.
Okay.
And I have one more bardic inspiration to give out. So let's see. Gunther doesn't usually need it. I'm gonna hang on to it for cutting words if I need to.
Is that the end of your turn?
Could get Veil up, but I am really concerned you're just gonna get possessed again, so I'm not doing it. Yep, end of my turn.
Okay, the Wraith is banished. Passes the turn. Ghost.
Sorry,
turn.
am I still on the same square as Ren?
No, Ren moved back.
Moved back.
Okay.
The ghost is going
Jet will
to.
look back at you. When we come back.
You stay there.
All right.
Knowing that you are
Hurt. I'm very
hurt
apparently
and the
hurt.
source of the spell that has removed the commander from the field, the ghost
You
is
just
going.
you see me basically doing this with the book.
The ghost is going to swarm across the deck.
Disadvantage, thank God. Protection from good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
Was going to be technically in combat with it because it was right where Vale was.
It was 5 feet.
But I was going to say it.
It
appeared right there.
it does not appear in the occupied space. It appears in the nearest unoccupied
Oh,
space.
I thought it actually was in the same.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
never
it does
mind.
not occupy the same space.
Yep, never mind.
Sorry, with disadvantage. 13 to hit.
15.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Just as it appears, V's gonna try to speak into its head and just say, "Dreadful child."
No response.
Right. Well.
We're just gonna hand wave that because the next turn it's gonna die. It has no health left.
As what?
It has like 5 health left. It's going to die on the next attack that lands on it. So we're just going to hand wave that ghost dies, and then you guys have 7 rounds until the Wraith reappears. Is there any preparations you would like to take?
Healing.
Yes.
Okay.
On who? Do you need healing?
I am under half. I'm at 18 of
I'm at
52.
9.
Yeah,
Just for the sake
I'm
of
at -4.
just for the
Bad.
sake of it,
I would get Vale.
just for the sake of it being 12:30, with all of you basically sitting there holding actions plus the crew, it's not going to survive very long.
I was gonna say, I'm okay
we
with
whooped the
staying and
shit out
fighting
of
if
it.
you guys want to.
Hey, how much HP does
Because
that
I
plus?
enjoy role playing with fighting. It's up to you guys. though.
78 flash rush.
It has 78 HP left.
I mean, that's
So we're still
that's-
talking.
that's
We're still
okay.
talking probably a couple rounds.
You go over a couple
Right.
of rounds for sure. I'm done.
I'm just saying it's 12:30. If we want, because I still want to sort of get us
Sure.
to Sharn,
Right.
and
We'd win. Let's just say that.
yeah,
We'd win.
Pretty
that's sort of my idea. Is you guys are going to kill it. It's not going to cause. In the 7 rounds that it takes, you all can basically get healed to full.
Yep.
And it's not going to cause any market damage. It's
All I
No
want to
random-
specify is that even though I don't have cure wounds, I just have, I believe it's just healing word.
Oh, I have cure wounds, so I can run around and.
Just hear me out here. Even though it's only healing word, I still want to pretend like it's cure wounds on Captain Bass.
okay.
Just as, oh my God, you're hurt. I can heal you. Hold on. Just give me your
Okay.
I was really hoping
And
she
then-
was going to get hit again because I wanted to see the demon thing because I have devil sight now. I'd be able to see it.
So, combat comes to a close. Upon defeating the Wraith, you do you notice that ship that was flying up in the air. Upon the death of the Wraith, the ship just starts to fall out of the sky, and you all follow it, and you watch as it slams into the side of a mountain below, and just.
That's why I banished it. I figured it had to be like the captain.
So, just to sort of speed things along, combat comes to a close. You all gather yourselves. The ship is not too badly damaged. There is some impact damage on the deck where those cannon shots landed, but it's not. It's nothing that a little bit
I'm
of.
assuming it's also got ice crystals all around it. And
It's fairly easy for them to repair the deck in flight. You're lucky you all were gathered right there and not at the front, because if you were gathered at the front when it shot, it was going to turn all of the ground slick with ice. But because it was right there next to the bonfire and also directly underneath the giant flaming ring,
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't be able to heat
it
up.
really didn't take.
Yeah.
The ice didn't really take.
Burn
So,
you would heat up.
good forethought on your guys'.
Totally.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys
that's
totally planned that
That's
one
what we meant.
out. So the
We're good at thinking ahead.
you all gather yourselves. The captain would profusely apologize and be like, I thought
He
it was
is
just
the big baddie Luray.
I thought it was just a legend, but
I don't think you're allowed to tell us ghost stories anymore, Captain Baz.
Just wait until mine comes true, right? Just smirks.
that's why I stay in the air and not on the ground.
You see V's over in that corner, like reach into that open hole, and you just V in your head, get the bullet or get the what is it called?
The bullet.
Well, it's not bullet. It's round.
So shrapnel.
No, it's
No,
it's
it's
a ball.
It's a bullet.
Is it a bullet?
He uses cartridges.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Get the bullet.
So
out.
just in terms of description for you guys, so that you get a little bit of better visualization, it's not like a flintlock. Okay, it's not something that he packs a charge into and then loads a musket ball into. He uses basically breech loading pistols. You know the double barrel shotguns that you break apart
Yep.
right at the handle and you slam 2 shells into? It's that, but a single barrel pistol.
Okay.
So he cracks it open, loads a shell, slams them back home, and then boom, boom. And then when he's done, he basically click, click, the shells eject, loads 2 more, slams them back home, and boom, boom. That's how he shoots. So they're not little musket balls. It is actually a pointed bullet.
Which is why it's currently lodged in my
Dear.
rib.
That's why instead of it
I mean, he was laying down.
like denting you and reflecting off, it pierced
Yeah.
through. That's why he uses piercing damage and not bludgeoning.
You want me to try to?
When I told you I see something weird off the fucking ship, believe me?
Yeah, I apologize.
Please.
On that one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't fucking see it.
I promise I wasn't crazy.
You don't pull French on people.
True.
Do you want me to get the bullet?
Yeah.
Please.
Jet's gonna work on getting the bullet out of
Just you just see he like kind of pulls the robe to the side, just shows his bare back.
And yep, Jet's
The
gonna work
wood's
on.
all gnarled, the steel's all scratched.
Because you technically still aged 12 years.
Yep.
Oh.
So it's still V, but his armor's got a little bit of a. It used to be pretty. It used to be,
permanent effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
unless
That would have changed the fuck out of this campaign. man.
Remove curse. I think.
Oh, yeah.
greater restoration
Oh,
within
that's what it is.
24 hours.
Ah.
Which
Wait, so who all
has.
aged?
Just you.
You.
It was gonna be
Oh,
you
of
and
course.
Ren, but Ren saved with
Inspiration.
the inspiration
You're
dice.
welcome.
You guys have got to be almost out of inspiration. I gave out a lot of that at the
I was
beginning.
gonna say I have
Wow.
1 left.
was gonna say
I
Captain
may have
will
had
have
more
when
than one.
he comes in.
I may have had more than one, but I lost track, so I'm going to count the one I use as my only one.
So
Jet is gonna try prestidigitation to see if that goes away. Like if it's just
Yeah.
rust from the battle or something. And
I'm a
so
magic. I don't think that.
Yeah,
type
no,
of thing
he's-
works.
Jet just out of habit though. Like
Oh.
when I get dirty, is just prestidigitation. But it's like, oh,
That would have I don't know. That would have been some big shit with Tom Hanks, just written in a
Hello.
very mature, half drow body.
oh,
bro, that would have been a fucking curveball.
Jet would probably have to kill any guy that said anything to her.
Oh my God, Slave Leia costume.
Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah, that would have been fucking weird. I would have definitely changed.
It would have literally been old.
No, you said 13 years, right?
No, the
12,
movie.
yeah.
No. Like in the movie Old, a 6-year-old girl becomes like a
Oh.
16-year-old girl and then has sex with somebody and goes through an entire pregnancy in 30 minutes.
Oh.
And gives birth.
I don't think it would be the exact
I don't
same.
know.
No,
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm
no.
saying like the whole like I'm a 16-year-old, so now I've got weird thoughts in my
Wait, is that
head.
that M. Night Shyamalan movie?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but then like still technically the same maturity as like a 6-year-old.
The night continues on.
Awesome.
I will say, the crew does approach you and ask someone to heal the
Yes.
unconscious dwarf. And if someone does try to cast something, it does not take. When the Wraith created the Spectre, they removed the soul from the body.
Jesus.
And they turned the soul evil. And so upon killing the soul, it faded away. And so there is no soul to return to the body. So you do feel there is a sadness hanging over the ship, as in the span of a minute they lost 2 cripples.
Good job, Joe.
I was gonna say, if Gunther, I didn't think about Gunther pinning you. My idea was going to be to run up to you and take my Featherfall token, activate it, and shove it in your mouth,
I honestly
so
thought
that you
a full
couldn't
person.
you couldn't deactivate, you couldn't get rid of it. I was gonna make you swallow it.
Yeah, I thought about a whole person.
Yeah.
But it's immune to charm effects. Although it would have been him, not the ghost.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
advantage
It's his body.
against charm effects.
I knew it was
Hold
advantage
it's not a
against
charm.
Is it not a charm?
Oh, yeah, hold person is just.
yeah. Suggestion would be, but whole person is not.
So,
Anyway.
the night continues on. You all do find yourselves able to bed down. You do get a long rest.
I do think Jet would actually stay up a little bit longer. I imagine it's been a while since he's seen another shifter, even a ghost form of one.
V, instead of usually sitting up or standing and watching, he is just laying flat, feeling a new type of way.
Did you get your fill of fear tonight, V?
I feel a lot.
You're one step closer to feeling what we feel on a daily basis.
He's just quiet, introspective, thinking on everything that occurred, feeling the way he feels. He has
Are
no
you laying
idea.
on the floor of our cabin?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just kind of slowly, just like affectionately, just like pat your shoulder. Good night, V.
Good night, Rynny.
Before I slip into bed, I'm not gonna say it out loud. I'm just gonna speak in my own mind. Go. You didn't help tonight.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Why not?
There's no response, but you feel a you feel it's I don't know how to phrase this. You feel the voice that you are talking to does not answer, and you just feel a dismissiveness.
Like an indifference.
It was your comment was registered.
Mm-hmm.
There's no response. It's almost like they just shrug.
Yeah, a mental shrug.
So, you all rise the next morning, and by morning I mean like 6 a.m. The sun has yet to rise. Actually, let me rephrase. You can see way off in the east. You can just barely see the dark purples of night beginning to fade to yellows of sunrise. But the land beneath you is still wreathed in darkness. And as you come out of the mountains and begin to descend down into this valley, you all see the city of Sharn in front of you.
Damn.
And at first you're like, wow, we're so close.
We are miles away.
And then it's like another 2 or 3 hours of flight as this city that looked large just becomes massive in front of you. And as you get closer and closer and closer, it gets to the point where this city almost feels like it begins to encompass you and surround you and swallow you whole. But you do see quite a few other airships approaching and leaving, some leaving the city. All from a structure that looks similar to the airship tower that you boarded.
Whoa.
What are you doing?
He's on the fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
it's-
it,
It's where his food stays
Yeah.
after he eats, because he doesn't finish his food, so he put it up top on the fridge, and he jumps up there and eats his food.
He's just walking around.
It's so the other cats doesn't eat his food. but that structure similar to the airship tower you saw in Rote and Fairhaven, but probably 40 or 50 times as large. Massive trunk base of this tower as it extends up into the sky, and it's almost one of the tallest towers in the city of Sharn. The only thing that dwarfs it higher is the area of the Skyway, the floating portion of the city that resides in a cloud, almost, that just slowly drifts around the top of the city. And you can see probably just north of 100 berths on this tower where different airships can dock. Some large, some small, some occupied, some not. You do see 2 or 3 other airships about the same size as the one you're in, and you do see actually docked near the very, very top one gorgeous airship, probably about 10 times as big as the one you're on currently. It looks brand new, and it is still docked to the tower. The ring is not powered. It is manually being held in place by the actual dock, almost like a clamp is holding the ship.
Mass Effect style.
Very much. But you all stand on the deck, awestruck at the size of this city. Some of you having been here before, but still, just the scale and size of this city continues to blow you away. And that is where we will pick up next session. I do have a couple other pictures that I can reference.
Just for flavor, can we say that my patron ate the Wraith?
Sure.
It banished and then all of a sudden just vanished. Vanished and then
Was just eaten.
devoured. Essence devoured.
Just to give you a sense of scale, that is one of the main towers of the city of Sharn. That is the top of the tower. We are talking probably, in terms of population and size, that tower alone is probably about the size of Rote.
As an airship.
Where?
This dot right here. Like,
Oh my.
Is that the size
Yeah.
of? Is that
Yeah.
the size of a Stormbreaker? Or?
Approximately. Like we're talking, there is an entire community that can exist, live, and die on that tower without ever having stepped foot outside of it. And that is probably one of 15 or 20 towers that size.
and that's just
Yeah, I
the
think
towers.
Jet would just be watching Rin just kind of take all this in.
Like just like wonder, bewilderment.
Yeah.
Just so many.
This is a
confusing,
whole
like,
nother definition of scale.
A whole new world. Quick question. I mean, as a
There's this one as well that sort of helps give an idea of like the density
nice catch.
of the city.
Damn. That looks like something from Assassin's Creed.
Is for those of like us magically inclined, is the manifest zone like tangible? Do we feel anything as we kind of enter? It's
There's an energy in the air, but you can't really decipher if that's magical energy or just
the energy of the city.
being around such a center of society and culture. I mean, there is an air that surrounds the city, and it's got a little bit of a stink.
So the way the towers are able to float is the city of Sharn is built on a manifest zone of the plane of air, I believe it is. Yeah. So they use that inertial energy to create these levitational effects and allow the city to essentially float.
So, yes, some of the towers are built on these floating islands, but the central pillar towers that make up the majority of Sharn, like that one large tower I showed you, is actually built into the ground. It is the energy from the manifest zone that allows it to maintain its structural integrity, because most of these towers are in excess of miles tall. Miles. and they all just like as you pull up against the dock and you sort of like look over the edge, you don't see the ground. Like you cannot see through this
Yeah,
mess
it's
and
under a
maze of
fog.
towers.
Yeah.
It's under a fog, but it just sort of these towers just sort of descend into darkness.
Our draw distance is not strong enough.
And you yourself know that the farther down you go, you don't see light.
Yep.
Just as a little bit of flavor for you guys.
So it's like an ocean.
So, you know, we'll assume that you guys disembark the ship and you're just sort of standing just outside of the area.
Feed
And-
grabs Vale and dives off.
There's a sense of wonder from quite a few of you, and
Aim for the bushes.
we'll say that.
Okay.
Never said I wanted
No
to know.
flavor now?
No flavor now. We'll say that.
Oh.
Save that flavor for next time.
On a side note, when it was quiet on the ship, I think Jet would be poking Ren to see if she wanted to work on playing her flute or something along that line.
Oh yeah.
You know, pass the
So if we
time.
jumped off, we would fall
Yeah,
for
sure.
hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not hours, but you would definitely. Let's just say your
Like
feather,
skydiving.
your featherfall token would lose its magic about a third of the way down.
So
But the goal being that your featherfall token will suspend you long enough for you to land on a bridge or something, because it would be very challenging for you to jump off of the tower you're on and fall until
All
you
the way
hit
down.
ground. You're going to hit something on the way down. It's not just a straight shot. There's bridges and ramps and other towers that are in the way. So the goal of the featherfall token is not to protect you until you hit the ground. It's just to
It's
help
something.
lower the impact when you land on
Something
something.
else.
or someone. Yeah.
Or something.
By the way, in order for Gunther to
Will he
hit,
stream himself?
yes, in order for Gunther to hit 4 natural 20s in a row, rolling 4 dice, it would be 0.00000625%
Yeah, but he's hit two
Never
nat 20s
tell
in
me
the
the
same
odds.
attack.
I know. I'm just saying,
Oh, that's two natural
hit
ones in a
4.
row. That sucks.
20s with 4 dice in a row.
What would his damage be?
It would.
A lot.
Let's say his average is probably like, because you can reroll ones and twos. Let's say his average is either 4 or 5 on a 6-sided die. So let's say that's 8 plus 16, 24 times 4.
Doubled, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. So it's 12.
Well, just
plus
doubling
it's
the dice.
20, 36 times 4.
Plus the
One-
additional D10.
One-
Or, I mean, not
uh,
D10, but I mean, plus the additional 10
right,
for Great
so-
Master.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Well, that's how you get to 16.
144.
Yeah.
If you critted.
If he
on
crit
average.
all 4 times.
Hey, did we level up?
Probably not.
That was one of the hardest fights.
That was a cool fight, though. Alright, I did too, but, like,
God,
not
I
so
love
bad.